First ever shop with the कर दिया था मैंने. He is better now. हाँ, बड़ा परेशानी होती है. आप भेजिए क्या? अच्छा.
So
नहीं देखिए इसमें डांस है
ना। ईमेल पे
Hi, Pradnya. How are you? How is the campus?
सही है चले
आज ड्राइवर नहीं है, मैं दूसरा वाला ड्राइवर आपको आना चाहिए पेन ड्राइव।
देखो दो तीन वीडियोस हैं। There's only one. There's only one.
उससे भी मेरा प्योर स्पेक्ट लग जाए
उसमें भी हो जाएगा
सामने
इसमें
ठीक है वो
डिस्टर्बेंस तो नहीं होगा
नहीं नहीं ठीक है उसमें जो से कुछ नहीं है ऊपर आओ यार तुरंत यार 5 मिनट तो बहुत लेट है एक मिनट में
So
सिक्योरिटी मांग रहा है
सिक्योरिटी मांग रहा है मैम सही नहीं डाल रहे हैं आपके पास
नहीं yes it's me 76 इसका अटैचमेंट ये वाला
डाउनलोड कर लो
अच्छा
कर लो साइन आउट कर दो
अच्छा
जी मैम, हाँ हो गया। वहाँ तो तरुण है, अभी तो कोई नहीं है जी। यही है
जी। रिप्लेस
ऑलरेडी है इसमें क्या?
हाँ रिप्लेस कर दीजिए।
हेलो, हाँ हाँ
जी।
मैं जरा मैडम की वो कॉपी कर रहा हूँ ना अपने, नहीं तो मैंने कहा क्या
हो गया ना? वो भी देख रहे हैं वीडियो को, चल नहीं रहा है उसमें।
तो सर ने वो पूरा फोल्डर देना पड़ेगा तब चलेगा।
पेन ड्राइव में ले लेना ना, इसमें डाल।
इसको बंद कर दो।
हाँ नहीं तो प्रोजेक्टर कैसे बंद करोगे आप? इसको तो नहीं बंद क्यों करना? क्यों उसको वो जूम नहीं करना? ज्वाइन नहीं किया ना किसी ने?
Yeah, I just want this presentation, but I just copy from my friends. No? Too much of voice. ये जो है ना मेरा, ये कॉपी करो। ये डी ड्राइव किधर है?
भैया फुल स्क्रीन कर दो जूम का। जूम का फुल स्क्रीन
आ गई हूँ। एक मिनट, मैं इधर खाली कॉपी करता हूँ। एक मिनट दे दे मेरे को। एक मिनट दे दे बेटा। I wanted that.
Auditorium.
It must be that.
हेलो,
नहीं नहीं, don't worry बेटा, I'll come in a
ऑडिटोरियम
minute.
है यहाँ पर तैयार, तब आगे रूम यही पर ही है, ऑडिटोरियम में। हाँ जी, नीचे पूछ रहे ना?
नहीं किसको देखना?
वो फर्स्ट फ्लोर में चले गए, मुझे नहीं आओगे।
वो कल हमारी नीमा है ना, उसका एक पेन ड्राइव कुछ इधर रह गया था क्या?
यूजुअली हम उस रूम में रख देते हैं।
तो देखिए
तुम यहाँ से आवाज कम कर दो, यही से बंद कर दो, ठीक है? आवाज कर रहा है ना, इसे ऐसे म्यूट कर दो इसको। ये क्या है? एडमिट जो में आ रहा है,
एडमिट करो।
एडमिट
जूम का है, जूम कर दो।
हाँ जूम।
ठीक है,
तो क्या करना है? फुल स्क्रीन?
हाँ फुल स्क्रीन कर दो।
फुल स्क्रीन कहाँ से होगा?
अरे बुलाओ ना उनको। काला जी इसको वो करो, एडमिट करो सब। अब यहाँ पे रिटर्न टू मीटिंग तो नहीं, मैंने ज्वाइन कर रखा फुल स्क्रीन कर दो। बाद में मिनिमाइज करते हैं।
चेक किया जाएगा, यहाँ पर ब्लू आ जाएगा ना, उसमें फैन क्लिक करना जाएगा।
Okay, ma'am. You let me know when you were talking about using your time. Okay.
NCHPE presentation.
CSC.
NCHPE. I can see it.
Yeah.
I can preview it.
Preview room. 1 minute hold, man. Just one preview laptop.
There I can.
This one, sir.
Yeah.
We will start it.
They will select your line.
हाँ जी अभी नहीं आए हैं सर।
And I want to
जी सर।
really distribute.
This what presentation?
We are in medical education. We always distribute.
Good sir, that's a nice idea. सर कौन सा है आपको?
डॉक्टर
ये
ऊपर वाला
ये डिजिटल
हाँ
टेक्नोलॉजी
नहीं नीचे वाली डॉक्टर जामकर
अली फॉर मेडिकल एजुकेशन स्किल्स। ओके, आई विल कॉपी दैट ऑन माय
and
डेस्कटॉप।
just show me
यस सर।
actually I put my lecture on YouTube also.
Good sir, it is also being. अच्छा, that's good.
And then I put all my PPT on my.
हाँ, मैं एक मिनट देख
I
लूँ.
put my PPT on website.
जी सर, यहाँ दिख जाएगा अभी.
चल ठीक.
आ रहा है, सर, हो रहा है.
ठीक.
आ जाएगा सर.
एक मूवी है.
ओके, मूवी इसी में इंसर्टेड है. सर अभी आप प्ले हो जाएगा सर अभी.
मूवी है
सर अभी
नीचे जाओ.
मूवी तो चल जाएगा ना.
इसको फोल्डर दिया होगा तभी देखना.
नहीं,
होगा,
नहीं.
VLC चलता है. एक सेकंड.
एडमिट कर लो सर दिनेश को भी अच्छा.
नहीं नहीं
इंसर्ट कर.
चलो. ये नीचे.
सर अभी स्लाइड शो. हम दूसरे डेस्कटॉप पे या तो उससे आप करके देख लेते हैं.
नहीं सिर्फ मूवी देखो भाई.
अच्छा नहीं एस्केप कर दो.
Escape करो.
क्या पर इसको बंद कर.
एक मिनट.
इसमें चेक कर लेंगे ना इस वाले में.
सर दूसरे में चेक
इससे लगता है मुझे इसका यहाँ पे डिस्प्ले हो रहा है ना सर. इसको
सर,
बंद
क्या
कर
फर्क पड़ता है. मैं कहा वहाँ उसको लोकल प्राइज में.
अच्छा यू वांट टू सी वेदर इट इज बीइंग प्लेड ऑन. हो रहा है सर, ये प्ले कर देंगे हो जाएगा. हो जाएगा. हो रहा है.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं.
सर अगर आपने पीपीटी में इंसर्ट किया है ना हैज वीडियो तो फिर चल जाएगा.
सर उनकी देख रहा हूँ कि PPT में नहीं आ रही वीडियो. जो सामने सर है
मिनिमाइज कर दो सर.
कर रहा हूँ. मिनिमाइज बंद कर देता हूँ.
हाँ इसको बंद कर दो सर को कंडक्ट.
Technology always fails when you want it most.
Exactly sir, that's very true.
Thank you. But been excellent.
थैंक यू सर.
सर आपका डॉक्टर सर आपका करवा देंगे. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to today's sessions of this conference. I hope you all had a great breakfast. Sorry for a short delay. We will be starting with the sessions. And first, I would like to invite our moderators, Dr. Avinash Supe, and our principal hymns, Dr. Ashok Diwari, sir. Okay. Okay. So.
सर आप उधर बैठ के कर दीजिए जब भी जाना है तभी जाना. आप जब भी जाना चाहते तभी जाओ. कोई प्रॉब्लम. नो इश्यूज. आप उधर आगे.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we would like to introduce our first speaker, and I hand over the mic to Dr. Snover. She will introduce you. Good morning, everyone. It is indeed an honor to introduce our first speaker for the day, who will be talking on ATCOM module as a guide for teaching non-technical skills. I would like to invite on stage Dr. P. Vijay Raghavan, sir. He is currently Vice Chancellor of Sri Ramchandra Institute of Higher Education and Research at Chennai. And he is a practicing orthopedic surgeon, did post-graduation from JIPMER. And a trauma and joint replacement specialist. He has contributed immensely to the field of medical education. Just to name a few of his contributions, as the Secretary and Coordinator of Medical Education Unit at his center, he created the Health Profession Education Department and actively led the development of integrated curriculum at Sri Ramchandra Medical College. He is also the convener of NMC Nodal Center at SRIHNR. And as the chairman of the Implementation and Monitoring Committee for the Advanced Courses in Medical Education, as well as the chairman of the task force for the monitoring and implementation curriculum. He has worked immensely in upgrading the post-undergraduate and postgraduate medical educations. He is also a member of expert group NMC on CBME. May I please request you, sir, to come on the stage and take the dais.
Good morning, everyone. Respected chairpersons. And this is the problem in cricket match. Suddenly, the middle order batsman has been asked to become the opening batsman. And there is a little problem with the video, but I'll see it started playing. Hopefully it will be all right. So with that caveat, let me start off with my presentation. I'm at the outset extremely thankful to Dr. Yogi for providing me an opportunity to share our experiences and also to tell about the ADCOM module. You all are aware that the ADCOM module was introduced before the CBME. It actually acted as a facilitator to do the CBME curriculum with a different format. So we actually, as an expert group under the chairmanship of Dr. Avinash Supe, had done a lot of work to fine-tune the ADCOM module, and we will be able to in the next half an hour or so tell our guidance. Actually, all these MCA documents, we must understand, they're only guidelines. Some people yesterday were commenting that it is too rigid and all those things. Actually, it is not rigid. The suggestions have been given. It is for the innovativeness of the individual faculty and the individual university, medical college officials to draw up what would suit them best. We know that there are difficulties in different regions in India. All that is the reason why it is given as a guideline. See, we can easily tell that everyone should invest in a huge state-of-the-art latest simulation center. But is it practically possible for every medical college to do that? Is a question mark. So I would start off with this practical presentation that I'm bringing up to you, where the ADCOM module is something which we have all been practicing since 2018. And after 2019, it is more regularized, more structured. And almost every institution has evolved into this. And we need to look at the various nuances of how exactly this can be done. And the booklet, I'm sure each one of the medical colleges has got a copy. Now, soft versions are available for everything. So you can look into it. That's giving guidance on how it can be done and how you can take it forward. This is not moving. Can this move?
Yes, sir.
Okay, right.
Sorry.
So the objectives of this particular session, as is usual with the practice of any session being taken, is that the participants will be able to understand the need for ADCOM, why it was envisaged, why it was conceptualized, and why it came about. They should be able to sort of understand the various practice methods, the teaching learning methods that need to be recommended or applied for this particular module. Practice the student assessment methods. This is the real Waterloo area, where how exactly we are going to assess the students on how they have performed. Of course, you should all be familiar with the ADCOM booklet and how to use it. Describe the various competencies, sub-competencies or objectives expected of a student in each professional year, because this is a longitudinal program which runs from first year till the final year. Conduct appropriate formative and summative assessment, give and also receive feedback. When we talk about feedback, generally the understanding is only giving feedback, but also to receive feedback and create appropriate logbooks and e-portfolio. Automation and technology really comes in a big way to see how the students are actually adapting to this. I would like to quote Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra's statement in the forward that has been provided in the ADCOM booklet, where he mentions that health professions and practice is a very complex interplay of knowledge, clinical skills and acumen, communication skills, attitude, interprofessional behavior, and is largely dependent on strong ethical values. So I think all the important principles have been brought out in this one single statement that sir has made in the forward. And I just added that in spite of our best efforts, somehow we have not been able to integrate healthcare delivery with health education. Now, this is a huge gap that we are finding. And somehow over the last 5-6 years, there's a lot of effort towards this. At the end of the day, our trainee doctor has to go and function on the ground with the society and provide service. Now, this connect is what was probably missing, and we are slowly addressing, and we will be able to address this in future. The new CBME curriculum actually was announced through the Graduate Medical Education Regulations in 2018, formally brought into practice in 2019 for the 2019 batch. And I'm sure every single medical college will have the students of CBME curriculum almost into the 3rd year. So that is how and it defined from the concept of the registered medical practitioner. We are moving into the concept of the Indian medical graduate who possesses the requisite knowledge, skills, attitudes, values, and responsiveness so that he or she may function appropriately and effectively as a physician of first contact. The point to be noted is first contact. He is not a specialist. He is a person who should be able to even refer patients to other institutes when it is required, and so that he becomes globally relevant and also locally responsive. Now, for long, if you talk of the traditional curriculum, how we got educated over the years, a lot of hidden or informal curriculum was happening. If you ask my days or Avinash Supesa's days, we learned a lot of things from the hidden curriculum. We learned a lot from our teachers on how to behave with patients. That used to be an unstructured way of learning. Out of 100 students, maybe 80 learned and 20 of them missed out. So that, in order to fill up that gap and see that every single person has an opportunity to learn this, a structured curriculum was envisaged. Now, look at the Collins Dictionary's meaning of skill. It says it's a type of work or activity which requires special training and knowledge, which means you have to have a training and you have to practice it for some time. And the Oxford Dictionary defines it even better and says it's an ability to do an activity or job well. Now, this is where the small confusion occurs, and I'm just putting it for a little bit of discussion at some point in time. We think that cognitive is not a skill, but even the knowledge components of what you learn is a part of a skill which will allow you to do some activity. We keep telling, no, he should be able to do this, he should be able to do that. You can't do a suturing of a wound without having the theoretical knowledge of that. So those are interrelated. Now, again, I was asked to talk on non-technical skills. Now we have to understand what is technical, what is non-technical. According to our definition, for the purposes of ATCOM, most of the skills that we are going to provide the students are non-technical skills. But if you look at the true definition of technical skills, it is subject-oriented, it is discipline-oriented. And whatever is required, say if you want to do an internal fixation of a fracture, that becomes a technical skill for orthopedics. But that does not come under ATCOM. Now we will define what are the non-technical skills that we need to take into account. So those are ethics, professionalism, communication skills, the eye contact, body language, all these things that are included under that category. How you are able to show up empathy and other human values to the care of the patient. Leadership skills, teamwork. Actually, as a profession, we are very good in crisis management. But as a team, sometimes we fail. So in a crisis, we are able to form a team at the last moment. But sometimes we fail to do it in a very structured way. Subdelegation of activities. Under team effort, you have to be able to capable of doing some subdelegation, facilitating a task and managerial skills. So how good were our teachers on ethics and professions? If you ask this question, they were pretty good. Let us not doubt that. Let us not doubt our teachers who At least there are 3 generations of doctors whom we find here, or health professionals who are found here. But in spite of that, every single person learned something of ethics and professionalism from a senior. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. Even out of the bad, there is learning, and that is something one can work out. The present generation, unfortunately, because of the little bit lack of commitment on the part of the present day teachers, we find that there is a gap and there is no real attempt to. I still would quote one example. I was working in NHS, one of the Western countries, where they have this system of 2 sessions out of the 10 sessions in a week to be devoted for private practice by the consultants. And it is a continuity. When you take a private practice, it's not that the patient is going to give you at any point in time. So there will be calls for the consultant during his general outpatient that is conducted for the NHS, and this fellow will run off. This happens in UK. So I can tell you that that is the unprofessional thing that used to happen even there. So we feel that, when you are given a time to do a particular thing, you should be completely oriented and concentrated on that particular aspect. Now, the next question that is asked is, can ethics, professionalism, and communication skills be professionally taught and I think we have actually had discussions or many sessions with all our experts, and we felt that it is definitely possible. And if you look at the Western literature, there are standard formats that are really available for you to impart this particular education to our students. I'll now quote our own example, and I'm very happy to say that what we started off as a movement in 2005, many of the principles that we followed at Sri Ramachandra have been taken up for our discussions in the NMC, and NMC has formally come out with the ADCOM module. We started in 2005. I had the opportunity to be the first course director for this program, what we called as ProDev, or the professional development. The curriculum was developed and we created a book on this, and we are happy to share this particular book, but now it has come in the ADCOM module. Most of the things that we put up in that book, 18 issues were actually considered. Each was provided 2 weeks of time for the students to learn, and I'll show you the problem-based approach with which we used to do this particular module. And it was kept completely in the 6th and 7th semester alone. We did not allow students to do a longitudinal program right from, and there are defects in that. And that's why the longitudinal program has been put through. Assessment was a Waterloo, and even now we don't have perfect answers for this particular important component of the whole curriculum. And the whole idea of doing this actually helped the institution in creating an integrated curriculum, which is running so very well in our institution since 2006. Now, this is as a result of our effort, we were included in the part of the discussions in the expert group. I'm thankful to Professor Mishra sir and also Dr. Supe for including and taking our inputs for running this program for so long. The present ADCOM booklet and the module does consider many of these aspects: communication, reliability, leadership, attitude. So all these aspects have been brought out, and most of you must be quite familiar with that. And it was a forerunner of the transition from the traditional curriculum to the competency-based medical education curriculum. Now, what are the different strategies that can be used? Obviously, we are not going into the competencies that have already been defined fairly well, but there are the standard things of teaching learning strategy may not work out for ADCOM. We have to move away from our traditional didactic lecturing and things like that and take it to more of a problem-based or case-based learning, role modeling and mentoring, self-directed learning and small group discussions, team learning, reflective learning and narrative. I was so happy to see Anshu's presentation yesterday. Such excellent narratives had been created. So we have the capability to do all this, but we have to sit and do it as a team together. And then experiential learning and collaborative learning, e-portfolio. This is something which we need to adapt. Still in the age of logbooks may not work. We have to go more and more into technology and e-portfolio maintenance. Feedback, of course, both giving and receiving feedback. Last but not the least is videography. Now, all of us keep wondering, how are we going to know? How are we going to test? How are we going to see how the students are performing? Now, this is quite possible in a lecture hall of this with a lecture capturing system. Now, today, the lecture capturing system will be able to videograph the entire session and not only give you as pictures to be seen later on, it will give you an assessment saying that 80% of your class was attentive, 20% of your class was sleeping. To that extent, technology has come to realize. And at the end of such sessions, you can have session-wise assessment, which can be included as well. I hope this video plays. This is one of these efforts have been done by our students who actually have created these videos, and this is on stress and time management. I just played for about a minute or two. Yes. Huh? Oh, yeah. So it's not playing. So it saves 10 minutes of my presentation. So good. So these videos were actually created by our own students under the supervision of faculty members, and they will be able to, if you can play it for the module on stress and time management, and the students in a large group can actually watch it, see the finer points of that, and note down, and then have small group discussions on the same thing as well. So, both are so ठीक है, I manage. It's starting to play, but then it goes off. Yeah.
Just don't touch it. Practice has started, just don't touch it. Is that sound?
Sound is there. Michael.
फुल करना होगा पहले शेयर कर एक मिनट सर एक तो वॉल्यूम ये वॉल्यूम बंद है सर एक मिनट आई एम डूइंग इट सर हाँ हाँ एक मिनट अभी स्क्रीन शेयर
Yes. So technology can sometimes be very good.
यस सर दिस
Zoom में shares.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Optimized for video and sound.
सर वो स्पीकर बंद है हाँ हाँ म्यूट हो गया
नोट कर दिया।
कोई नहीं
नीचे है 2 बटन।
जी यही वाली है सर ये पीपीटी वीडियो शेयर पहले शेयर कर दीजिए
शेयर हो गया।
हो रही है
शेयर हो गया।
हो रही है
डायरेक्ट स्क्रीन शेयर। जब शेयर्स की बात करें नीचे 2 बटन
जी सर
ऑप्टिमाइज फॉर वीडियो एंड ऑप्टिमाइज फॉर साउंड वो क्लिक कर दें।
अच्छा
या
अभी देखा था आपने
हाँ जी
आपने दबाया नहीं।
अच्छा सर सर एक मिनट के दो आपको
थोड़ा कम कर दो।
थोड़ा वॉल्यूम कम कर
ठीक है। So this is a project meeting that the students have decided to function together. Sometimes they are speaking in Tamil as well. I can translate it.
One day the presentation and you keep doing like this, you're not going to get any work done. Like we've been working on it for nothing, not more than an hour. I've been working on it for 2 weeks, and now we just want to like let it go. Come on, that's not even cool. We want to put up a bachelor in front of a batchmate, and that's not.
So this is actually telling the students how to sort of get some sort of a discipline to avoid stress and how they can manage time. For a 2-week preparation, they tried to do everything in about say 1 hour, 1 day before the program. So these are some principles that they can sort of work out. And these videos, this is not the ultimate. You know, you can create any number of different types of videos with different concepts coming out in that. So we can move on.
Guys, what's happening?
Yeah, so different teaching learning methods in a very structured way will have to be worked out. And this is conceptualized as a longitudinal program. And
Dr. Vijay,
yes,
you have 5 minutes more.
Yeah, then I'll have to go fast. I will not play the other 2 videos and I will go on. Thank you. So the domains of attitude and communications with emphasis on ethics, therefore, need to be taught directly and explicitly. Now, this is the present day thinking that it cannot be hidden. It has to be brought out explicitly. So the role of IMG was also defined. We all know that very clearly. So the attitude, ethics, and communication competencies within that to get out all these roles is something which we have to work. Now, this is the ADCOM booklet. Most of you must have gone through it. It gives section 1, which deals with the goals, roles, and competencies. Section 2, which actually gives the learning modules for each of the years. Section 3 on competency acquisition, how they can be recorded. And section 4, formative assessments, how you can sort of mark it out. And then ultimately 39 competencies have been defined as core competencies, which each student must have got it certified. Remaining, there are further competencies up to 54, which is optional for you to take up. Now, this is the various time scales, hours allotted for each of the modules. First year has 5 modules, second year 8, third year 5, and the final year 9. Now, the methodology that we adopted, and probably it has been given in the booklet as well, is that you have to give 2 weeks for each of the issues that you want to deal with the students in a particular matter. Now, introduction of case 1, that's a case-based thing that you develop. The learning objectives are defined even in the first session. And then the students are divided into various groups and they are asked to collect their own resources. And after collecting their resources, they will come back in the next week where there will be an anchoring lecture. And that anchoring lecture by a specialist will give them ideas on the same subject. And they will be given 1 more week. That is, so 1 week introduction, the second week an anchoring lecture, and a second week beginning is the anchoring lecture. At the end of the second week, you allow all these students to come together in small groups, have discussions where the teachers are facilitators only. And I can tell you with our experience of nearly 17 years that students do tremendously well. Let us not underestimate the students. In fact, the facilitators don't even have to open their mouth on the various issues and the way they discuss these type of problems. Then you go to the next issue, that is number 2. Now, what do they do in these sessions is they do a student narrative where they are expected to elicit, observe, and record data on whatever they resourced or whatever they went through, reflect on the data at a higher level of thinking, and derive opinions and conclusions, communicate the observations and conclusions in a written and verbal form. So the second week when they meet in small group discussion, that is the time they are able to express themselves when they follow these steps and form new experiences and conclusions. Now, these are the various, the booklet, I think most of you are already aware. You know that in the first year, the 5 modules that have been prescribed are: what does it mean to be a doctor? What does it mean to be a patient? How do we establish doctor-patient relationship? The foundations of communication, and how do you respect a cadaver? Now, these 5 modules, we have given in the next column the competencies that you are expected to develop out of the students. And then we have also given you, see, as you see here, most of the components are in the domain of know-how. But if you see the last one, the cadaver as this thing, it is a shows how. So we have even said to you, but these are not prescriptive. Don't think that this is exactly this whatever is given has to be done exactly like that. So you can vary this, and that flexibility has been provided, and the number of hours that you need to set. I'm not playing this video because this will run for almost 3-4 minutes. But this brings out all the characteristics of professionalism: how to be disciplined, how to be altruistic, how to be a team player. All those things will be brought out in this type of videos. So planning the session, you actually define the competencies for modules, which has already been done by the NMC. You can actually put your thoughts into your imagination to get the specific learning objectives for modules and sessions, and then develop the teaching learning approaches for that, and also plan your formative as well as most of the ADCOM competencies will have to be assessed on a formative way. Let that be very clear. If you just go by the final recommendation that the MCI has given, asking you to ask one short note question or one MCQ, I don't think will develop true attitudinal component out of the student. So I'll skip this because this just defining the same thing. Yeah. So see, if you see the modules, you can do skills labs. I mean, it need not be theoretical at all. You can ask students to perform tasks on standardized or regular patients as well. And once they have done that, you can allow them an opportunity for self-critique, critique by patient and by the facilitator. Similarly, the other one is tag along, where you attach the students to go in a group of unit, and then they can make observations on the interactions that the doctors have with the patients. And that will help you to also allow the students to do a collaborative learning along with their colleagues. These principles of bioethics are all included in the modules: autonomy, non-malfeasance, justice, beneficence, all these things. And the professional issues that we need to consider under the ADCOM module are all enlisted there. I'm not reading out any of them, but it gives you, the book gives you almost every single way how to practice. However, the type of practice is within the purview of the concerned medical education department. They can sit together and see whether something is correct or not correct, and then accordingly work on it. So that was a video that was showing a medication error. We had got it so well. Patient identification is one of the important international patient safety goals. This video actually would have shown you how there were 2 patients. One was T. Kumar, another was D. Kumar. D. Kumar was a diabetic patient for whom insulin would have been prescribed. And the other patient was a patient with gastroenteritis. And the sister would have gone and administered the insulin to the T. Kumar, who was a gastroenteritis patient. So these things can happen unless you have a very good system of identification of the patient. So that is what, and then the concept of fiduciary, that is how you relate your relationship between various professionals. And this is something which communication skill has to be built up over and over on several aspects. And this is for the matter of empathetic behavior towards patients. and medical termination of pregnancy, organ donation, I'm just I'll complete 2 minutes. And we will also have assessment. Now, this is what I want to spend just about 30 seconds on this. Provide feedback to the learner is most important component. If you just conduct these sessions without feedback, I think it's as good as not being done. Teachers should observe the performance and provide feedback. If there is a below expectation performance by the student, that has to be communicated to him, and he should be recalled to do the whole act again. To include ADCOM based question in the internal assessments that is already given in the MCI document. Lot of emphasis on formative assessment. Now, these are some of the logbook pattern that has been suggested. Like here, we have chosen the informed consent as one of the competencies that how they can take is in the 4th year, and it is a core competency which they must have gone through, and all that has been very clearly defined. And you see that you can also have a final chart, a dashboard, where you can have as per the year, what are the competencies that have to be developed, whether they're ticked as developed or not developed. And then you can also rate them if you want. Like instead of just ticking, you can put 3, and 3 is not acceptable. 4 to 6 is satisfactory, and 6 to 10 is superior. So this is the recommendation from, these are actually regulations, not recommendations. 75% attendance is required, 1 question in each paper. Skills competences acquired during the professional development must be tested during clinical, practical, and viva. Now there is.
Can we take 1 or 2 questions?
Yeah, please. Yeah, definitely. So that was the last slide, which is the UNESCO bioethics chair, which is also into the act of actually developing a lot of medical colleges into these type of efforts. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for beautifully presenting the various aspects of the ADCOM booklet. One practical thing which we, many of the alumni colleges are facing while implementing this ADCOM is that despite the best of the efforts for teaching learning, including everything that is possible, attendance of students is sometimes a challenge. So for that, as you mentioned, we can have formative assessment as well as summative assessment. Summative assessment doesn't work well. For formative, can we have some component of internal marks for process assessment regarding what they are doing in those ADCOM systems? Because otherwise they manage everything.
Yeah.
They learn, I mean, they read it and they write it, that is all fine. But what they are doing during the ADCOM sessions, you mentioned video recording. So based on that video recording or maybe some personal assessment, can we have some process assessment?
Yeah, this is a good question. It is not one man who can decide this from a podium. I can give you some suggestions that if you really adapt to technology, a lot of things can be done even during extra hours. Like if the student is asked to take an informed consent, for example, you give a skills lab where he goes and actually there is a standardized patient who is available. He is expected to go and actually take the informed consent. Everything is recorded and the teacher can actually, because they are all stored. See, once you have storage through the technology, no student can question you because his face is there. That would have been recorded. You just have to play it back and say, boss, these things you did it right, these things. So at the formative stage, which means whatever you are trying to do at the summative stage should happen at the formative stage itself. It's not a question of passing or failing. It's a question of making him develop the competency on the ground. See, you can say, okay, boss, you didn't do this well. You have not taken the informed consent properly. Please go back. Now, these are the points that you have missed out and come back and do it. So that type of repeat, that requires a lot of commitment. I think sir is there, Mishra sir is there. Unless I am telling you repeatedly, and I will go on any forum and say this, unless private practice is going to be dissociated from medical educational teaching to the students, this won't happen. I am a clinician myself, and that can happen only if the financial rewards to the consultants are going to be sufficient for them to carry. Otherwise, there will be no teachers. There will be no teachers. So it has to be non-practicing. And when it is non-practicing, you have to see that they are compensated appropriately. Many deemed universities, private universities have adopted this fairly well by building in a private sector within the general sector. Thank you.
Actually, Ravi, everything is depending upon how you take these decisions.
Many times I've seen teachers just taking a 40 minutes lecture
Yes.
to a point. I think how would students get attracted because of that? You have to put little heart into this. You need to tell students what is the value of this and involve them. I think if you do that, I think most of the students will come.
Yes.
I think the process is very important, the way you involve
Yes,
students.
so my concern was that only, and it was also coming from many of the allocated colleges that despite best of the efforts, students don't come for the session sometimes. So what they can-
Praveen, my standard,
I think the program needs to be introspective.
exactly.
Where is it going wrong? Why students are not coming? Are we not really involving them properly? I think it's a question of the way you conduct it also matters.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. See, I will tell you, in addition to what Dr. Supe said, if some program students are not coming, the fault is not with the student, it is with the teacher. We have to point to ourselves as some.
Reminds you-
Yeah, it starts with, what is the term that we use? The term that we have used here, non-technical. Are these skills which are not acquired over a period of time? When we use certain terms, we give an impression that this is not important.
This is a wonderful.
Non-technical skills, not required to be acquired, right? They are not competent. Then another term that we use is soft skills. These skills are as hard as any other skill, like doing a lumber truck. So this is important. And another concern that I have is when you say that narrative, the real acquisition of this skill happens in authentic setting by experienced teachers, by guided reflection.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Dr. Vijay. I think, yeah, so I'm very sure all of you who are sitting here must have gone through the AdCom guidance which is provided by the NCHPE. It is very important to try to use it the way it has not to be followed in letter and script like that. For each thing which you want to teach, try to find out what are the things which are going to be used in your lesson plan so that you are able to pass on those learning objectives to the students. Now, I still remember Dr. Mishra is sitting here. See, in our times, olden times, it used to be clinical website, small group rounds. You not and then physical examination, and then experiential learning during the rounds which used to happen. It used to be small groups. You used to learn both technical skills and non-technical skills also. Because you learn all communication skills. What is history taking? History taking is communication skills. Doing a physical examination, you need to take permission from the teacher. You need to tell what you are going to do. What is this? This is how you do and make a good practice, clinical practice for medicine. So I think all of us are passing through a phase now. There is a paradigm shift in the way the education has been done in CBME. And we are very sure in times to come, over the years, we will learn out of it what works well with us, what is not working well with us. And then we keep on adding on one after the other and then reach some standard so that our outcome, which is the students who are getting out from our colleges, are more competent, more skillful, and then they have leadership quality. They are good in management. They know how to do prioritization of things and then deliver the best care to poor and rich wherever they are. So thank you, Vijay, once again. It is really very useful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May I request sir to please stay on the stage for the next session also.
I think some of you had questions, you can ask to Dr. Vijay Raghavan at a later.
Yeah, very comfortable.
Yes. Dinesh is online.
Thank you, Vijay Raghavan sir, for that excellent presentation and for sharing your insight. It is indeed an honor and pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Professor of Excellence, Professor of Eminence, and Professor Emeritus, Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra, sir. A stalwart and an orator par excellence. He has many laurels and achievements to his name. And I don't think he needs any introduction, but I would just like to say a few lines about you, sir. The recipient of prestigious B.C. Roy National Award as an eminent medical teacher, and receiving Doctorate of Science and DMSc by Indian Medical Sciences University.
Thank you.
Please, just the stage is yours, sir.
Thank you. Learned, esteemed chairpersons, genuine leaders of medical education, including stalwarts there too. Seated across me, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I deem it imperative and my duty to record my sense of humble tributes to His Holiness, Swami Rama, under whose tutelage people like Dr. Devrari, Dr. Vijendra Chauhan, and their entire team built up a very bona fide and genuine temple of learning in which we are putting across ourselves today. And ladies and gentlemen, I feel very humbled to put across that I am one of those fortunates who has seen this tree being planted in this premises grow to the stage that it is today, and small little roles and responsibilities which always came my way for this institution I have dispensed with utmost gratitude and thankfulness. You will all join me in recording our sense of appreciation for the National Academy of Health Professional Education, or Academy of Health Professional Education, led by stalwarts like my learned brother Avinash Supe, and presently Dr. Anshu and their entire team, for really contributing in a very rich and a very creditable, constructive manner to the cause of medical education in the last 15 years. And as a person associated with the policy making in the country pertaining to medical education, I have every reason to record my thanks and gratitude to the Academy for contributing to the cause of changing the face, fate, and let me say so, future of medical education in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the purport I have been given, I am not depicting any model because there is none which is in vogue. One of the most neglected areas perhaps has been vested with me in this depiction today. But then please believe me, Chair, I have come with a problem. And therefore I am here before all of you, the learned, enriched contributors, to rise to the occasion and get the malady sorted out in an absolutely structured manner, so that tomorrow we are in a position to put across that what we formulated, it is being operated in a sense which is resulting in fulfillment of the set out objectives. All of us have scratched our head over a period of time as to how the most important vital period of transition, the internship, absolutely has been ebbing over a period of time, to the extent all of us right before our eyes saw that it has been absolutely devoured in its totality by a demon called need preparation right from the day one till the last day. It may be a harbinger for future of the learner is one part of the story. But imagine an event which is so inevitable, working it out in a manner which is absolutely contrary to what has been set out in the entire process. There is an imperative need that we need to really go in for syntaxing of the entire mechanism for a practice. I have no hesitation in admitting, Chairman, sir, that no doubt in the competency-based model education, where the core principle, and again I am wanting to recall, competency-based medical education, in my humble opinion, which I put across in my prologue when we started the work in 2015, that ultimately it has to be an education of 3 H's, which was contemplated by Mahatma Gandhi way back when he gave a document on Bunyadi Talim in 1939, through just before the commencement of the Second World War. And that was, he said, any education, including professional education, has to be of 3 H's. There has to be an education of head, which is in plenty. There has to be an education of hand, which is also there. But simultaneously, there has to be an education of heart. And therefore, competency-based medical education, in my humble understanding, as the chairman of the academic council with this expert group, which has resulted in generation of that document, it is a document pertaining to 3 H's, the medical education of head, medical education of hands, and medical education of heart. That is the simplistic understanding which I am wanting to put across this. The question is, why internship? Why is it that after the learner is doing his MD and MS, there is no internship? Nowhere in the world there is an internship for specialists, but everywhere in the world there is an internship before one is put into registered medical practice. Therefore, who is the owner of internship is $1 million question statutorily, Chairman. It is not the regulatory council which is just wanting to recognize a medical college in terms of satisfactory performance of internship, but let me put it across very candidly. Even in the structured format by which the recognitions are worked out, there is no mention of internship being done in what desired manner or there is any deviation. It is only certification of the final MBBS examination, that to the summative examination conduct. And therefore, I am emphatically putting across a transition period which is planned in nature. 1 year of the transition period. For what reason? Transition is that the learner who is doing his internship under the aegis of the college or the hospital or the institution, but with what? With the most significant armory, ladies and gentlemen. No intern is in a position to do his or her internship in any country without a provisional registration by the regulatory council. And that is the most important part that perhaps we academicians are missing. Therefore, the onus of internship is not only on the regulatory body. The ownership of the internship is not only in terms of satisfactory certification. The ownership is that on satisfactory completion of the internship, the registering council will be giving you a permanent registration which will be subject to renewal and re-registration in terms of whatever laws are governing the situation at a given point of time. Therefore, the ownership of this internship program, which is a transition period, has to be with 2 statutory authorities. That is my first observation which I am wanting to make. The regulatory frame of the internship has to be equally vested with that council which has given provisional registration to the intern for the purposes of dispensing his targeted responsibilities and satisfactory completion thereto would be entitling him or her to have a permanent registration. Therefore, there is a second wing which has to be accountable for ensuring that the internship completion is satisfactory in nature and character, other than the original regulatory frame of recognition of medical colleges. The second aspect which I am wanting to put across, no doubt, CBME document prescribes internship competencies thereto, the nature, the objective, and luckily, the regulation which has been notified and updated regulation of 2022 governing internship definitely can be said to be a very progressive milestone in the direction of structuring out the internship program as a whole in the most desired, decisive, and emphatic manner. But once again, I am wanting to put across, ladies and gentlemen, we all proclaim that learning has to be assessment driven. What is the modality of assessment that has been put across even in the CBME document and even in the operational regulatory document of internship regulation of 2022? Let us put our hearts on our chest whether we will be really in a position to make a difference as far as the operationalization of internship is concerned. And my answer is, I have my own reservations, like practically all of you. Therefore, there has to be a solution, Mr. Chairman, sir. We are a country of divergences, ladies and gentlemen. It's very easy to talk idealism, but when it comes to practicing the same in reality in a divergent situation-based country like ours, it becomes very stringent, it becomes very difficult. You are required to regulate today an internship for 612 medical schools. On an average, nearly 65,000 interns working in this country, and therefore effective monitoring of this cannot be by prescriptions which are idealistic in character. You will have to work out a manual as to what is expected of the objective, how that objective has to be put across in terms of process, what will be the monitoring mechanism of the process, what will be the outcome analysis of this process, and therefore I am putting across a suggestion before this learned gathering that internship to me, and for that matter to any prudent person who is wanting to justify the role, relevance, scope, need, necessity and outcome of internship, will definitely believe that internship ultimately is a period which is totally devoted to absolutely competency building in terms of three important D's, that he is not only doing it, he is demonstrating it, and therefore he will be able to deliver it. Therefore, internship is 1 year period which is expected to be totally plagued by three important D's, and those D's are: he has to do. Doability is the hallmark of internship, but then that doability is free from risk is the important factor where the regulatory council comes into picture, because his doability is totally under supervision, and this is the beauty of that transition period. Nowhere in the life after you and we become RMP, there is any umbrella of protection of any type, including to even postgraduate learners, because the core competencies which are vested with the MBBS certification, there is no error pardonable, even if they are done under supervision. Therefore, the only period which is a protected period, the only period which is insulated period, the only period which is absolutely under umbrella is the period of internship, where it is totally under supervision. Therefore, it is free and immune from any risk on part of the doer. That is the nature of insulation which is vested with the interns. We have never been in a position to bring all these operational focus in these dimensions, because good, that periodicity now has been defined. Doabilities have been defined. Demonstrabilities have been defined. Competencies structured which are required to be certified, they have been defined. Absolutely fine. Document, I give you 100 out of 100 marks, Chairman Sir. It's a well laid out document. Regulatory frame put across in the regulation with a change, which I will be coming to it a bit later. And that is, please try to understand. Hitherto, we were talking of internship under the internship regulation only for the Indian medical graduates. For the first time, the internship ambit has been broadened in terms of 2022 regulation, where even foreign medical graduates have been brought under the ambit of internship regulation. And this is an important feature, because when you are contemplating next, and when final MBBS examination is expected to be taken as next, in that situation, are we going to conduct the next exam in the name of next examination? If final examination, final MBBS examination, even for the foreign medical graduates, is a huge ambiguity. Therefore, what will be the nature which is expected to be governing the FMG as against IMG still remains a dilemma which has to be sorted out. That is not the purview which I am bringing over here. The controversies or the issues pertaining to next is not your and my cup of tea in terms of my talk today. But yes, passing reference share, if final MBBS examination is the next resulting to the heraldship of internship is going to be availed as a next, which will be in the form of an MCQ to be conducted by a designated authority by the competent authority. And if I am able to understand it right, Professor Vijay Raghavan, that final MBBS theory and practical examinations to be conducted by the university, I am not in a position to understand. 3 vice chancellors are sitting across me. Who will certify the degree of this graduate is $1 million question to a new person like me, where final MBBS theory examination will be conducted by next, in the name of next. Practical examination will be conducted by the college. Now, how exactly the mixing of the two examinations will entail certification of an MBBS degree for the purposes of commencement of internship turns out to be itself $1 million question, blended with a foreign medical graduate clarification which is necessary, is again a huge poser. Notwithstanding this, Chairman, sir, the burden and the load of the internship under new regulation is augmented because FMG internship is also equally now a responsibility, where my house was in disorder and disarray. Now I have got an invited self-styled load, which is going to be adding to the pole of this disorder and disarray. In what proportion? At least today it is only imaginative, but the doors will be open immediately within 6 months, and then you will be realizing that our problems are multifold. Therefore, Chairman, sir, my humble submission to this illustrious gathering is, problems have always been there and problems will be there. You and me are expected to be intellectuals and intelligent enough to be sorting out those problems in a planned, decisive and directional way. The simple model which I am wanting to put across before this illustrious gathering is, internship is an operation of transmission or transition with defined objectives which have been crystallized in the IMG. The entire MBBS profile has readied the learner for that particular purpose in whatever monitored way it is certified. Now, it is no head which is to be applied. It is only the heart and hand which is required to be trained, tuned, articulated, and diligently dispensed in internship, in terms of various propositions which have been structured and catalogued in segregated manner, listed in the document, duly monitored with due responsibilities fixed for those monitoring, including accountabilities of certification, which is not satisfactory in the present mode. Therefore, my first suggestion to this learned gathering is, internship has to be an independent area of assessment which will have a definite weightage for the certification of the degree. And my proposition is, final MBBS examination and first to 4 parts is equal to 80% of the degree, and internship certification is 20% of the certification, and the cumulative certification will be 80 plus 20, then only it is the conferment of degree, number one. But the certifying grades in case of MBBS examinations and internship assessment, they have to be different. The levels and grades of summative examinations, including formative reflections or whatever modalities of assessment you talk about. Here, because it is only doability, demonstrability, and required deliverability, the levels of certification have to be at least 25% add on to the basal level of certification of final MBBS examination. The second requirement which will be in a position to fulfill. And once you make this as a weightage, once you make this as a part of certification, the nature and the level of emphasis itself alters. What Professor Pandya was wanting to raise was, if by nomenclature itself we make a differentiation, then learner is equally intelligent enough to decipher that differentiation and accordingly work out prioritization in the context of perceived differentiation. Internship has been a victim of the same, but here at least a laudable cause was there that has been taken care of. Next, in whatever format, ladies and gentlemen, at least the period of internship which was devoted to the MCQs round the corner in 24 hours a day, at least it gets decimated in terms of the availability of the period by virtue of next. Problems of next we will sort out in whatever mode and manner. That is a policy frame which will be taken care of by people like me and Dr. Paul. We will discuss on it. But then internship ultimately is responsibility of the medical teachers, responsibility of the medical planners, responsibility of the medical administrators in the institution. Therefore, Chairman, sir, in this country, even now I am experienced enough to profess things. And under your chairmanship, all the more. My prophecy is, we should ready a manual on how exactly internship is to be implemented. Internship implementation manual. This is the only answer which I am able to conceive, because otherwise, and give laxity to people. Again, I am telling you, manual does not mean a compulsory holier than thou and more pious than cow. By manual means a referral document which is for the purposes of desired doability. Optimization is your responsibility. I am not talking of optimization. I am talking of desired outcome, which on analysis should be found to be of required set out predetermined standards. Therefore, the model which I am proposing for discussion before this illustrious gathering, because if not you, then my $1 million question is who and where do I get
who's who in one who. That is also my equally a big issue. Therefore, my submission is, our objective is that internship, which is equipping the MBBS certified learner ready enough, duly oriented, duly augmented, duly enriched for the purposes of taking the responsibilities of RMP, incorporated in terms of 4 set out objectives and 5 attributes in totality, especially with reference to hands-on doability, hands-on demonstrability, and hands-on deliverability, certified at a plank which is set higher than what is the certified plank for his basal qualification. And why should internship, therefore, in the context of this, ladies and gentlemen, should not be declared as a residential? Bulk of the MBBS graduates are getting absorbed into the postgraduate education stream. And good, those who do not get, they are there in the repertoire mode, and that repertoire mode is open-ended in this country. Otherwise, with half-baked internship, if only with MBBS certified internship of the present pattern, if the learners were to practice, take it for me, it would have been a disaster and a catastrophe for this country. This is the level of danger that you and me are harboring in our mind. The doers and the makers imagine what exactly is the outcome in terms of life. Therefore, the net result is, in the context of next, an opportunity is before us. The period which was otherwise was getting demolished, there is a feasibility of resurrection in a new way. We have been able to structure it well, define it well, objective, operation, absolutely neatly and clearly put across. Perhaps there are certain policy frames which are needed, for which academic justification is necessary. And therefore, I am wanting to put across. Policy makers are not intelligent enough to work out academic rationale. Academic rationale has to be put across by people like us and then taken to these so-called learned policy makers only for the purposes of putting in appropriate words. Even on that count, you don't have to worry. I am reasonably expert in it. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, my submission to us is a transition which is expected to be desirable, a transition which is expected to be determined in nature, a transition which is expected to be fructifying in absolutely totality, and a transition which is expected to be from home settings or teaching settings to real world settings. The transition period has to be used effectively. It has to be used judiciously, and it has to be used in a defined and structured manner. Structuring part is well done. Doing part is something which is required to be worked out, and therefore my submissions, I am concluding by only 3 suggestions. A, make internship residential in character. Transfer part is absolutely banned in to the present regulation, good part of it. Number 2, put it across, the same being designated in the form of an assistant resident. Number 3, make a manual of how exactly the implementation, and let us call it internship implementation program, a manual on internship implementation program, and broaden the scope of reference of CISP to include internship implementation program thereon. We are still in time. Batches admitted in 2018-19 are still not reached the level of internship before they embark onto that path. Before the next by itself has been delayed by 1 year. 2023, it has been now pushed on to 2024. Therefore, another small little time is available for us. Maybe destiny is wanting us to be making us reach that destination. Therefore, all these differences are taking place. Let us avail, ready that manual. Make these 2 or 3 important suggestions. Let us work out in this direction so that we are able to avail the period of transition. This multiplication, which is almost making us go in for creation of generation of highest number of trained health manpower in the world. By 2035, the estimated situation is that every third registered medical practitioner in the world will be produced by Indian medical schools. This is the situation which is down the line in coming 13, 15 years. In that context, if we are not in a position to equip ourselves well, perhaps posterity will be questioning us, and let us face posterity with a conviction in terms of absolute creative dimensions to be put across through forums like this, in which academy should take a lead because they have led on all these counts. Therefore, I thought it better that I will be going with a begging bowl before the academy for the purposes of getting that bowl filled up all over again with this particular dimension to be carried forward, to be incorporated in CBME for its realistic fructification. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for patient listening. That's all.
All of us are really stunned, and it's an excellent, thought-provoking talk. Sir said two things. One is do, demonstrate and deliver. And second, he says, I think, intensive implementation model. I think so both are so relevant points. Converting internship into a semi-residency is also a wonderful part. I'm sure academy, Anshu or everybody would take this talk. I think sir would like to take some questions or not.
Absolutely, no issues. No issues.
Sanjay? I think I would request people to be very brief and quick so that we will have more clarification. Anybody else wants to raise hand? Can be ready? Yes.
Sir, there is an excellent point you have raised that internship should be assessed and 20% marks should be there.
Exactly.
This is something a change. Beautiful. I mean, I have in other countries also internship is assessed. Now I have a suggestion of implementation. Which, I mean, from day one, student enters the internship day one. How to give an IV comes on a screen across the country. So all 65,000 interns sitting in front of the screen, provided by a centralized body. It could be an NMC, how to give an IV injection. Day two, at the end of the day, a centralized exam, multiple choice question, or plus 360 evaluation by the teacher, by the nurse, by the peers. Day two, how to give, say, catheterization.
Sure.
It's centralized. I mean, you get the point. I want to promote use of digital health technology in internship. You will find, I pray to all of you that please use this technology. India will leapfrog the world very, very fast.
Practically, Sanjay, in any and every venture that you will be required to be planning at any and every level, technology will find an echo in it, is inevitable. And Corona times have absolutely made us all reasonably mentally equipped on that particular count. However, niceties, nuances, modalities, I think this will have to be worked up once we agree in principle that there will be incorporation and judicious incorporation of ICT-based mechanisms for the purposes of invocation of these activities. That generic acceptance, rest of the modalities, what will be in what manner like. Internship orientation program itself should be structured on the basis of a foundation program that we have got for undergraduate, exclusively worked out for internship, which could be centrally through a modular approach across for all the interns across the country on a virtual mode through a structured module. Absolutely.
See, Sanjay,
absolutely.
It should not be 65 people at one time. You can create small videos and put it.
Absolutely, absolutely.
You don't need to have everybody on top.
They may come, they may not come.
I
And
think.
then
Maybe.
during Corona, we had these digital maps coming every day. Technology was there, but why we don't use it for tuberculosis? We don't use it for other infectious diseases. We don't use it for diabetes. But the technology is there, which was demonstrated during Corona. But we did not use it, and after Corona, we are still not using it.
Our malady is we grow intelligent in installments.
That's a wonderful answer.
Wonderful lecture, eye-opening. I think this is the need of the hour.
Just speak in the mic. Speak close.
And MUHS we already have developed a module where all competencies are included. I think we wanted 3 lecturers to certify actual competency of doing procedure. But at then what is required in attitude. At then nothing happened. Everybody just write down marks. As Sanjay stating, we have been developing, I think, go for a video analytics of 10 procedures, where instead of somebody observing, the system observes the checklist. It would be far better to implement.
I think Dr. Thakkar, you said it, but what sir is trying to say is that the period of transition has to be well utilized. And I think we need to create module or all the systems to do that. I think Dr. Raghunandan, you want to make a quick point? Anybody else? I think we'll take one more question, Sajid, and then we'll close it.
Residential, I think we had that CRR, I used to call compulsory residential rotatory internship, but over the period it got diluted. Over the period, I think we have diluted that concept, but by the time that said that about that revival, and also the evaluation at the end of CRR is a must. Then only I think the system will change. I mean, strongly agree with what you have said. We are here to implement this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think sir says the same point. Sajid?
Sir, my suspicion is that most of the times the interns are left alone by the faculty. So the faculty has to be seriously involved in training the interns, and as much as possible, since the university is getting rid of the final MBBS examination to a significant extent, we must insist on this assessment being carried out by the university, maybe using external examiners.
The easiest principle on this is there cannot be a monitoring where there is no mentoring. You are entitled to monitor only then when you have mentor. You will not mentor and you will monitor. It will not be. See, there are fundamental principles which are there. The only thing is we need to operationalize them. And for that operationalization, my submission have always been, and this has worked well in this country, is because I'm just recalling, Chair, 1997 regulation, we talked of horizontal and vertical integration. But because the model was not given, it remained absolutely a non-starter till 2010, 2011. So what I'm trying to tell you is, work out a model, a line diagram in this country, people will definitely take it up and fill it up. May not be in true colors, but at least in some colors. But in a divergent, in a huge country like ours, in absence of a structured dotted line diagram, things do not even move. That is my observation, and I'm very candid on it. It has worked. Apply your mind, ready the document. I am telling you, we will be able to make it.
I think that's the point we wanted. I think
Thank you, sir, for your mesmerizing talk. I think it must have moved a lot of souls who are sitting here. We need to do introspection on how we can improve the country. And I think how to be a good speaker, orator, you also need to learn from sir. And the way he said, CH, head, heart, hands. It captures whole of how you do good practice for clinical care. And then he's saying 3 Ds. So important. To demonstrate and deliver. Deliver is how you reach the poorest of poor for providing the same best care with your head, heart, which is your soul, and with your hands. Wonderful, sir, and it is always so inspiring listening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, sir. It's always wonderful to hear your talk. And I think so there's a lot of clarity on internship program now, and simultaneously it has also raised many questions. So before we proceed further, I would request our moderators, Dr. Supe sir, and our principal hymns, Dr. Ashok Devrari sir, to kindly hand over a certificate of appreciation to our speakers. Dr. Ved Prakash Mishra sir.
Pleasure.
And also Dr. Vijay Raghavan sir, please.
Thank you. Thanks.
And
This company.
and it would be an honor to present certificate of appreciation to Dr. Avinash Supe sir and Dr. Ashok Devrari sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, as we proceed further, we have two back-to-back online sessions, and we'll be connected to two very esteemed, distinguished speakers. It's an honor to introduce first a Senior Associate FAMER and Director FAMER Global Programs, Dr. Rashmi Vyas. She is an alumni of CMC Ludhiana and a prestigious college, BJ Medical College, India. She has also done her master's in Health Professions Education, Chicago, USA. Madam has contributed a lot to her through her expertise in medicine and health profession educations. She has done a lot of research and academic activities. And prior to joining FAMER, Dr. Vyas was a professor at CMC Vellore. Ma'am has led many educational innovations, and she's also a convener for the National Medical Commission Regional and Nodal Centers for National Faculty Development in Medical Education. Ma'am, it's an honor to hear you today. I hand over the mic to Dr. Rashmi now.
Thank you very much. I'll just share my screen. Are you able to see my screen?
It's clear.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. It's a great honor and pleasure to be here at the National Conference on Health Professions Education. I'm Dr. Rashmi Vyas, as I have just been introduced. I'm a Senior Associate at FAMER and Director of FAMER Global Programs. FAMER Global Programs includes the FAMER Fellowships, which we offer through the FAMER Institutes and the FAMER Regional Institutes, and other new programs to advance health professions education and clinical care. But I'm also a FAMER Fellow 2003 from Philadelphia, and I have been in the early group that conceptualized and started the Academy of Health Professions Education, and I was a organizer for NCHPE when we had it in CMC Vellore, the third NCHPE. So NCHPE is very, very close to my heart, and I'm extremely happy to be here, at least be able to participate with all my dear friends today virtually. I will be sharing some thoughts on challenges on online learning in building global community of practice. I have a quick question for you for self-reflection. Are you a member of a community of practice of health professions? Yes, no, I do not know. Hold on to your answers, and we'll see this again at the end of the presentation and see if your answer has changed or remains the same. In order to understand about building online community of practice, first we need to understand what is a community of practice. So let's start from the beginning, the very beginning. Community of practice is defined as a group of people with a shared concern committed to deepening their knowledge and expertise by interacting on an ongoing basis. So when we apply it to community of practice in the health professions, community of practice is then referred to as a group informally bound together by personal connections and understanding, shared expertise, and passion for improving academic health centers and the people they serve. Palko et al., they actually emphasized that the process of thinking together is what makes the community of practice effective and meaningful? Because in this process, the members, they undergo mutual guidance for understanding the same set of problems around mutual areas of interests. And this thinking together is crucial in the whole process of building, establishing, and sustaining a community of practice for making it extremely effective and meaningful. This community of practice is a theory about how individuals learn. That's what Emery and Griffin are proposing. It's been derived from components of a social theory of learning. As you see from this diagram or from this picture, learning happens in 4 areas. One is practice, where learning is as doing. The second is meaning, where learning happens as an experience. The third is identity, where learning happens as becoming a professional, for example. And community, where learning happens as belonging to a community, to a group with shared interest. In 2009 and 10, elements of community of practice were broken down into 3 core elements. The first is the domain. A community of practice is not just people coming together and networking. Those who come together in a community of practice, they share specific areas of interest, and that's the domain. And when they come together, it's just not shared interest. Oh, we like the same movie. They have to, or it's just not that shared area of interest. They have to work together, collaborate, interact, and engage in joint activities in the domain for which they have come together. And while doing so, very important, they have to build relationships. And the third element is practice. Community of practice in this members have not come together just because they have some common likes. For example, a common movie, a common book, but they are practitioners. They build together a repository of materials, whether they share their work experiences, how they solve problems, or it's publications. So they are practitioners. So all these 3 domains together contribute to elements of a community of practice. In the last decade, by the time 2020 came, those 3 domains were expanded. So if you see the common goal, which was the domain, the shared interest of the shared area of interest, was now becoming a joint enterprise, which included mutual accountability and so on. The community where they are working together, that has expanded to become mutual engagement, where there are mutual relationships, maintenance of community in the whole social complexity. And the third one, building, the practice part, is about collection of communal resources. So it's a shared repertoire of stories, events, discourse, materials. For us, for health professions, it could be workshop materials, the presentations in this conference, and so on. So the elements and characteristics of a COP has remained consistent in the past decade. However, the definitions, the understanding has expanded to make it more clear what a community of practice is and should be. So let's see the value of being in a community of practice. Why should we be in a community of practice, to put it simply? It has been shown from the literature that there is evidence that an effective community of practice is very effective in teaching and disseminating knowledge, in promoting collaborations, in creating innovative solutions, in strengthening a sense of community within an organization, fostering professional identity, and overcoming professional isolation. And this last one, it has been said in the literature that it's particularly useful for those who are working in isolation in rural areas. So you build the community and provide that support. Okay, now we know the definition of community of practice in health professions, the theory, elements, characteristics, and the value of being in a community of practice. So what? What's in it for me? So let's put it together for you. So this is the story of the NCHPE community of practice. A group of health professions educators in India from different states are having their 14th National Conference on Health Professions Education. For 16 years now, they have been coming together to hear how others in the region were engaged in HPE and designed need-based workshops and academic materials. Only a few of the original members are still a part of this group, but the shared work, stories, and artifacts created over time gave their meetings a sense of continuity and purpose. If one observes very carefully, we'll notice how new members are warmly welcomed and how ambitious the core members are to advance the field of health professions education. And the evening social events organized by the conference organizers are always lively, creating a personal bonding. So this is the story of the NCHPE community of practice that all of us are a part of. Similarly, there are other community of practices in health professions in India, the Academy of Health Professions Educators, MEU India Group, and so on. So all was well. And then what happened? Then came the COVID-19 pandemic, which pushed the need to build online community of practice. So to provide a context, faculty development programs are considered critical for transformational reform. And a key component in faculty development programs is intentional community building. Online learning is not new, and in the recent times, it had been gaining momentum over time. However, the onset of COVID-19 pandemic served as a tipping point, which pushed a rapid transition into online learning. So even faculty development programs needed to innovate and pivot quickly to remain relevant, current, and meaningful. The biggest challenge in the faculty development program move to online was building a close, tight-knit, trust-based community when program participants are not meeting in person. How does one do that? What I'm sharing, bringing to you is a couple of examples of virtual community of practice. And as you can see from the dates, they are very recent. So Sylvester et al., they published in 2022 about building a virtual community of health professionals across all clinical disciplines. The program is called the Clinical Lead Forum. It is across many countries, and they have used Zoom and virtual meetings in a very structured, systematic way to do this. And during COVID-19, they pivoted to topic areas being discussed about COVID-19. And they found that this has actually helped or advanced the capacity of health professionals in low and middle income resource countries. The second is Ramani et al. You can see it's 2021 publication. They talk about building a virtual community of scholars to advance scholarship in health professions education. This article also gives 12 tips for developing virtual community of practice. So things are happening, things are moving around the world. But how does one build a virtual community? The first step is the vision. That is, establish the community through the vision. So identify a shared need or purpose of bringing that community together. Develop and disseminate the shared purpose, vision, and work, and then start to build a community. It's very important to have that the members all share the same vision, the same need, the same purpose for them to come together as a community. The second step is grow the community, the actualization of the community, which means, okay, now the members have come together. Now purposefully cultivate the community of practice, rotate leadership, management, and follower roles. Now this time, start establishing specific goals, tasks, and projects that are aligned with the vision. aligned with the shared purpose, aligned with the needs. Welcome and embrace diverse socio-cultural contexts because that is what will make the community rich. And promote and attend to psychological safety, which is very important for the well-being of the community. The third step is sustain the community, that is, function of the identity. So make space for social interactions, which is very important because the community just doesn't come together and start doing the work. They have to bond. A personal bonding has to happen. Celebrate the wins, the small win, the large win. Spend time on reflection on what worked, what did not, what can be changed, what cannot be changed, and plans for longer term sustainability. So the vision, actualization, and the identity have been identified as 3 steps in building a virtual community in the 2021 publication. I will share some examples from my own experiences with building FAMER online global community of practice. As many of you know, FAMER, the Foundation for Advancement of International Medical Education and Research, now a member of INTELT, offers for more than 2 decades, has offered a global faculty development program. This is in health professions education, leadership, and community building for global health professions educators. This program is offered through the International FAMER Institute, located in Philadelphia, USA, and our 9 FAMER regional institutes located globally. The FAMER Institute, now called International FAMER Institute, was launched in 2001 from Philadelphia, USA, as a part-time 2-year fellowship in health professions education. It was offered in a hybrid format, with the 2 to 3 weeks on-site in Philadelphia and online component. So that intense on-site piece worked wonders in building the global community of practice, the FAMER community of practice. FAMER adapted a hub and spokes organizational design to establish FAMER regional institutes. This design fostered mutual partnership and collaboration. FAMER regional institutes were modeled on the International FAMER Institute curriculum with adaptation to the local context. So over 22 years, we have almost 2,000 FAMER fellows from 55 countries that form a vibrant global network of health professions educators. So all was well. Our on-site parts of the program worked wonders in developing this FAMER community. And then came COVID-19 pandemic. Our programs had to adapt. The FAMER Institute in Philadelphia became the International FAMER Institute, IFI, and reflects the successful and quick pivot that we made to move this program to a completely online program. We used Moodle as the learning management system and Zoom for our online synchronous sessions. We faced many challenges when we pivoted to online, and this is our 3rd year now, and we believe that we have found the curriculum delivery model that works. However, our biggest challenge was to build an online FAMER community of practice when our participants were not meeting in person. The FAMER community of practice, the building of FAMER community of practice has been crucial to the immense success of the FAMER fellowship program over 2 decades. So here we were faced with this challenge. How do we do it? So what we did was, we broke it down into small steps. We used a nested approach to build an online FAMER community of practice. So you can see that in the big FAMER global community, we have nested subgroups. So the first subgroup is our year 1 FAMER fellows. So the focus in year 1 is to build the year 1 FAMER fellows community. And we do that during the time as year 1 fellows through targeted sessions, such as learning circles, where peers come together in small groups without faculty and share their life stories, a variety of group activities during virtual meetings and outside virtual meeting times. So these were very intentionally designed and targeted towards building the Year 1 FAMER Fellows community. Another subgroup nested in the FAMER community is the Year 2 FAMER Fellows community. We believe that when they were in Year 1, we had formed their community, and now we were on the second step, that is strengthen this community. It was similar, the approach was similar to what we used in building the Year 1 community. We have targeted sessions and group activities during the virtual meetings and outside virtual meeting times. Our third subgroup is the Year 1 and Year 2 FAMER Fellows community together. So now we had to target and figure out how do we bring together and build the Year 1 and Year 2 FAMER Fellows community online. Again, a lot of thought went into it, and intentionally, we created a lot of times and space where the Year 1 and Year 2 interacted together. For example, when they join, we have an introduction time when the Year 1 and Year 2 fellows interview and introduce each other. The Year 1 fellows participate actively when the Year 2 fellows present their projects. Projects are the fulcrum, the bone, the crux of the FAMER Fellowship. And Year 2s do a lot of mentoring to Year 1 fellows when they come in. Similarly, Year 2 fellows will also participate actively when the Year 1 fellows present their projects. And we have many other sessions.
I think so we've lost connectivity with Dr. Rashmi. Just give us a few seconds and we'll try to reconnect.
Madam got disconnected.
Yes.
Yeah, madam. She got disconnected. Yeah.
Dr. Rashmi has got disconnected. Just please wait for just few seconds while she tries to reconnect. Yes, we've called her. Presentation का है what the video है ना हाँ वो तो connected ready to next ready. Yes. Welcome back, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me?
Just connecting in a minute.
My apologies. I got kicked out, but now I'm back in. Thank you for your patience. So I'll just share my screen again.
Yes, sure, ma'am.
So is that okay? Shall I just continue?
Yes, ma'am, please continue.
Okay. So I was talking about how we are approaching building online FEMA community of practice. And the most difficult part was building and engaging the FEMA global community. How do we do that for almost 2,000 fellows across the globe when, our program, when we cannot have and are not having in-person meetings? So we actually used platforms and meetings to engage FEMA global community. We launched a platform which we call FEMA Connect this year. And the purpose of this platform is to engage the FEMA global community. This year, the focus is on recruiting participants and strategizing for activities to engage. We also started the annual FEMA Global Forum meeting. We started it last year with our 20 years anniversary celebration. We just had a second annual FEMA Global meeting in October last week, and it was very successful. We also have the annual FEMA Institute leadership meet, where we bring together the directors of the regional institutes and the leaders of the institutions where the regional institutes are hosted. So our efforts are ongoing. The point I'm trying to make is that this is still work in progress. It is a hard job to build an online community of practice, but as we see from the literature that others are doing it, we at FEMA are trying it. And as we move into this new normal world, which we have been pushed into, we continue our efforts. There have been advantages of online COP. Online community connects geographically dispersed participants easily. It's cost-effective, easily accessible to activities, platforms. What has been defined is characteristics of online community of practice. And all of you health professions educators, if you will see, they are characteristics of any environment, learning environment. Create a safe learning space, ensure equity and inclusion, activate champions and promote active engagement, innovation, and adaptability. So we can safely say that it is appropriate for a global community of practice to adapt a quote by Mother Teresa. We alone cannot change the world, but we can cast a stone across the waters to create many ripples. And that is what a community of practice is. So coming back to the question which we started, are you a member of a community of health professions education? I hope for all those who said, I do not know, I know, your answer is yes now. And for all those who had said yes, I hope that this presentation gives you additional insights on how we can better our contributions in making our community of practice meaningful and effective. How we can leverage online forums to continue building online community of practice. These are the references that I have used. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rashmi, for being with us. It's a pleasure and an honor to hear you. Early morning, we could not connect, so we had 2 other sessions. And thank you for all the support you lended to us for conducting NCHPE. That goes beyond words. We are totally speechless. Thank you so much for being with us. And I think we'll play the video for Dr. Bhavdeva. Thanks. Thank you, Dr. Rashmi, once again. It was a wonderful presentation. Now I would like to carry forward the session by introducing you to Dr. Wagde Talat. He's a professor and founding head Medical Education Department, Suez Canal University, Philadelphia, working for more than 20 years as WHO consultant for healthcare management development, has authored many books in medical education and has received many international prestigious awards. So we'll be connecting to Dr. Wagde shortly.
Research on computer and other technology has shown that there are no more effective. But if we begin because of our technology,
मैंने pause कर दिया ये 2 मिनट के
I think so the volume is slightly on the lower side, which I will try to raise the volume.
On the Zoom, you advanced mode. Bottom will come just advanced mode required. When you connect to the Zoom, now you have to go to advanced mode and connect the settings. Then you just stop sharing screen. Stop sharing screen. We will just try once. Stop sharing screen. Now you share the screen again. See this. Once. Now what you have to do? When you do this, now you have to go to advanced. Okay. Yeah. Advanced. Now you have to say yes. Click this. Share. Share sound. Yes. Optimize. Now it will correct. Click it. Click it.
screen sharing video.
ठीक है, click करो, share करो, अभी share.
Founding head of the Medical Education Department at the Faculty of Medicine, Suez Canal University in Egypt. It's a great pleasure and honor being with you today. I'm going to talk to you today about how technology facilitates human interactions in student learning and patient care. A great deal of research on computers and other technologies has shown that they are no more effective at teaching students than teachers. But if we begin to think about technologies as learning tools that students learn with, not from, then the nature of student learning will change. We all remember when COVID-19 emerged, we modified the term social distancing to become physical distancing, because by using technology, we could still perfectly connect, work, teach, chat. Even the meaning of face-to-face has been changed and no more means or synonymous to physical contact. With adoption of remote learning, many higher education institutions are substituting traditional resources with educational technologies in an attempt to keep up with their digital learning population. Face-to-face means no more physical on-site contact, but also face-to-face contact during online video calls. With a paradigm shift from teaching to learning, we are creating unlimited opportunities with limitless options and infinite resources to play with technology for the purpose of more in-depth human connect and more personalized chances for enhanced student learning. Simply, we put the student in the driver's seat and just play coach for guidance to help students reach their study goals or even higher. Technology makes it easier for students to find information more quickly and with higher degree of accuracy, and efficiently connect to transfer the learning to teach other students, which is the highest level in the learning pyramid. As you can see here, you can get the best benefit of learning when the learner teach other students. Even the retention of knowledge is much higher than just giving a lecture. See the difference between teaching others and just listen to a lecture. Here, the retention of knowledge is only 5%, but here it gets much higher, up to 90%. Technology makes students and physicians more efficiently connect with scientific networks to seek or verify information for better medical education and patient safety. Online learning does not mean necessarily a type of distance learning. Online learning could happen during on-site learning sessions for medical students when we need to expand the horizon of learning environment and make use of boundless learning opportunities. To do so, learners must express what they know using different technology tools. Requires learners to express what they know in different ways. Technologies can be used to help learners express themselves in writing. Learners can express themselves using a variety of tools, such as databases, spreadsheets, and expert systems. each tool requiring different forms of expression. Technologies can support verbal expression. Contrast these varieties of expressions to those required by statement-dated tests like MCQs, where students' only form of expression is a selection of answer A, B, C, or D. After all, this is called recognition, not even recall. If we are not careful during building our education and exams, especially MCQs, we can fall into a category which is even lower cognitive skill than recall of knowledge, which is recognition of knowledge. In reality, patients don't provide choices for their doctors to choose from. Doctors use recall of prior knowledge in their work much more than recognition. And we still build up most of our exams on recognition by using simplest ways of building our MCQ exams. As you can see here, the cognitive domain of the taxonomy of educational objectives, the lowest level is recall of knowledge. And we build up our exams when we used MCQs or the simplest format of MCQs on a lower level than recall, which is the recognition of knowledge. But by using technology, we can integrate all these levels in our education and evaluation: recall, comprehension, application of knowledge, analysis, senses, evaluation, and even creation, which is the highest level. Now, a few words about the effect of technology on human connect in patient care. Technology has been and will continue to advance every day. A positive effect technology has had on the medical field is the use of handheld devices being used to record and update the patient's medical history almost instantly. Just to name a few other positive aspects, technology has reduced human errors, improved clinical outcomes, made getting and staying in contact with patients easier. We all remember when we used robots to deliver medicine and food to coronavirus carriers while they were quarantined. There are some negative effects due to technology failure or technology overuse that can lead to more serious health conditions on both user and beneficiary. Substitution of humans by machines to deliver health issues news may lead, especially in delivering critical or serious news, to adverse reactions. My final message to you is in 3 points. The first, technologies support meaningful learning when they fulfill a learning need, when interactions with technologies are learner-initiated and learner-controlled, and when interactions with technology are conceptually and intellectually engaging. Learners and technologies should be intellectual partners, where the cognitive responsibility for performance is distributed by the part of the partnership that performs it better. We should be careful with substituting physical contact between doctors and patients by overuse of machine contact due to adverse effects in healthcare of critical cases. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was great that he could step in at the last moment. I would request Dr. Rashmi to kindly take a few questions from the audience, if any. If you have any questions, Dr. Rashmi would be kind enough to answer that. Yes, sir. Dr. Raghavan, sir.
Hi, Rashmi.
Hello, Dr. Vijay Raghavan. Good to see you.
The question on community of practice, you brought it out very well on the educational front. Practice, clinical practice community also get included in that. A group of clinicians trying to have some sort of discussions and indulging into group practice or something, will that also come under community of practice?
Yes, absolutely. And it will have the same elements and components as described in the presentation today to make it an effective community of practice.
Thank you.
Hi, Rashmi,
Yes, sir.
Dr. Reddy.
Sir, please.
Nice to hear you online. Just one question, because I believe the Philadelphia program is now fully online. As far if I'm correct in, that's how we plan it. Because what I found during the PhD was our on-site meetings made a major impact in our online communications. When we met on-site, that we took that back with us to the online, and we interacted more with those people. So when you're fully online, how do you suggest, how you strengthen that community of practice? Because when people do not meet at least sometime face to face, it can make the online communication a bit more challenging. So that's what I wanted to ask you. Thank you.
Yeah, it is challenging, and especially for a program which for over 2 decades had been a particular way with on-site component and had built its community of practice on that. Now we have to pivot completely to build it online. But it has been rewarding also. It has been both challenging and rewarding. I think one thing that also happened when the COVID-19 pandemic came and this whole online education was pushed into the world, there is greater acceptance for online learning, for online meetings, for doing something together online. Skills have improved, competencies have improved, more technology is available. So what we find that though still challenging, I'm from the old Philadelphia program, we find that the strategies that we are employing are being effective. We have done some initial evaluations. This is our 3rd year as a fully online program, and it has been very, very encouraging, though long-term impacts have still to be studied. So there are certain specific strategies. For example, for within the class, we have actually very interactive sessions for the class themselves, specific, like learning circles. That is now we offer online. We were very concerned whether that will be effective, but it has worked very well. But so those parts I think go very well. The year one community, the year two community, year one and year two doing things together. What is challenging is to pull the entire global community together. And we are hoping that with this new platform and these annual meetings, these will be some steps towards it. And we also have regular monthly meetings, virtual meetings of the director and faculty of FEMA regional institutes. So they also are coming out with ideas and strategies to engage the community. So I'm thinking it will only get better as we go year by year. And we have to wait and see how that works.
Good morning, madam. Dr. Raghunandan from Madras Medical College.
Hello.
Since you have gone from CMC Veloor and you having interaction with global faculty, can you just compare and contrast what difference or what challenges you see when you interact with other faculties across the globe?
I'm sorry, your voice was breaking. Can you please repeat your question again?
What are the challenges and compare and contrasting the faculty of Indian origin or to a global faculty, medical faculty members? Since we have a first-hand experience of interacting with faculty of other countries. So
I don't think. See, what happens is I work in the area of health professions education, so I would like to stick to commenting and responding in the arena of health professions education to your question. A health professions educator is a health professions educator. One who has passion, believes in it, believes in the cause, and will work hard to make it happen, irrespective of the country that the educator comes from. However, coming from different countries brings in a different context and a different perspective, different cultural values and beliefs. And in the Philadelphia program, for example, which provides a forum for international faculty to come together, we see that how they learn from each other and how enriching the program becomes. So I feel that it's not comparison, but it's complementary. What health professions educators from different countries bring together is complementary and just advances the field and strengthens the community further. That is my observation and my experience.
Thank you, madam. Rashmi ma'am, I'm Santosh here. Nice
Hi,
to see you.
Santosh.
Yes. Actually, I just wanted to quickly tell about the PACE program which we did for 20 of us, and as well on CBME. Quickly, they started the module considering the need of online program, and over the country, from each FRI, people were selected, and we just concluded that. My question to you is that, taking that ahead, is there any plan that the FRIs would now, because considering the huge number of colleges in our country, FRIs can take this forward because CBME training is one of the very crucial faculty development programs. So this particular thing can be taken at the national level also through FRIs. That is what, is there any thing like that in the minds or a plan?
You have your India FRI director sitting right here in the audience. Yes, that is the plan. We have just finished the pilot. As Santosh just said, this is about a FEMA competency-based education faculty development program. It was offered as a one-year virtual, purely online program. Since we were piloting it, the participants handpicked, nominated from the 4 FRIs in India. We chose to focus in India because of the immense need that is there in India for implementing CBME. So this was offered more as an advanced course. It builds upon the fellowship program. And yes, now that we have evaluated it, finished the evaluation, we will modify, improve the curriculum, and then we plan to continue to offer it in 2023 from Philadelphia, and now we will open it out to a wider audience. And probably 2 of the FEMA regional institutes in India are considering and planning to offer it from December 2023. We are still in a discussion stage, but yes, that is the plan.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sure, sir.
Rashmi, Dr. Mishra here.
Hello, sir. Good to see you. I heard your talk.
Rashmi, I have a small query. Classically, sociologically, it is said that every community practice ultimately is a victim of catharsis. So my submission is the antithesis of catharsis is catalysis. What exactly is the modality of the catalysis for the healthy community practices that they are put in vogue, ensuring that they really take a place, although in the name of virtual reality, but integral part of the real world?
Yes. So that was very heavy, sir. So let me break it down. Okay. So if I understand correctly, you are asking what are the various strategies and activities that will act as a catalyst to make even a virtual community of practice efficient and meaningful, correct?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right. Okay. So I got that. The word building a pure online community of practice, there is not a lot. I mean, it has been done, it's not new. But there has not been a lot in the literature in terms of outcome measurements. And the publications which I quoted are very recent ones where they are building things. However, one thing which is common and which our experiences at FAMER has also taught us is regular communication, trying to remain connected constantly and coming up with ideas to make that happen. And one thing which we did, which we thought went very well, was in our annual FAMER Global Forum meeting, we had the FAMER community in small groups brainstorm on ideas and strategies for engaging the FAMER community. They have come up with some very good suggestions. So we are going to use some of that suggestions. And I think the catalyst there is ownership. They are our partners and collaborators in planning how do we engage the community. And that is important for any community of practice. It has to be for the community, of the community, from the community. Then only it's going to be effective. There can be no top-down approach to it. So collaboration and partnership, mutual collaboration and partnership model is important. And also, I think the other catalyst is identifying the common domain or the core interest area. So it could be scholarship, it could be just advancing health professions education, it could be something else, it could be in a clinical specialty, but it is that common area which will bring people together. Like, why has NCHPE done so well? How was the academy formed? Because it brought together a common group. And I think these are two main things. And the third is the relationship building. That is the third catalyst. To me, from our experience, these are the three things which we feel helps.
Thank you. Great.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for taking up all the questions so nicely. And I think so there's a lot of clarity on this subject now. I would request our chairman, Dr. V. Chauhan sir, and also our organizing secretary, Dr. Juhi ma'am, to kindly come on stage and honor our speakers, Dr. Rashmi and Dr. Wagde.
First of all, let me thank you, Dr. Rashmi. Again, it's almost 2 a.m. I realized, and you are awake to take this session for all of us. We are truly, truly obliged. So just an online, we'll just present the certificate as an honor, as a token of appreciation. We'll send it to you via mail.
Thank you. It's an honor and pleasure to be here with all of you.
Dr. Rashmi, this is Dr. Vijendra Chauhan. It's indeed a great honor to be here today. And though you are not in a physical mode here, but believe me, you were physically present also here today. And really, you have blessed all the participants who are sitting here with your wonderful interaction with all of us. So once again, thank you very much for being and joining us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we because you people are not in a physical mode, we'll just show you your certificates and we'll ensure that they reach you by mail. Thank you.
Certificates है, दिखा सकते हो? Certificates can. Yes, sure.
Soon after this, we'll break for tea, and that will be followed by a panel discussion by the group where we'll have Dr. Upreet Dhaliwal, Dr. Mario Vaz, and Dr. Narayana K. They will be talking to us about honing the art of expression. But in the meantime, please wait and hold on while we pass on the certificate as a token of appreciation. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Dr. Rashmi. And a big thanks to Dr. Bhavni Talat for chipping in at the last moment, and that you could actually make him be with us at this moment.
Yes.
So just, yeah. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Let's join. Please join all of us. All of you, please join us for tea. You wanted, Dr. Chinmay wanted to make an announcement.
PDF has been circulated to all the groups of poster and paper. So you might be knowing the LT1, LT2, and LT3 is a lecturer number 1, lecturer number 2, lecturer number 3 of the college. Ortho classroom where and other venue are where different workshops are there. So please be there on the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chinmay. We expect you to join back quickly in 15 minutes so that the sessions can be kept on time.
दिव्या इसमें किधर ये वाली डॉक्टर धालीवाल की होगी प्रेजेंटेशन
so that these details of technology may not be relevant for all, but then some of you who might like to follow. So I think the PDF file available on my website would give you all those details. Major yeah. Now all these, I'm going to just talk on AI systems, what they are, and how you can use in medical education and in skill training. AI, in addition to AI, we always hear the words IoT, Internet of Things, which means connecting all these vehicles, devices to the internet. And then we have what is called the Internet of Healthy Things, where there are a lot many gadgets available for monitoring your health. And then third thing is what is called wearables. So because these variables are coming in big way and they're monitoring patients, they're monitoring diseases, but then we could use all these variables as sensors for monitoring doctors' activity. The artificial intelligence as defined by McCarthy is a machine with intelligent behavior such as perception, reasoning, learning, or communication and ability to perform human tasks. So what is required now, with the keeping theme of the conference, is we require what is called as artificial wisdom. So artificial wisdom is a software system that can demonstrate one or more qualities of being wise. The artificial wisdom can be described as an AI reaching top level of decision making. So machines like human qualities which lack empathy, compassion can be added, and that's what we call it artificial wisdom. So for us, AI is not important. What is important is artificial wisdom, because if you see the flow, we have a data which coming in big way, and then information and knowledge could be evaluated with AI, but then understanding principles, understanding everything requires a wisdom. And therefore that artificial wisdom is all component of a sympathy. So medical education and clinical skill training needs an augmented intelligence leading to artificial wisdom. Now, while we just hear about AI, there are these three words, AI, ML, and DL. So AI is any technique that enables computer to mimic human intelligence using logic, if the rules, and decision trees. Whereas machine learning, it's a subset which handles big data and analyzes. And the only advantage of machine learning is it trains by itself. If you have data and if you have diagnosis available and analysis, it trains itself. And therefore the third part is what is called deep learning. In a deep learning, we have all those algorithms and which permits to do tasks. And then with the deep learning, the best thing that is happening is image handling. So image handling is being done with all this DL and machine learning. And machine learning, there are various types. One is called an unsupervised machine learning, other is called supervised machine. So in a supervised machine learning, we train the system by a known image with a known diagnosis. And then we require a big data. And fortunately, in India, our population is one of the biggest strengths. And therefore, we have too much of data. And tomorrow, the coin word would be data. And therefore, once we have several images available of one type, it can screen, and then subsequently, when the similar image is given, it diagnoses. It's called a supervised learning. Other is called unsupervised learning. In unsupervised learning, we are not depending upon intelligence of doctors. Let us say it's COVID. Everything was new. So suppose we have a data of COVID X-rays and put them into unsupervised, it will do clustering and find out exactly what are the pathologies where COVID is there. And then once it goes through, then we have several types of systems available, what is called K-means clustering, hierarchical clustering, and these are the several, what you call softwares available, to diagnose. And then in deep learning, we are doing all these applications. And in a deep learning, all these applications, we have two things, input and output. And then we have what is called as hidden layers, which are like what is called a deep neural networks. And the complexities would require more and more hidden layers. So my son works with NVIDIA because NVIDIA is one which produces GPUs. And GPUs are required for image handling. And there is what's called the Moore's law, where CPU grows. And then say GPU grows faster than CPUs. So in an NVIDIA, there is a mural, I am an AI, and I am wearing my proud t-shirt. And therefore, so I'm just giving you 3 examples: diabetic retinopathy, mammography, where it has been found out that image handling software is better than radiologist. And diabetic retinopathy is being officially what you call it, accepted by FDA for screening retinopathy in diabetic patients. So briefly, I will just give you some clues. In medical education, there are several papers available, but most of them are the feedback of learning. And as a student required, this is a student response, he says that the AI would be useful in curriculum assessment, learning process, and assessment of learning with the help of AI can make process of evaluation better, faster, and accurate. Now, we have been working with all these CBME, and if you go through the details of CBME, it is so much complicated that you require a digital technology. So we have developed this digital technology for academic governance, where curriculum, parent department, horizontal integration, vertical integration, we have teachers dashboard, student dashboard, and therefore everything happening in academics through CBME would be available on app. Then we can have assessment. Now, we are just faced with too many, say, question papers, and you require to conduct NEET in 1,000 centers, and where you have to rely upon honesty of 1,000 centers. So let us go and find out how we can develop a data bank of questions which calculates difficulty index and differentiation index. And therefore, the moment we have a big data, we could create a question paper of 1,000 varieties and then give it at each center. So this is all software where all these question paper could be, say, created. And I want all of you to think in this direction, that producing a separate question paper for everybody. Now, dynamic assessment of students. It has been already said by Tejinder that one spot is not good enough for analysis. So suppose we have multiple points of assessment, then it is better. So what we can do is we can do with an AI system, a dynamic real-time assessment. We have student where we can find out what he's reading. He's dynamically evaluated. He can choose a topic. We can find out what resources he's using. We can advise them to use more resources and then monitor. And once he declares that his, say, curriculum is over, the paper which has been already seen can be declared and then be created. If we can be dynamically evaluated around the time. And these are the papers available. And then what is required for this is the resource management. And an AI system can help you. Suppose my student is reading about the thyroid. Not only the books, but he should be able to find out which ward the patient is there, which theater patient is being operated. Therefore, he can get an SMS and then he can join. So these are the where we can understand and do assessment, say, training with the resources. As regards skill training is concerned, we can have a simulation.
Take a look at this.
Cactus 15.9, report to contact line, maintain 15,000.
Maintain 15,000, Cactus 1549.
Pilot was trained with simulation for flying birds. And when it was
Cactus 15.9, turn left lane 270.
This is Cactus 1539, hit birds through Los Angeles, returning back towards LaGuardia.
Okay, you need to return to LaGuardia. Turn left heading up 220.
220.
Stop your departures, got emergency returning. It's 1529, he, bird strike, he lost all engine, he lost the thrust in the engine, he's returning immediately.
Cactus 1529, which?
Now, we have several simulators available. I'm very happy. Yesterday, this wonderful institute has inauguration of a simulation center down, and I was advising them. And then, where are we? We could have laparoscopy simulators, and there are several varieties. I think the D1C skill simulator is best because you want to find out in a simulator what you can do, the end-to-wrist manipulation, camera clutching, fourth arm integration. And I think I was advising them to should buy a laparoscopy simulator. So once what we are trying to do is we could develop something like a Google map system for a laparoscopy. So introduce the telescope. The telescope would be, say, with an ultrasound sonar, and then we can find out where exactly they are. We can find out what are the structure around. And then we could, suppose we want to do cholecystectomy. Then that whole picture data inside the abdomen is available. And like a Google map, the system will direct you to go towards fallback. Now, remaining things I cannot just declare because of all these NDAs with persistent. Then we have simulators for endoscope, orthoscopes, because these are the one which works best. Then we are with say urology, we can, on simulation, we can do TRP, holmium laser and everything. I think these are all things that are available. And the simulation technology can be used by normally, all those ACMG criteria can be seen, and where during the ward, you can find out how it can be helped. Virtual reality is coming in big way, and in gastrointestinal endoscopy, it has been found out that virtual reality training is offering a better training because of AI to the students. Then virtual reality technology, I hope you all know all about this. And then artificial intelligence in virtual reality has been used. A support vector machine algorithm was used on the data gathered from the hemilaminectomy done by VR by different surgeons. And it achieved 97.6% accuracy. AI-based VR training has been used in neurosurgery for using matrices of safety and safety of movement of framework. I think these are all details are available where all this virtual reality is helping them to train better. And then we have what is called as machine learning to assess surgical expertise, where the quality of discussion, structure of data, supervised machine learning, this whole thing is given to improve training within virtual reality. And these are several papers available. I think this is a hot topic today. There are several papers available on this. Then AI systems are already used for robotics. And I won't go into much detail because the robotics thing, same thing is happening. And where you could have an haptic feedback. And therefore, with that haptic feedback, you will be able to identify where you are and you are able to direct. So haptic feedback we use everywhere. Now, the mobile you are touching is an haptic feedback, and that can be used here. Now, what I wanted to do was I want to encourage all of you to use technology for video analytics of direct observation of procedural skills. And it's very easy. And we are proud that we have a lot of intellectual computer scientists available. And then we need to create a checklist, get the sensors, put them on the hand, and add them to do a procedure. And then the moment we ask them to do a procedure, it could be matched with video analytics on exactly what he's doing. And then he can be guided. And people are already using. Now the tennis people, they analyze the opponent player with they are playing before to find out exactly how the tennis racket is being held and how they're hitting, and therefore they diagnose. I think we could use all this tennis technology or handball technology because the hand motion entropy, time say metrics, which can discriminate, and the surgical skills can be improved. And we have several papers available about how all these technology is available. And then let us see, this is showing you a laparoscopic appendicectomy with all those say technical details, and synchronized video and motion analysis for the assessment of procedure. So these are all things that are available for training. clinical diagnostic skills. So at Persistent, we have developed what is called as an eye doctor. It's a drug dispensing ATM, which does on symptom-based algorithm. When you just sit in front of patient, you sit just in front of a kiosk, ask the question, the kiosk will take your all essential data and then ask you too many questions. And then what is being done is an AI-based model of identifying those symptoms, what questions you should ask, history taking, all those further follow-ups or all further ramifications, and give you a diagnosis, and then give you treatment where the ATM will deliver the drugs. Now, same thing, now these are the say workflow of, let us say it's abdominal pain, then pain type, pattern of pain, pain site, pain radiation. So all details of pain would come there, and it will find out how it is. And therefore, this AI-based clinical diagnostic system could be used to teach and evaluate the clinical skills of a resident, of a student. And therefore, all this history taking would be taught and could be evaluated. Now, there are several algorithm-based diagnostic which are approved by FDA. The list is big, but I think in India, we could create these algorithms. Let us say we want to create an algorithm for urologist. Somebody sitting in the OPD waiting for the urologist. You could go through all these algorithms, and then the urologist can find out what exactly you have. Avinash is doing hepatobiliary surgery. So all these algorithms could be developed. So I want encourage all of you to get in connection within computer scientists and develop these. Now, the last one is AI systems in communication skills. Can you do that? So there is one paper, or what's called as empathic VR, where modeling professionalism and teaching humanistic communication in virtual reality. So this was a software system where a humanized robot, you talk with the robot, and then it gives you entirely how to talk, role modeling, trains you, and then subsequently, it's like a computer screen, and you're asking the patient the questions, communicating with as if it's a patient. And then when all the students who were trained with a software, they were compared with OSCE with students trained by a teacher. The OSCE readings were better with that empathic VR. So obviously, there's a lot of concern. What you call as cold technologies are warm hands on medicine need to go hand in hand. Technologies such as deep learning, machine learning, and artificial intelligence promise benign solutions to thorny, complex problems, but this has been misguided. While AI has a revolutionized aspect of technical medicine, it has brought to it say what's called the practical and conceptual, pedagogical and ethical considerations. So this is a comment which is producing a concern about AI. So in conclusion, artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning, and promise a solution in skill training, medical education and evaluation and governance. Simulation technology, VR technology, robotics can smoothen the process of skill education. Communication skills and skill evaluation can be done with AI. AI can add edge in clinical diagnostic skills and other cognitive domain. Machines like human qualities such as empathy and compassion, and therefore patient must perceive that consultations are being led by human doctors. Furthermore, patients cannot be expected to immediately trust AI, a technology started by mistrust. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a beautiful presentation. As we are running a little bit behind the schedule, we'll not have a question answer session now. You can discuss and ask your queries to sir during the lunch time. May I request Dr. Chauhan, sir, to please come and give the token of appreciation to sir.
Thank you so much, sir. May I invite Dr. Rohini to please come on the stage and give a small, good announcement?
We welcome you all to Mumbai NCHPE 2023. At the KJ Somaya Medical College and Hospital. Yes, Mumbai. So a little about my institute. This college was established in 1991 under the Somaya Trust. It's the only private medical college in the heart of Mumbai city, and it's affiliated to Maharashtra University of Health Sciences. It is rated as a top college by students, has UG, PG as well as PhD programs, has a 500-bedded general hospital and a super specialty wing. It has a sports complex for students to unwind. You can see our sports complex over there. It is situated in the center of Mumbai, actually in science, very close to the airport and railway terminal and easily accessible by any public transport. Our organizing committee headed by our patron, Sir Samir Sir, and our Dean Varsha Phadke. The theme for our NCHP is Health Professional 2.0, Values and Skills in the Digital Era. Block your dates from November 23rd to 25th, 2023. The conference, pre-conference will be held at our Ayurvihar complex, Sion, and our main conference at our Vidya Vihar complex. That's our complex at Vidya Vihar. What you can expect at our conference is highly engaging and innovative academic fest, interactive brainstorming sessions, focus on current and important issues. So some of our current issues that we are going to take are integrative technology in medical education, the way ahead, learning analytics and improving competencies, using artificial intelligence to improve learning, and gamification in medical education. Some of the new interesting ideas are something like HP Talks or Pecha Pucha. There's going to be a new concept that is competitions for innovative ideas in medical education, something to do with startup healthcare, and we have our own incubation center at the same complex that we are, that is at the Somaya Vidya Vihar. So our incubation center, we are going to plan a visit. These are the residential facilities. We have a lot of good hotels around, and these are the tourist attractions. That is the pagoda, the Siddhivinayak temple, the Queen's necklace. And thank you from Mumbai with its beaches and thank you. Thank you. 23rd to 25th November 2023. Yeah, we all waiting for you. We all welcome you. She's my joint organizing secretary. Yeah, she's Jyoti. And I'm Dr. Rohini Phadke.
I'm Dr. Sheetal Pujari. I head the dermatology department. I'm a member of the MU as well. I'll be handling the scientific committee. I'm Dr. Shobha Kini, head of physiology department and the joint organizing secretary. I'm Dr. Jyotila Kabandera, professor microbiology department. I'll be looking overall.
And I'll be looking after accommodation, travel and accommodation. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. And that is Nari Shakti at its best. We now move over to our next session. We'll be having a panel discussion on honing the arts of expression and observation. May I have the honor to invite our esteemed chairperson, Dr. Rajiv Mahajan. He is the professor and principal of the Dean Academic Affairs, Adesh University, Bhatinda. Sir is a CMCA FIMER Fellow. He's a member secretary, Basic Medical Scientist Academy. He's editor-in-chief for the International Journal of Applied and Basic Medical Research, chief editor of Journal of Research in Medical Education and Ethics. He's editor-in-chief for the Adesh University Journal of Medical Sciences and Research, and executive editor for National Journal of Physiology, Pharmacology, and Pharmacy. He's the chairperson for the Health Professional Education Unit, Adesh University, with 126 papers to his credit. He's written 20 chapters in Dr. Sanjay Das. He's a FIMER Fellow for 2015. He has done fellowship at IAFM and worked as Deputy Medical Superintendent, Deputy Dean, and Vice Principal for the undergraduates at Himalayan University. About 50 national and international publications to his credit. He has authored the textbook, comprehensive textbook of forensic medicine and toxicology, and written chapters in various textbooks. He has remained the General Secretary of IFM for 4 years, and his hobby is wildlife and nature photography. May I now invite our moderator, Dr. Satyendra. He's Professor of Physiology at UCMS Medical College, Delhi. He's a co-chair for International Council for Disability Inclusion and Medical Education, 2022 and 23. He's a founding member of the Health Humanities Group, UCMS 2009, and recipient of National Awards for Accessible Elections 2021. Sir has several publications in national and international journals. May I now invite Sir to take over.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Minimize the screen.
Yeah.
I invite the other chairperson as well to join on the stage. So, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome on the seminar on honing the art of expression and observation. History is not the past, but a map of the past drawn from a particular point of view to be useful to the modern traveler. And our first speaker is a physiologist at the International Medical School at Bangalore, who established the Division of Health and Humanities, as well as the S.L. Bhatia History of Medicine Museum in St. John's Research Institute, Bangalore. Dr. Mario Vaz will tell us what can we learn from the history of medicine and how this can benefit our future learners as well as educators in health professions education. So we now invite our first speaker who will be joining us virtually, Dr. Mario Vaz.
Hello. Thank you for Dr. Satyendra for that introduction and to the organizers of this conference. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Excuse me, can you hear me?
Sir, can you please say something?
Yes, I'm actually talking. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. So thank you, Dr. Satendra, and the organizers of this conference. The history of medicine inspires and promotes a sense of the values of a profession tied across geographies and time. But my aim today is not to reflect on the many lessons that the history of medicine provides, but to restrict the discussion of the history of medicine and observation and expression through a single historical event. In of itself, this information has very little to evoke in us, except as one of the many facts that we can choose to forget. But I want to share with you the commemoration of this event by a contemporary artist of that time. You will notice the artist chooses unusually to celebrate this event in very muted and dull colors. I asked myself, did he not have the requisite colors in his mixing palette? Or does he choose to depict to us the dull grayness of the times, or perhaps even the somber moment captured in this picture? This time, the Industrial Revolution, at the time of the Industrial Revolution, the skies were always gray, and the sun was rarely seen in industrial cities across Europe. The same revolution caused a rush of people into cities, resulting in an explosive rise in communicable diseases such as the White Plague or tuberculosis, which is depicted in the picture that I showed you. The social context of disease is recorded again and again in history and begs a question. To what extent do we move away from a biomedical construct of disease and embrace the idea of the social determinants of disease and their alleviation? Because history will record that the passing of urban laws and their implementation led to the most precipitous fall in TB mortality across most cities in the world, well before the advent of vaccines and antimicrobials. In the picture, the patient has a face of death. But sociologists and social historians will argue that in many ways he is dead already. Social death, where patients wait for the inevitable moment and where they are abandoned to their fate. When the poet Keats suddenly coughed blood onto his pillow, he said to his friend, "It is my death warrant. I must die." Nor is this a thing of the past. In our times, the idea of social death revisits us in the early stages of the HIV/AIDS pandemic, and more recently, during the COVID pandemic. For years, the TBC India website would record that 100,000 women were thrown out of their homes once they were diagnosed with tuberculosis. To what extent are students aware of the idea of social death, so repeatedly depicted in history? Those with a philosophical bent of mind might want to explore the idea further. What, for instance, is a good death when death is so imminent and inevitable? Notice also how the student and nurses stand back away from the patient, almost seeking the physical protection of the furniture as a barrier, while the diminutive Lenek sits close to the patient. Ethicists may evoke this image to discuss the ethical dilemma of the duty to care versus the duty to protect oneself. Lennox's initial stethoscope was nothing but a rolled-up newspaper, and this evolved over to a wooden tube and over the course of 100 years to the stethoscope that we recognize today. And it's easy for us to believe that Lennox's discovery was eagerly accepted by all. But this is a far cry from the truth. There was considerable opposition. When Lennox published his treatise, many reported that they just couldn't hear what he described. One commentator rushed to his aid and wrote that if the stethoscope fulfilled even a fraction of its its reported promise, it would have served its purpose. We all perhaps learned to recognize the sounds in a stethoscope because our teachers demonstrated it to us. But consider for a moment the difficulty of trying to report what one is hearing in the written word, and that too across countries. For centuries, physicians had placed their ears directly on the chest of patients and used common metaphors to describe what they heard. Consider this description of Hippocrates. Now, not in Lennox's treatise, which I showed you earlier, but in a later publication of his nephew, to whom Lennox had gifted his stethoscope, do we appreciate the real difficulty of conveying sound in words. Ligia Bouton, the Associate Professor of Interdisciplinary Foundations in 2015, wrote an article, Finding the Poetry of René Lennox at the Historical Medical Library, and I quote what she writes. She writes, what struck me immediately about the small volume was its deeply poetic language. Here we see René, and ultimately his nephew, struggling to articulate the very real experience of hearing sounds contained within the body for the first time through the new stethoscope. I became fascinated by the metaphors used to describe the sounds of breath moving in and out of the lungs, unquote. And here are some of those that she uncovered. Sometimes the sound of a bass string rubbed by the finger, the cooing of the turtle dove, the cry of little birds, gently striking with a pin a piece of metal, glass, or china, letting fall grains of sand or pins onto a glass. The history of medicine is replete with remarkable examples of observation and expression. In fact, unknown to us, our textbooks filled with clinical descriptions are probably owed to a large extent to the French school of medicine to which Lennox belonged and which made it an act of their school to describe clinical features and categorize disease in detail. We are now beneficiaries of that process. In history, we look to the past, but with a clear understanding that there are lessons for the present. To derive these lessons requires awareness and critical reflection, which the humanities and health and medicine seek to nurture in students. To confine history to its events and dates is to stop turning the pages of history at the contents page. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Voss. It is very important to learn from the history of medicine, not only to not reinvent the wheel, but also to look the things from a newer perspective. कविता आनंद में आरंभ होती है और ज्ञान में उसका अंत होता है. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the road less traveled by. Someone who has traveled that path is our next speaker. She is a poet, a storyteller, author of the book Inverse Medicine, editor-in-chief of the Journal Research and Humanities in Medical Education, and the co-founder of the Health Humanities Bureau at University College of Medical Sciences. So I now invite Dr. Preet Thalikar.
ये लाइव क्या Zoom पे? All over.
Shall I take questions?
Thank you. I'm grateful to NCHPE, to the team 2022 for inviting me here. And I'm grateful to Satyendra and Navjeevan because without them, there would be no Team Sun. So I'm going to jump right into it. I'm not going to tell you what to do, how to do it, where to do it, how we do it, but I'm going to show you what it can look like if you carry poetry or if you provide spaces for your learners. They could be teachers, they could be nurses, they could be medical students, whoever they may be. But if you gave them the space to convey their stories, whether it's in verse or in narrative form, then I'd like to show you what it can look like. And I'm going to start by a poem written by a first-year student at UCMS when he was asked to, the entire class was asked to talk about their experiences with doctor-patient relationship or what they envisaged or their role as a physician. And this boy says, "You have not seen what I see, not felt what I have, not ever been where I am." And that tells you how it's such a tall order for us to be doctors, to be empathetic. And of course, we feel that initial emotion. We may feel revulsion, we may feel, sad, we may feel pity, we may cry. And that's okay because that's our affective empathy. It's very spinal level and it just floods us maybe for the moment. But what the patient needs from us is cognitive empathy. That is that we honor their story, whatever it may be. We ask for it, we honor it, and then whatever decisions we make, it will be a shared decision making, and it will keep in mind the story, not the clinical story, but the personal story. Your surgeon is not here. Today is not her day, and your papers aren't stamped because they are for Tuesday. That's when you should visit. Now, stop blocking the door. Move away, please. How often have we seen this in busy OPDs? And how often have we stopped to consider why that patient is not because he's obstinate or because he's self-centered. Why does that patient come to us like this without the OPD card? If we just stop to consider, if we made this observation, how old he is, how illiterate he appears, maybe our behavior would be different. You nudge and press to unmask the pain that troubles me. I know you can see things that are deep inside me. I pray silently. You make notes, order tests. I have hope, but there are questions. I start to ask, but you hurry away to the next bed, to other patients, some pale and trembling, some deathly still. Now, if you take this poem into a class, you might, some people might notice that there are structural barriers to the communication, or others may notice, or you may completely miss the paternalistic mode of communication. And so these are all learning points, and this is how we will hone their observation. And then I am learning to seal the seams of my lips, to pretend that the healer doesn't need healing, in a manner reminiscent of Frost when he talked of being one acquainted with the night, but with a smile that hides my bitten tongue. And so maybe you want to consider who's struggling. Is it always the patient who's struggling? Are there other people struggling? This poem was written during COVID. Many poems were submitted. Here's another person who's struggling, and it would be interesting to see if you can notice who. Daddy, I asked, as I feed you your soup, do you know who I am? You frown and you shred the napkin as you try to remember. You're confused and alone in your disappearing mind. You're disappearing in pieces, and they're the pieces that held the memories of me. Do we consider the person who accompanies your patient with dementia, your patient with disability, as the cognitive or any other kind? Do we ever consider the person who's taking care of them? I know many of us do, but I wish that was more universal. And we consider that outcomes will improve if we also address these invisible people. This is another COVID poem. The face of empathy is starting to disappear, blurring, as more of us give in to the forgiving nature of apathy. My idle mind questioning a worn out yet guilty conscience. And we mentioned earlier, I think in the previous speaker spoke about physician responsibility to self, and how you can only really do excellent work if you are also taking care of yourself. So make that space for yourself, even if it means taking part in a hobby that you enjoy, visiting Dehradun maybe, or going with Sanjay to see the wildlife, whatever rows your boat, do it. In medical school, we learn about complex diseases and simple ones, but there's nothing simple about the real thing. A real human being, broken and hurting, who needs me to diagnose and heal their body and the spirit. Both things unique and nothing like the cases in my textbook. If you want perhaps to stress to your students, or to show them, or to have them observe through this poem, that it's the whole patient we need to consider, not just the body, but even the spirit, the goals, the ambitions of that patient. How is that illness allowing him or her to fulfill those goals? How do we practice patient-centered medicine? So many discussions you can have through poetry. And then the two are pretty much interlinked. If you think this is poetry and this is narrative medicine, often there's no boundary, because both of them are stories. They are human stories, and whether you tell them in verse form or in text form is not such a big deal. But here's one that was shared by a 6th semester medical student. I felt silly. I understood how tainted my own judgment was, that I could brand a patient a criminal because he carried a disease associated with a stigma. This was multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. I've only taken extracts. All the poems and all the narratives are extracts. I understood that as a medical professional, I had to rise above such things and not let it affect my judgment. So students, give them an opportunity, and they will analyze what they're going through, what they're experiencing, and come up with some sort of meaning making, or make some sense of whatever they underwent, the struggle. This boy claims he felt abhorrence. He didn't want to talk to that patient the minute he realized that there was multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. Labored love, this was also published in Rhyme. The husband dropped his voice and asked, could you please tell me if it's going to be a boy or a girl? It would then be easier to decide. I was taken aback. I asked, how so? If it's a boy, we can go for the operation, a cesarean. If it's a girl, what is the point? And this girl struggled so much with loathing for this man who was not ready to save his wife. Ultimately, he refused a cesarean because they refused to do a ultrasound to tell him the gender. And the mother and the child died. The child was a boy. Some batchmates come late for the case discussion, but are the first to jump the patient for examining. Even without a word of greeting, some people insensitively just carry on with their history taking and examination. Even I am tempted to lose the emotional connect, but then I realize this is not who I want to be. Constant reminders, and we actually need a forum in every medical college where students can share these experiences, whether you do it in your mentoring, whether you have a special interest group for narratives. Here's another one. I was shocked by the whole incident. First, the consultant was sitting and the two sons were standing. Second, the patient was not present there. Third, it was more of a monologue. The consultant didn't even once ask the sons what were their expectations. He just enumerated the treatment lines available. He didn't even properly say if the mask was operable or not. There's another one, so much shock and dismay. I was shocked at how the professor conversed with her patient. I desperately wanted to stop her, but being so junior, I didn't. Like the other students, I stood there and tried to ignore it. After that incident, I had a very clear picture in my head. Whether I become a great doctor or an ordinary one, I will never talk to my patient like that. Now, here's another one of regret. If you reflect on your experiences, you can perhaps next time prevent the similar outcome. As I stood there, I felt her helplessness. Had I been a bit more daring, I would have myself taken the patient to the original OPD. That way, she wouldn't have needed a registration number to enter. That would have been the ideal thing to do. Sometimes in our pride, we forget that there are people out there for whom a fare of even 20 rupees holds some importance. This is a cultural sensitivity, I'm going to say. So then instead of going through, sharing only the horrible stories, we also need to change the discourse. Already the public thinks that we are horrible people. So then there were many positive stories also whenever I've conducted a workshop. There's this, how the consultant stepped up. There's this. Consultant ma'am had gone through various research papers. She left no stone unturned. She not only started the treatment, she also arranged for the drug because the patient couldn't afford. And students notice this. What is important for us is to realize that our learners are watching us and we must role play what we are telling them. So to conclude, I find, and I'm sure if you bring them into use, you'll find that poetries and narratives are powerful tools, especially when they come from the community, from your students, from your faculty, from your patients. Then they're real stories and they're things that you can help them make sense of. And if you ask, but where is the time? How do I do this? How can I be so busy? We have so many patients. You can do this anywhere. You can do it at a conference, of course. That's so, you have the luxury of time. But you can also do it in your classroom. Take one poem, take one narrative, take a student story, ask someone to volunteer and use that to explain whatever you need, whatever needs to be discussed. You can do it in an OPD incident. The minute that incident occurs, you can use it. And you can read many more poems and narratives in Rhyme, which is an online only journal. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for highlighting the power of stories and poetries. In fact, there are stories unfolding in the corners of hospitals, our medical colleges, our OPDs, our IPDs. And the field of humanities help us in seeing those things differently, and hearing those things differently, and in understanding those things differently. So Aristotle has said that the aim of art is not to represent the outward appearance of things, but their inward significance. And our next speaker, the last of this session, will help us in understanding the power of visual arts. Dr. Narayana K is the Vice Principal at Sri Siddhartha Institute of Medical Sciences and Research Center, Begur, Bengaluru. He is Professor of Pharmacology and also holding DNB in Orthopedics. He also heads the newly established Department of Lifestyle Medicine and Department of Health Humanities. And 2 years ago, he organized the International Virtual Conference on Medical Humanities. So over to Dr. Narayana.
Hello, sir. Am I audible? Hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible, sir.
Yeah, namaskar to all. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Joey and NCHPE for providing me an opportunity to present in this conference to the august audience. I think my earlier speakers have made my job easier, and more so Dr. Mario, when he was speaking about history, in fact, he just told us how to look at the piece of art. So in that sense, my job is easier, but I will be looking at some of the basics. So I'll be touching some of the basics, how it is done and how we did as far as the piece of art is concerned. Basically, my focus will be on visual art. I think my presentation is lost.
Okay. Sir, now you can share your screen, sir. Yes.
Now it's okay, no, sir? Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Imagine that we landed somewhere in the part of Latin American country, and someone asked you this question, like T Gasteria Tenar Pina. So maybe I pronounced it appropriately. I think 99% of the audience sitting there will not be able to understand what it is. When somebody speaks this kind of language, maybe some people who have gone to Latin American country, or maybe they know about the language, they may understand this. But if if an image is shared like this, like what happened when you went there, as per when you are to a Latin American country, I think this image gives a lot of information, and I think each one of the audience who is sitting there will be able to come out with something. So they will be able to tell. Some of them may say that the person there is trying to sell something, or the person is trying to show something, to show the pineapple. So each one of the audience will know that it is a pineapple and what he is trying to do. And many of the people who are sitting in the audience will be able to narrate stories and maybe write a book only based on this one single picture. So visual images becomes very important. It was a simple question actually. Would you like to have a pineapple? So if it is if a question is thrown like this, so naturally the answer would be either yes or no. So, but if a picture will give a lot of information, and in that sense throws a lot of information, and it gives a lot of opinions, and also different perspectives can be taken as far as that is concerned. So let's imagine like it's not pretty simple also. Observing a piece of art is also not simple. So let us imagine that you want to look at a CT image where lungs with cancerous nodules are there. If, for example, since many of us will not be a radiologist, I just wanted to show you one picture. So this will be like a cancerous nodule. So imagine you want to look at the number of nodules in the picture, and I show you this picture, and I will ask you, the audience, like how many nodules are there? And maybe like there may be some people who may say 5 nodules are there, and some people who may say 7 or 8 or 10 and things like that. But what the important thing is, many of us would have missed this gorilla. So gorilla is there in this picture. So they did a study on this, and they found out that many times we tend to miss something which is present there, but since the focus is shifted on something else, so we are not able to see the picture which is there in the which is striking in front of our eyes. So this is called as inattentional blindness. So observing a piece of art is also not easy, and observation is also a very important skill as far as that is concerned. So my focus is on honing the art of expression and observation. I'll be looking at some of the how painting can be used, or visual art, or photographs, or cartoons can be used. Since it's a small lecture, I'll be focusing more on how it can be done. basically, most of us know this, like working learning, like we have visual, auditory, read and write, and kinesthetic learners are there. You tend to feel that equal representation is there as far as that is concerned, but most of the information actually goes through visual. Even the words, what we see in practice also goes in a visual format. So it becomes, the processing in a visual format becomes easier and faster. So that's why visual thinking skills becomes very important in that sense, because observation is a key step preceding the diagnosis. So like you look in any piece of clinical diagnosis, observation becomes very important. But basically what has happened, like whatever that we have thought, we have been taught over a period of time, or what we have learned from our teachers, it is basically, it was like a hidden curriculum, and it was not explicitly taught. So nowadays we are looking at how to teach this as far as the explicit knowledge is concerned. So how we can teach the art of observation. So it not only requires that you are observing a patient, or observing a CT, or observing a image, you are observing, it requires a lot of attention in details. So in that sense, observation is not a simple art. So it need to be taught. And along with that, what art will teach us is actually, it teaches us the teamwork. It also teaches us the listening skills, and also reflective analytical skills. Reflection is becoming a key part as far as the ADCOM is concerned. So what does many like this is what many places they do, and how it can be done, like as far as teaching the art and observation is concerned. So like we have clinical observation and diagnosis, which can be taught through guided museum visits. So most of the places they do this, and also there you can draw the art, and also some people can draw, and somebody can describe the art, and also how empathy can be looked into as far as a piece of art. Whenever somebody is looking at a piece of art, so there is a perspective which comes into it, and also there is a mood or emotional response. And this can be clearly elucidated in the reflections what the students will be writing. And also when they start talking to each other and communicating with each other, when they try to describe the drawing, so they will be able to construct a better narrative, and also a verbal imagery is also built in. So it also helps in building team building and also communication skills. And also it promotes wellness and piece of art. Art is also used as a healing environment. So many of the hospitals, they do use this nowadays. So they have a piece of art being showcased in hospitals, which will help as which will become part of a healing environment. So in that sense, it is also important. And also it also helps us to have a cultural sensitivity, so that when we have a perspective, when the students takes the perspective, we also understand there can be different perspective for the same piece of art, and different people can look at perceive the art in the different manner. So in that sense, you will understand. So there can be an inherent bias when you are looking at things. So how most of the places do. So I'll just be looking at some of the things, like how most of the institutions around the world are doing as far as a piece of art is concerned. There are two approaches which has been practiced. One is visual thinking strategy. Other one will be artful thinking. I think most of the people, they practice this visual thinking strategies. Like most of institution in India also, they do practice this. Like it's just based on 3 simple questions. A piece of art is shown, and 3 simple questions are asked, like what is going on in this picture, and what do you see that makes you say that, and what more can you find. These are the 3 simple questions which will be asked into. But artful thinking is a much more deeper one, which was came out from the Project Zero. So they will be looking at more of the questions will be more deeper. So they'll be looking at reasoning, questioning, and investigating, and observing and describing, comparing and connecting, finding complexity, and exploring viewpoints. So different aspects are looked into. But basically, either whatever in format we look into as far as a piece of art it is, the final outcome is actually what is the things which you are trying to look at. So final outcome would be actually we are looking at to enhance the observation skills as far as the students are concerned. So these are simple things which most of the places they do, like a piece of art is shown, and like what's like just 3 questions are asked, like what's going on in the picture. Once the student tells something, then what do you see that makes you say that, and what more can we find. So this 3 simple questions will help students will to come out with a lot of their reflections as far as that is concerned. And rather than just repeating what the students told, the facilitator should be able to paraphrase the comments and also try to understand, like whatever the student is telling will be having some kind of, there can be some kind of bias. So the student should be, the other student should be able to accept, and also you should also be able to accept those kind of things as far as the reflections are concerned. And also we should be, the facilitator should be able to point at the area which is being discussed. And also as was clearly narrated in the previous by the speaker. And also linking and framing the student comments is also important. Like just showing a piece of art and not able to link it with the clinical scenarios will nowadays people are also looking at how we can link it with the clinical scenario in that sense, and so that it makes it the student relevant, so that the student will understand like why he has to understand like why he has to undergo this kind of narrative, so to understand things better. And also students should be told, so as far as the students should be asked about to look at carefully at the work of art. So it's not just focus on one aspect. So you should be able to look at the whole aspect of the art, talk about what they observe. So in that sense, you can talk to each other, think, and they can think, pair and share. And as far as that is concerned, and they should be able to back up their ideas with the evidence, whatever that is there. Like whenever they tell something, they should be able to back it with the evidence and listen to and consider the view of others. So that becomes very important because that is one thing which cultural sensitization of the students is very important. Like you need to understand what kind of variations can be there as far as the understanding is concerned for you by each and every student. So you should be able to inculcate this kind of things as far as the student is concerned. So this point has to be stressed upon and discuss many possible interpretations. So there can be different interpretation to the same piece of art. So like we have in a differential diagnosis, the same thing can be there. So different interpretation can be there till you go to the final aspect of it. At least we should be able to understand there can be different aspect to the same scenario. So this is what we did as far as like in our institution, we did a study on this. We also published this paper. So it was a very simple thing. Like basically, that's what we we did not follow the routine which has been practiced. So as been said by earlier speakers. So what is important is rather than focusing on rather than looking at the standards of doing this, what is important is being doing this is very important at this point of time. And also rather than looking at even coming to the assessment part, also rather than looking too deeper into the assessment aspect, so simple reflection would also be sufficient. So what we did is actually a simple large group session was taken where we made them, where the students understand what is the importance of art in medical education, how it is done, how you view a piece of art, how observation has to be done. And the same thing was also there as far as the panel discussion is concerned. So we discussed about the same thing with the different panelists. And basically, the students were taken to the art museum and where they were told to look at a piece of art, and also they can think, pair and share, and they can show the exhibit as far as the reflection is concerned. And also they can exhibit their, we also made the students to exhibit their painting and interpret them. So there is something called as drawers and describers. Some students can draw, some people can describe. And finally, the assessment or a simple, like keeping it very simple is very important by reflections in the logbook and things like that.
One more minute to Narayan.
Yes, sir, I'm finishing. So basically what research, if you look at the research as far as these things are concerned, like most of the research has clearly shown that it definitely enhances clinical observation skills as far as that is concerned. Only the research in related to empathy building, empathy, team building, communication skills, I think further research has to be done as far as this is concerned. Otherwise, there is definitely proven that clinical observation skills can be enhanced by visual thinking skills. So this is my short presentation. I just to keep it simple and make us understand how the art viewing can be done as far as the art and observation is concerned. Thanks a lot for patient hearing. I'm ready for questions.
Thank you so much, sir. The floor is now open for comments and questions. We also invite comments from our chairpersons, Madam and sir.
And sir, very well actually, I mean, told about visual arts. But as teachers or as facilitators, people actually shirk away. They somehow feel that they cannot use visual arts because they themselves are not artists and they have never been students of fine arts. So probably we need to sell this idea that one need not be a student of fine arts or be an artist to actually use the visual arts for teaching. Even Ian Williams, who coined the word graphic medicine, he himself did not know what will happen or what will be the outcome of using the visual arts for teaching this. But it came out to be a wonderful tool for expression of pain, suffering, ethics, and so many things. So I think.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Selling this is a difficult part. Actually, I do agree with this. But I think over a period of time, it is catching up. So I think it's a question of time. I think it should be able to, like, people should be able to use it. I think most of the places have started to use visual art and poetry. Narrative medicine is becoming quite popular, and visual art is also becoming quite popular. And cinema is one thing which is becoming quite popular as far as India is concerned. That's my opinion. Like, that's what I feel.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Dr. I think Mario really nicely shown that picture and the way you analyzed about the gray color and all the consequences, how they happen. I personally feel during COVID times also that analysis of many pictures is very useful for reflecting, I think, but the teacher has to really bring out all this. And that is most difficult. I think what I think we also said, we need to have a forum where people put stories or something like that. Now you have a rhyme, but I think internally every college should have some kind of forum where students are able to express, or you put some picture and then there's online discussion and somebody brings out this, because what is more important, I'm sure there are many pictures or stories are there. What is important is to bring out the meaning and reflect it on the student. Now this is missing. I think somebody needs to do it intensively over a period of time.
Absolutely, sir. Dr. Anshu with the final comments.
Yeah, thank you all to all the speakers for all those wonderful presentations. I'm particularly intrigued by the history of medicine and what Dr. Mario presented. It's nice the way you say it, but there are two ways of doing all the things that you did. One is to have a separate humanities group and do it, and one is to integrate it into every lecture. So which one works better according to you?
Dr. Oz, can you answer that question?
I think that the history of medicine is best appreciated when when we embed ourselves a little more into the subject. I think I would like to see the history of medicine being integrated more and more into different subjects. I understand we have a paucity of time, but I think that there's definitely the possibility of having some lectures initially when they start the course and then having it integrated. The problem with integrating it into each lecture is that sometimes it just becomes a recitation of facts. And if you look at the two broad approaches to the history of medicine, one approach is where historians deal with the history of medicine, and then it becomes more about history. And the second is when physicians or doctors deal with the history of medicine, and it becomes more about medicine. And I think intuitively, physicians can relate what they're reading in history to what it means to their own lives. And I think it really needs just a little more embeddedness within the subject, really.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, sir.
First of all, I need to compliment all the three wonderful speakers. If I have to put in one word, all the teachers can use this tool very effectively to make learning an enjoyable process. As a teacher, we compel the students to move forward with all the routine procedures, all the routine tools, but showing them images really touch them, and they'll always remember those images. But finally, as Dr. Supe has also mentioned, it depends on the teacher how he brings it up. So we need to conduct such good workshops for all of the faculty members, for all of the teachers, so that they really understand the importance of this art. It is so beautifully described by these three wonderful speakers. It really touched me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, just to add to what Anshu said, Dr. Vaz is pioneer in integrating ethics even before the CPAV era. And do read the paper Thinking Ethics, which is in advance of the education. So one final comment by Dr. Sajid. So thank you.
So actually, with the introduction of ADCOM, we have brought the concepts of reflections, portfolios, and experiential learning to undergraduate education. Now, my feeling is that we should not restrict it to the ADCOM sessions. After every clinical encounter, just like we say about OMP or something like that, after every clinical encounter, we should actually go back to the students, trying to elicit their expressions on each of these things. The students with ADCOM, we now know how creative the students are. And after each clinical encounter also, they must be allowed to express these things so that the teachers would get to know their students much better, how they understand, how they empathize with this.
Sure, absolutely true, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all of our speakers. And with that, we close this session.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much, everyone. Moving on to our next session.
I will start. Don't worry.
So just a minute, I'll just read out your CV, sir.
Okay.
So, Lisa, it's our honor to have Dr. Siraj Ali Mohammed with us. Sir is Professor of Microbiology and Post-Director of my FIMER in the program.
I think
He's
that's fine.
received.
Before people leave, I think I should do mine. So
Sir, I just
I'm
would like
Siraj.
to-
I'll start with mine. Okay. Please keep the lights on. There is
Only these lights.
no. I said please. No lights on, sir. All slides are visible. Even with the absolutely no problem. At least I'll know how many people are there now. All right. With the complexities of artificial intelligence and intricacies of the poetic world, I don't know where to keep my talk, because this is, and that too, the time is so intense. Only thing that I can assure you is I'll keep it as short as possible. These are basically on experiences that we had by running a fellowship program for the last 7 years. It's about creating cohesive teams, lessons from interprofessional approaches, and the lessons that are going to be shared are largely from the Mahe Famer Institute. There is some second-hand reporting wherever we have citations kept. Well, cohesion is something that is known to mankind from very early times. It looks at forces keeping the team members together. Now, some of these forces are positive ones, and there are times when you have negative forces, but they keep the team together. We are talking about team cohesion. Team cohesion is where when people have strong sense of I don't want people not to see the good pictures that I have. I don't know how to make this. There's no minimizing stuff out here.
Just go up and then be a single line. Just that single line. Just drag it up.
It's not very stubborn. Yeah, so please share your screen. Yeah. Yes. Just yeah. Yes, leave it. Yes.
And drag it down.
They're asking you to drag it down. It's fine, it's fine now, yeah. So team cohesion, that's fine, yeah, thank you. Looks at common identity, basically a strong sense of common identity that people have. And it evolves from, an attitude that we call as Venus. Don't confuse this with wellness. Venus, the attitude that people have is known as the Venus. And it is because of this Venus that people feel that we are connected to the team. People are very proud of it, that, being in the team, actually being a part of this team, and it makes a lot of sense for us, So this is the Venus that we are talking about. Now, today, what we are going to talk about is this Venus in the context of interprofessional teams. There are different teams, and you will see that the data, of course, many of them unpublished, that comes from these teams are quite different from the leadership and management data, because it involves healthcare teams, it involves people who are associated with medical education and things like that. So when you look at the cohesiveness and the properties or principles associated with that, these data actually are not at par, or they are not in unison with what is there already in literature. And it throws up an entirely different area of research for people who want to explore. Before that, I'm sure that many of you know this, but in case we have at least one person in the audience who don't know who is an interprofessional team, these are team members from 2 or more different professions who learn with, from, and about each other. They learn with each other, they learn from each other and about each other. And the whole idea of this is to enable effective collaboration and improve health outcomes. So there's no point, actually, we have seen deans, many of them saying that I also put my physio student together with, optometry student with other student. That is just the human resources we are managing. That has nothing to do with interprofessional collaboration, unless and until they learn from each other, about each other. And finally, it should boil down to effective collaboration in practice and should enhance health outcomes. Just an introduction before we start about, so being cohesive, if you look, there are 3 important things. When you are cohesive, it leads to enhanced or effective communication. And maybe as a byproduct, or maybe even without that, it stands alone, satisfaction, and then comes together, it leads to success. This is a common thing, but when you put that in an interprofessional perspective, let's look at the first one, communication. There are multiple stakeholders involved, starting from patients, physicians, nursing staff. In the education level, maybe multiple departments. So multiple stakeholders, and there's no way you can get out of this unless you are somebody who is initiating dialogues. So first level is at the level of communication. Then comes the satisfaction aspect, that which I mentioned. That is, there is an inspirational source. We have studied that in all these projects that people do, let it be hospital-based or let it be, educational. There is an inspirational source that drives them towards the outcomes. And it gives immense satisfaction. It saves time and effort because there is redundancy reduced both in education and in practice. As far as success is concerned, it's a very pragmatic approach. It looks at very realistic, practical solutions, be it education, be it practice. And that gives confidence for people. To what extent? WHO, after 55 years of systematic inquiry, says interprofessional education and practice may be the way out for all the maladies that we have today in our healthcare delivery. So if you talk about cohesiveness, what are the lessons that we have learned from interprofessional teams? And these are lessons that we have learned from our own experiences and a little bit of references to support them. The first one, I would call it as interprofessionalism. Sorry about that. It's interprofessionalism itself. What is interprofessionalism? Interprofessionalism strongly believes that it is in the diversity that we have beauty and strength. I'll repeat, it's in the diversity that we have beauty and strength. So when you have people who come from different professions, from diverse streams, how does it help? That is where we actually counter the principles of the existing cohesion. We have seen that when people come from diversity, instead of coming to a consensus, what is shown here, it prevents group thinking. I'm sure that many of you know what is group thinking. Group thinking is where people sit together and come to some consensus, always consensus. Even somebody, when there is some dissidence or is a dissenting opinion, the person is made to reach to that consensus what others have come to. It's a dangerous trend because in education and in practice, both in clinical practice, not a single person has answers for all the things. It comes from diverse sources. So group thinking is not a right thing to be promoted as far as interprofessional. And if you want to really look at cohesiveness, it must prevent group thinking. And we have seen that in our groups and teams, people don't simply say, okay, I also agree. No, I also agree. No, it doesn't happen. Often there is friction. And this friction has actually prevented group thinking. But I can tell you from our experiences, it has promoted innovation. Because we don't have a literature or review actually, or a research evidence to suggest that how it flows. I'll just show you one specific study that came from, it came from Norway, and this involved two groups. Basically, it was the social health workers, and it was a de-addiction center. So it was basically proposed, it was an ethnographic study, a qualitative study, which clearly says that there are three elements that actually contribute towards this cohesiveness. One, of course, the diversity itself, people coming from diverse professions. And though they come from diverse professions, they have been put into a single cause. But there must be friction. Friction will follow. And this friction must give a space for dialogue. And then comes harmonization, somewhat like Tuckman's stages that we have studied. But it involves much more complex entities here. And the most important aspect, perhaps, is the psychological safety. Psychological safety, where a person can admit that I blew it, or I haven't done this okay. Do you have any other provisions? I'm ready to listen to you. Your opinion looks good than mine. So these are all signs of psychological safety that people show in these teams. To admit that something has gone wrong from my side, to say that, okay, let's work together and see this will not happen. So this is a very important aspect that has contributed towards cohesiveness. Management literature says the other way around, to defend it. But you see that the literature that has come from education or from team-based care, collaborative care, simply says that there must be a space where I feel comfortable to say that, okay, things have not gone that good, let's change the procedure. Or maybe you must step, I don't think that this is my area. Step up. Whenever I am required, I will come. This happens in care or collaborative care. So psychological safety, a very important aspect. It simply says being vulnerable is fine as long as you are within your team and you feel that there are people to support. Being vulnerable is not a negative aspect. It's not taken as something, that you are timid. And you heard in the previous talk, I think Uprit mentioned about it. This is all about mutual respect and trust. But trust has different layers. We have just known about the cognitive, behavioral, and emotional aspects as we do our own objectives. But even trust has a cognitive layer. It has a behavioral element. It has an emotional element. And that is what it is expressed here. The third aspect that I want to discuss with you as far as cohesiveness is concerned, and what we have learned from our own experience, is it actually comes when you break the knowledge silos. You know what are silos? Silos are huge containers where grains were stored. It was then, it came as a terminology accepted even in the medical education literature, where people keep everything compartmentalized. Now, breaking the knowledge silos becomes a very important aspect. Us versus them. It's a simple syndrome where when you say us, you have made your own team, and anybody outside that team is them, and them is often considered as, I think it's from our old, and you got to deal with this us versus them, and then as I mentioned,
us versus them syndrome. Break the knowledge silos.
Somebody is echoing what we said. Yeah, so fast they understood. So it's about with, from, and about each other, as I had mentioned.
Himalayan University.
You don't have a muting thing? Maybe one of the participants will join online.
NCHPE, Himachal Pradesh.
Pardon?
They'll get a registration cut. Us versus them syndrome.
All right. Yeah, sorry to do exactly doing something that is against what I'm saying. Mute all. I'm speaking about give everybody, let everyone talk. And now we have muted all. Sorry about that. That's what when when technology interferes, sometimes you have to do that. Now I'll go to that last point. Reduction of redundancy at different levels. This happens both in education. We have seen that if you're going to have experiences that are cumulative and you bring students from different professions together, you don't have to do certain things, again and again. The best example is if you want to, teach them about patient safety. Now, this could be happening at interprofessional level, and it could be, same thing happens in practice where they don't have to really go visit consultants and consultants after again and again. So this redundancy can actually be minimized. We'll go to the next one, that is dynamism. We often say that the goals cannot change. I have kept the goals. It cannot be changed. No. Here is a place, if you want to be cohesive, even your goals can change. Let's look at the educational aspect. There is a new terminology known as curriculum or curricular dynamism. Okay, maybe CBME is probably an after effect of curricular dynamism, but it's much more than that. It shows the courage to actually bring in and implement curricular structures or curricular approaches that basically in this context will help serve the health outcomes. That is curricular dynamism. And along with that, you must have something known as collaborative leadership. Collaborative leadership comes from shared decision making and multiple things. So that is as far as education is concerned. I will just touch on this WHO-BAR's competency framework that we have for interprofessional. You can see common competencies where there is a possibility of people entering conflict, collaborative competencies where people work together, and then comes the competencies that are complementary, means a profession brings certain competencies that are actually enriching the experiences. So if you look at all these particular things, there is an intersection. There is a place where all these things meet, and that is where we talk about this cohesion. And same things can happen in practice. That was in education. In practice, of course, you can have patient-centeredness from physician-centered to patient-centered. It reduces the fragmentation of care. You also enhance quality and safety of care in this process. Now you are looking at a place where you are helping your patient to make informed choices. I will not touch this. I will go to the last aspect of cohesive communication, because communication is also vital as far as to make the team cohesive. So at IP interface, the first thing is you got to very clearly tell why are you communicating, the purpose of communication, and you will see that the context will decide how you will communicate. It doesn't go by a uniform template. It doesn't go by any uniform standards. Your context will decide that. All professions come with jargons. Every profession has its own jargons, but if you want to be cohesive, you got to limit the jargons. Less is more. That applies to my talk also. I'll try to do it as early as less is more. You know about it. The better you speak, you speak less. That is better. Call to action is integrated. Anything without an action plan doesn't work in an interprofessional initiative, because it has to clearly document what will happen. As the plan that you have generated. When I say linkages, we are talking about what has happened in the past and what is happening now, and what you happen or what you expect to see in the present future. So that is the linkage that I'm talking about. One thing that I can assure you is, or I can share with you is, from all these experiences, cohesive communication, meetings are the last resort. Meetings after meetings after meetings after meetings, finally you will see that nothing comes out. So what we have experienced is, as we said, less is more. The same applies. Meetings are the last resort. There are multiple ways to communicate with people. And in cohesive communication, maybe this is one of those things that we can follow. So, sorry, to sum up, these are the practices that we have found that it holds good as far as cohesion is concerned. One, of course, every interprofessional initiatives, stakeholders across the board are involved. So stakeholder involvement is important, and it has been a very important factor, promoting factor. Leadership commitment. Unless and until you have a proactive leadership who will actually, provide all assistance required. Interprofessional initiatives don't work, and same applies to the cohesive nature of the teamwork that we are talking about. A level playing field, extremely important, and that is where hierarchies may come into picture and they need to be dealt with. Effective team communication, which I already mentioned about. Interprofessional education is all about training together to enable our students work together. So that is a very important aspect. And if you look at the whole exercise, whether it is a small project to a team-based project or a hospital project, everything is basically focused on health outcomes. So one thing that we ask our people every now and then when they are with the project is to, especially if it is a clinical project, is where is the patient? Where is the patient? Or does it involve any community aspects, or does it enhance health outcomes? If it is not there, we ask them to modify it, or, so it is focused on health outcomes. So thank you so much for a very patient listening. That's what I wanted to share in terms of questions. Yes, if they are ready to ask, I am ready to answer.
Thank you very much, sir. I think it's a very, very moving talk. Going to be the point that's going to be minted the next 10 years or so. I think it needs to be minted, I would say. But right now, we don't have this point at all. The other thing I realized is at the end when you said the finishing line, ultimately, you need a common goal to bind them. And that here in a healthcare system would be the patient.
Absolutely.
And the other allegory that I can draw upon is I was thinking about Ramayana, the story of Ramayana. There are humans, then there were the Vanars, and there is a bear who's a very wise Jambavan. And then they had a common goal to fight against the Asuras. So that I think was interprofessional collaboration, which was being told in a mythological story.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for the context.
I must say the lovely pictures and the lovely depiction of all that into your talk. I think that was the lesson to learn.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Pictures had a message, but I don't know whether it probably would have conveyed or not. Some of you, yeah.
Wonderfully done.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. I first of all start with saying that my life has been a changing event after I've been a Mali fellow. With all the senior dignitaries, sir, I would please request if you would have a plan of implementing an interprofessional module with the new upcoming internship training program that is coming up. We discussed it in the morning, and I think that, sir, teaching for so many years, internship happens to be the most important landmark of the journey of the ING. So that's the time we can have this. Is it possible, sir?
No, it is possible, but for me to say that it is possible is very easy. From this stage, I can say it is possible, and I would always look forward to it. We have been actually systematically working for the last 3-4 years along with the Academy of Health Process Educators and trying to educate people, because still people don't really know what this is. But we have now reached a stage where at least we call it a critical mass of people actually know about it and they know what is to be done. So if you look at most of these things that we have recommended, there are people who now, I heard the other day, even many presentations did have that interprofessional component. Avinash sir's presentation had, So the thing is, how do you actually get it there? That is most important, because to say that it must be there, we all know this is a good concept. This has been recommended. So one, of course, people have told about electives, because wherever there are, like these campuses like this, and, electives easily can be done. And, it's the way where people learn. There are also, I think more than internship, I would say that directly you can't put it straight into the internship, So there's no harm actually start to talking about these things right from the beginning. It might start from very small generic team building exercises in first year with nursing students or physio students, and then progress slowly. Not that we just bring it to internship, and I understand that internship is the cornerstone, and but before that, I think we should build up that momentum, and then see that there should be places where we talk about this. A disease like diabetes mellitus being so much times repeated, and even then the intern doesn't know what to do, is the best example where we see that the interprofessional interventions must happen much before. So it's such a wonderful thing, multi-system thing where everything comes, all have to play a role. So this must be laid in the curriculum in a way that it is should not be too taxing, because so many things, and people will say one more thing, the process, so much things. It should not be like that. It should be placed in a way that students enjoy this, faculty don't get stressed. There must be enough, So as we progress, I'm sure that this will be, if you look at the criteria for accreditation of medical schools, not ours, but it also mentions about teamwork and collaboration. It's very clearly said, the students must be told about or must do interprofessional activities. So it's only a matter of time. We will be there, and it's up to the decision makers. But I'm sure that the wisdom they have, they're probably going to include this. You had something?
Yeah. So,
my elder brother. Yes.
Yeah. That's why I want to be with you.
Why do you want to come here? I think I made a mistake.
Please.
Yeah.
So actually, this is the most important thing which I learned, that the pictures, they depict more. And then the last picture was the goal changing. That was the most important. The goal was there, and that was not achievable. But that can be changed by modification of all the team members. Because we most of the time we in meeting to discuss very high things. There are simple ways to make the person appreciable or approach like that, like pictures. And then second is like you make some wonderful mnemonics. So I have actually devised one mnemonic set as the super set. So and that sir Dinesh sir, इसको आप highlight कर दीजिएगा, because whenever we teach IMG, now we say 5 component, 5.
Be careful about the edge.
So
edge.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
So
as long as you know your limits, it's okay.
Clinician. One is clinician, another is communicator, another is lifelong learner, then leader and the professional. So I have devised one unit C2L2 because formula actually that is catchy. So whenever you teach this, just you say that you have to produce, we have to produce one IMG with the characteristic of C2L2P, and that C2L2P will be in the brain of every teacher to whom we are practicing. So I think that is the matter.
No, Dr. Dikshit, the issue is not so much about that. I mean, keeping apart interprofessional things. We are all medical educationists, and if our slides don't convey, then what is the moral of this thing that we go and preach? So every teacher in you will repeatedly ask, make your slides okay, see that they convey message. So that is the only thing. Yes, sir, go ahead.
Thank you, sir.
Feedback, sir. We have been conducting this faculty development program for so many years. And first day we talk of group dynamics, everything what is there, why I should know about this thing. But at the end of the day, they feel that is the base on which now cutting across the specialties. Now the Madam was mentioning about internship. I think from the foundation course, the interprofessional cohesion and the unity and team approach should be reflected to the students, so that we work together as a medical educational, cutting across the whole specialty.
No, sir, with due respect to all people who have designed, the problem really is not because they are not good. The issue is students don't recognize, because it's very simple. Anything that you say, it will come later. Anatomy, for example, now we won't understand. See when surgery comes, physiology, see when. So anything when you say, it will come later is a very poor motivator of learning. So that is why educationists say that, link it with what happens, so that he feels like a mini doctor or a mini dentist or a mini physio right from the first day. So maybe we also have to do some, work towards it. But I agree with you, it has to start from day one, no doubt about it. Mindfulness. Yes. You want to chase me off? Okay, fine.
I'm so sorry, sir, but thank you so much. I would request Dr. Dikshit, Dr. Adarsh sir, and Dr. Supre sir to please come on the dais and present a small memento to our learned speaker.
Yes,
I am honored.
Yeah, be careful. So many times. No, one thing actually, it's guaranteed. Himalayan Institute. Their stage can take any weight.
I think we must appreciate Siraj's wit, right?
Yes.
Amazing.
Thank you so much, sir. Unfortunately, our
Break for
panel.
lunch or no?
Yes.
Yes.
Unfortunately, for the panel discussion team is not here with us, but I can just I would like to read out their names: Dr. Upreti Nariwal, Dr. Satendra Singh, Dr. Anshman, Dr. Rajiv Mahajan, sir, Dr. Sanjay Das, sir, and Dr. Narayan, sir. So we'll be, and Dr. Mario, we'll be sending their certificates. Yes, sir. Okay, and we take a break for lunch. Please be here by 2 o'clock. Please be punctual because we have a very interesting panel discussion coming up.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I want to download that. Just give me a minute. I want to just download that. Jamkar's presentation. I have taken his permission also. Where is Jamkar, sir? Jamkar, sir. Where is my?
This PC. अंसारी कहाँ है? देखना पड़ेगा यार, अंसारी को बताऊंगा।
Just give me a minute. And this last presentation, which was there, this
अभी क्या है इसके बाद?
अभी presentation कौन सा था? Interprofessional वाला. ये था अभी. एक मिनट है और पॉइंट ले सकते हैं Just give me a minute.
So this is Globus. Globus by his
खुलता नहीं है.
बंद करिए तो
स्टॉप शेयर कर देता हूँ.
तो इसको मत करिए स्टॉप.
Put it down. Recent नहीं आता इसमें. नहीं.
रिसेंट वाला नहीं.
Okay. तो ये लास्ट प्रेजेंटेशन कैसा मिलेगा? सिराज का पिक्चर वाला टीम कोहेजन. This is one. Sorry. चलो लंच हो जाते हैं. Okay, transfer.
एक मिनट अभी देख
देख लेता हूँ टीम कोहेजन होगा कि नहीं होता है कॉपी.
सर मुझे दीजिए
कॉपी को.
आ गया सर.
आ गया. ठीक है. स्किप. Thank you.
वेलकम. मैम इसमें मैम मैडम मैम कौन सा है मैम? सीवी 2-3 है इसमें. सीवी मॉडरेटर है, एक ऊपर है.
सीवी वो 3rd नंबर तो नहीं था. ये है मॉडरेटर एंड स्पीकर्स. एक मिनट में खोल लूंगी ना. हाँ यही वाला है. एक मिनट देख लो भाई, दूसरा ना चिपक गया हो ना.
एक मिनट दे रहा हूँ दे रहा हूँ। जी
Dr. Dinesh. मेरी है और वो डॉक्टर हीनल is not joining. Chetna is moderator, she is not coming. Santosh is here. Dr. Santosh और प्रशांत तीनों की presentation देगी. Dr. Dinesh, panel number 2. सबकी आई थी. नहीं उनकी नहीं. उनकी नहीं. पैनल में अभी जो पैनल हो रहा है ना उसके लिए.
ठीक है सर.
Santosh is here.
इसके बाद क्या चलेगा बताइए. चल मेरे साथ उधर ही हाँ पढ़ाते हैं. चलिए सर जी जूम तो ऑन ही हो रखा है.
presentation अलग-अलग venues अलग-अलग venues and skills reporting
Then also got no question. If you have good rapport with the music.
This is Dr.
I load my, yeah. I load the.
Sure, sir. Dr. Dinesh sir से बात करें.
Oh, yeah, one question is there, Dinesh.
What I'll do is, I will load this on the, it will be online, na? So we have to share the screen. है ना? Online होने वाला है ना? ये session online होने वाला है. मैंने online people will be attending. है ना? Yeah, so. Zoom ये चालू है क्या बंद करके रखा है?
सर अभी तो
फिलहाल बंद करके रखा है. Yeah, the Zoom session is going on. Abhi, which only one participant is there.
Yeah. So 2 o'clock.
This one is not connected, right? ये वाला ये है क्या?
So connected है.
हाँ ये इधर ही. Okay. So now suppose I'm just checking advance because my video is there, so I'm just checking that. I'll do that when it comes. Share and optimize अगर click होता है तो ठीक है, no problem.
सर मैं IT वाले को बोलूं?
नहीं. हाँ. Share screen.
सर आपका लोड करिए.
Yeah, it's here.
It's here, no?
We loaded before.
Okay.
So I keep it minimized.
Yeah, that's what
So when we come here,
Yeah.
Then we'll see for this.
screen sharing, all this.
हाँ, screen sharing we will do. अभी एक बार ना. First for that. This is my open it. Minimize it. Then put it like this.
Share screen.
Yeah, share screen करके
Then we'll go to that folder.
एडवांस नहीं, वो क्या होता है ना,
अच्छा,
वीडियो
आप
दिखाना है, इसके लिए
ठीक
एडवांस नहीं जाना पड़ता है.
ठीक है.
ये
हाँ जी.
ये और ये ऑलरेडी शेयर साउंड आया है, शेयर साउंड आया है. नाउ लेट अस प्ले इट.
Let me check your slides. Have you uploaded your slides?
This mic.
Okay. Uploaded, right?
Yeah, uploaded the slides.
Yeah.
No.
Video.
No, not like that. I share. Nice. On the screen. Share.
Won't you take it from here, sir?
No, not like that.
Sure.
Is it being seen? Correct.
So we can paste the link in your.
No, not like, but हो गया.
अच्छा, ठीक है.
See, it is being seen by the participants.
Please one.
ओ मैडम, मुझे लगता है आप मेरी बेटी का ट्रीटमेंट अच्छे से नहीं कर रहे हो. इस साल में उसको तीसरी बार.
It's working. चलो, successful. So I have to basically.
Thank you.
Okay. So done. It is already there. Okay, thank you. It's checked. I'll remove my this thing because it is already there.
Just give the main messages because you don't have much time. The theme is not. You want the presentation in the module, right? पहला वाला question.
नहीं, जो आपने मेरे को दिया हुआ वही वाला किया मैंने.
So you're all sitting down there and doing it?
हाँ, ऐसे करना पड़ेगा.
जब करना होगा तो मजा आएगा.
हाँ, क्योंकि पैनल विल सेट ऐसे करना पड़ेगा.
चार लोग एक
हाँ.
We need one more chair. The slide you're using is for the module. There are two questions. One that Chetna was asking you to take. उसमें slide दिखाना है कि second वाले question पे slide दिखाना है?
हम अभी YouTube पे number of participants check करेंगे, but people have joined on. Yeah, because people here are saying that we attended the workshop completely. Yes, they are. They want to come back. So let's wait till 5 minutes. Yeah, we'll wait.
Someone should talk to them participants.
Email is not coming. They don't message कर पा रहे सर.
यहाँ जो ऑनलाइन है.
जी सर, सारे ऑर्गेनाइजर्स से जो खाना खाने में उनसे बोले सब भेज दो. और जो फ्री है उनको ना.
इसको सामने पे अच्छा नहीं ऐसे
लगेगा कैसे?
हाँ, थोड़ा सामने पे से
ऐसे सामने को उधर से उधर ही
when you introduce people, Dr. Email is not there. She won't be joining online.
There's some email open here because my PPT through pen drive is not coming. When I open here, it says repair. I will send you email. Any email?
साइन आउट करवा देती हूँ. एक खुली होगी जिससे YouTube कनेक्टेड होगा.
This is one of the any of the person is organized.
एक ही है. हाँ जी, बस ऑर्गेनाइजर का ही है. एक ही खुला है सर. यही वाला खुला है.
ये Gmail.
वो यही वाली होगी सर.
दो माइक है सर. These are the lines of working on our check.
तो दिख नहीं रहा है. इसको शिफ्ट करके.
Santosh,
ये वहाँ
need
से
your
करते
help.
हैं. सर ये एक कोई ये क्यों नहीं
PPT
हो रहा है?
यहाँ पे मेरी खुलती नहीं, रिपेयर बोलता है तो PPT मेरे वाली खुलती नहीं, वहाँ तो खुल रही है मेरे लैपटॉप.
यहाँ पे तो कोई मेल भी नहीं दिख रही है जब मैं खोल रही हूँ.
क्या होगा? वो खोलती नहीं.
देखिए सर, अगर यहाँ देखे तो साइन आउट का कोई ऑप्शन नहीं है, मतलब कोई खुली नहीं. ये तो सिर्फ
मेरा Windows 11
इसको ना 9723 में कन्वर्ट कर देते हैं. दीजिए ये भी हो जाएगा.
कन्वर्ट होएगी नहीं,
हाँ, हो
खुलेगी नहीं.
जाएगी.
ये खुल नहीं
देखिए तो ट्राई करते हैं.
That's version 11. Most of the thing are version 10, 9 or 10 maximum 10%. तो फिर तो मैं अपने लैपटॉप पे
कोई और तुम्हारे साथ है बस 97
इस तरफ लगाना.
बॉडी बिल्डिंग हो जाएगी. एक चेयर और चाहिए होगी हमें.
बस इधर
यहाँ पे इधर का साइड. यहाँ पे
इससे वो साइड है ना, वैसे वो साइड है. ऐसे बस बस बस.
यहाँ पे
नहीं थोड़ा तेरा थोड़ा पीछे थोड़ा पीछे. बस बस बस.
अब एक चेयर वहां से इधर लाओ बेटा और एक बाहर से ले लेना. हाँ सर अभी कर. वो पानी की बॉटल नहीं वो इसे उधर नहीं रखना. नहीं अलग है ना.
मनदीप भैया यहाँ तो नहीं आए सर. हाँ एक
तुम्हारे बाकी वॉलंटियर्स कहाँ बताओ.
मुझे तो अभी अभी फोन करा ना, तो इसलिए प्लीज भेज ही दो आप. जी
कितने हैं? 4 लोग हैं.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are running late due to some technical error. So maybe we can wait for next few minutes. By the time I'll be introducing our moderator and the eminent speakers for the this panel discussion. May I take this opportunity to introduce our moderator for this session. The session is on teaching and assessing skills in simulated environment, the opportunities and challenges. The moderator is Dr. Anshu. She needs no introduction. She is the Director Professor, Department of Pathology, and presently the President of the Academy of Health Professions Educators. And she is associated with Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Medical Sciences, Sevagram, Maharashtra. She is executive member of the Indian Academy of Cytologists, a global faculty for the Femer Institute at Philadelphia, MU coordinator and IQAC coordinator at her institute, as well as the she has the honors. She has Commonwealth Academic Staff Fellowship. She has a Femer Fellowship from Ludhiana in 2007 in CMCL. Femer Institute Fellowship from Philadelphia, International Fellowship in Medical Education in 2012, and MHPE from Maastricht University distinction. She has edited a book along with Dr. Tejinder Singh titled Principles of Assessment in Medical Education, and she has peer-reviewed. She has had 65 peer-reviewed and indexed publications along with 30 book chapters. The speakers for this panel discussion are Dr. Ashok Kumar Devradi sir. He also doesn't need any introduction. He's an eminent personality. Presently, he is working as Principal Dean at this very institute, that is Himalayan Institute of Medical Sciences, SRHU, Dehradun. And his major achievements are that he has attained the distinction of being one of the foremost contribution to facility-based neonatology in India and Southeast Asia. Our second speaker is Dr. Nalin Mehta. He's not here. Then we have Dr. Dinesh Kumar Badial sir with us. He also doesn't need any introduction, sir. Maybe. Okay. The next speaker is Dr. Santosh Salgire. Sir, please, you may take a seat. Okay. Then may I invite Dr. Prashant Kumar Mishra, sir, on the podium, please. Sir, please take a seat. Madam Anshu, may I request you to start the discussion? Thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. And
the Pakistan will have. So in Sydney, the World Cup here in Sydney, the average score.
So, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this panel discussion on teaching and assessing skills in a simulated environment, opportunities and challenges. Actually, the session was supposed to be moderated by Dr. Chetna and me, but as luck would have it, she is not well today and she can't join us. I don't know if she's online. She's not there. So, actually, the session was planned because once we have CBME introduced, everybody knows the value of skills, and since NMC and the NCI circulated that list of equipment, almost every medical college now is moving towards developing a skills lab. But the problem is all these skills labs are only present in the institute and nobody knows how to use those skills labs. So with that perspective and also keeping in view the theme of the conference, we decided to have this session. So let me put the first question to Dr. Devradi. One argument that has always been put forward is that in India, there is no dearth of real patients. So what is the need for students to be taught and assessed in simulated environments? Can you please throw some light on the need for teaching and assessment in simulated environments, especially in the context of moving towards CPA?
So I think the first thing which we need to make clear is skill learning is different, simulation based learning is different. And we also know that we want to build the skills of the undergraduate medical students, not using the skill labs. Once we get exposed to our students to use working in the skill lab, what happens is they are much more confident. The chances that they'll do errors while they are working on the patients is going to be less and less. There is an opportunity in skill labs for doing a procedure repeatedly. They can practice time and again. And then there is a possibility that if we have facilitators there or faculty members there or senior peer is there, he or she can guide them what is right and what is wrong. In case of simulation-based teaching learning, we have to have an environment which is created. And a case situation is given as if the patient is going to be a real, it all depends what type of mannequin or task trainer you have. Even with low fidelity, which is not a real high fidelity task trainer, you can still create that type of environment. Like you can create a labor room or you can create an emergency department. Then you can have team of professionals who will be working together, maybe nurse, maybe a resident doctor or a student. So it builds them, they learn the team building skills also. They learn the leadership skill also. They also learn how to manage in crisis situation if we give a case scenario which is built for that simulated environment. The environment has to be created as if the patient is really working clinical bedside or in the ER or in the operation theater. So that environment is created, and by doing that, chances are our healthcare professionals are going to be more and more competent.
As you're saying,
it is better to learn in the skill lab first, work as a team in a simulated environment, and then only practice on the patient.
So as I'm hearing you say, it's just like how the pilots learn using the simulated environment in the cockpit, so that the chances of errors are less. So that area of safety is available to all students, so that when they don't practice.
You don't let anyone drive the car straight away on the road.
In India, we used to do that.
So similarly, skills have to be learned, simulated environment has to be there, and then the student is going to be more confident. Errors are going to be for patient safety, better quality of care.
I'm going to throw the next question to Dr. Prashant. Now, building a skills lab sounds very formidable. We require lots of resources, and not where everyone is very clear on how to go about this. A lot of people who came into the conference are from new institutes, and they have requested us for some tips. So, in a very brief manner, can you just guide them on how to start a skills lab? Yeah.
Presentation. Yeah. Just stop.
Yeah, and while Prashant is setting up his PowerPoint, you also have to remember the patient's perspective, where I know when we were students, there would be 10 people poking a patient because the liver was palpable or we had so-called beautiful patient with beautiful signs, and you know that what looks like beautiful to us is very traumatic to the patient. So those are things that can be avoided by using both skills labs and simulation.
The perspective of a pain in abdomen. And they come to know that it's a good appendicitis for a patient, there is a lump, and the whole lot of batch of students would run and try to palpate that patient, and the agony of that particular patient, the ethical aspects of that patient also are the challenge. And that is why some many times, as Sir rightly said, with experience, that simulated environment is the answer. The number of students per college are increasing. And the number of students per batch are increasing. So all these
The
aspects
sad
are
part
also
is you would never allow your own patient to be examined by. It would always be a person who cannot speak up, a person who is from probably a very poor background, and that person would be the bakrata. So it's sad. It should not be. Yes.
Warm hi to all from Dr. Prashant. I'm from CD Cymer, an institution near Bangalore. I'm here to share our institution's experience with establishing a new skill lab. We are a 2-year-old institution, so it was right from planning stage that we could incorporate all the requirements as NMC has laid out. Basically, we could divide that into 3 challenges that we face when we start planning for a skill lab. One is that regarding the space. Second one is regarding who are the faculty members to be involved in this. And thirdly, probably how we should best utilize the skill and the simulation labs in right ratios. So if you look into the space, NMC has given this document which clearly tells us what all should be there. Ideally, for an 100 student intake of for an annual intake of 100 students, you could have 600 square meters. For an annual intake of 200 to 250, 800 square meters, which can be equitably divided into these areas which are shown in MC itself. About 8 patient examination rooms should be there with video recording facility, so that even the training sessions could be recorded, uploaded onto the learning management system, so that it can be run over and over and run again by the students. Then we could have a demonstration room for the skills for the small groups, a review or a debriefing area, which could be in the control room, overlooking into the different kind of simulations, whether it's the ward kind of a simulation or a community health center simulation or an ICU simulation. We could have cubicles for practicing the skills in this area itself, and adequate storage space for all the mannequins and the equipment which is already placed. They should very importantly have a space for a faculty coordinator and for supportive staff. Preferably, one thing which I would advise is to have a wet lab too. I will come to it later on what exactly is a wet lab. In our institution, we have planned it out this way. If we enter through this corridor, it actually has a free open access to all the areas. We could get into the wet lab, the demo rooms. This is the control room which looks onto the simulation area of the ward or into ICU kind of a setup. And this would be helpful to have all these sessions which are shown here. Like say, whether it's a training or the assessment which could be done in the workstations, or whether skill briefing, debriefing could be taking place in the AV demo rooms. Knowledge sharing, as I stressed in the middle, could be loaded up into our learning management system. And very important to stress here, we could have an appointment system for self-paced learning by the students, so that they do come later on at their own times and learn these skills, practice them again and again. So this is about the skill lab itself. The simulation lab is the more expensive one, which will usually have patient surgical and ultrasound simulators. It has to be planned properly, so I'll share with you some details later on in the few pages later. Now, regarding the hiring of faculty members, the HR structure, ideally, we should have one senior professor, ideally to be the center in charge who could take care of that. And then he should be ably guided or helped with a biomedical engineer who is very familiar with the software, the electronics and electrical components of the various mannequins, because they're very expensive, that will be maintained adequately and right from throughout the time. We should have a skill lab committee, ideally with MEU members of all departments who could be using this in a very equitable fashion. We could have a lab coordinator and an administration who looks into proper division of the skill lab time to various departments involved. A nurse would be helpful to have around, and also a lab dedicated doctor from MBBS itself. Amongst the faculty members, at least 2 to 3 should take the ownership of training or holding the skill lab through. It's worthwhile to record the video of all these training sessions. These colleges should have their own video hosting platform. Now, there should be one thing in my mind very clear, is that we started building up modules where we defined our learning objectives very clearly right at the beginning. Say, if you want to train a phase 2 student only to know how to perform, you could use a video instead of exposing the very expensive modules to the student directly. And in that phase 3, if it is to be performed, then you could as well put the student onto this task trainers and they could be ready to perform it by the time they go through this training. You should also have certain things in your hand ready as per NMC CBME curriculum. You should have your modules ready right at the beginning, even before you start training the students, so that you don't then start planning what should I do, how should I plan out my student batches and all that. This is a list which is there in an NMC document, so I will not waste much time here. These are all the bare minimum equipment which you could have in your lab, low fidelity ones initially, and as the budget allows, you could probably expand into various labs which you can later on get. Now, the Indian Institute of Science is coming up with mannequins at a reasonable cost, which is a good news for most of us. And also, the wet lab was what I was earlier speaking about. It could be holding the frozen cadavers in which surgeons can come and hone their skills in certain procedures on and on. And then it is always desirable to have separate sections, a basic section for UG section with the lower fidelity models and a simulated one, because I will show you in a later slide how we could phase out between skill and simulation learning. So there could be some simulations where the students need to spend more time, so where there could be some with less time. So if you look at what NMC guides us, in a phase 2 student, 95% of the time could be spent on skill. So you could have the task trainers being exposed to them, whereas very less time on the simulation, 5%. Phase 3, part 1, you could have 75% skill and 25% simulation. Phase 3, 30% and 70%. And in the post-graduation program, about 5% only on the skill and 95% on the simulation. Yeah, yes, ma'am. This is the last slide. So we, with our vendor, sat and made a time motion study, whereas an Excel sheet. We could share this with all of you who are interested. I've shared a form in the group. We could fill it up, and it was easier to plan out how many students should be there in a batch to come to the skill lab and what should be the duration and all that. Finally, one message is that if we could all have a pan-India group which could have discussions on this and go forwards to design it in various phases, it will be very helpful. That's it for me. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Prashant. As you just said, several institutes have developed very expensive skills lab, mostly under the pressure of the regulatory authority. So, Dinesh, I would like to ask you that these skills lab have become like white elephants. It's only opened during the times of inspection, and then somebody's hunting for where the keys are. So these are labs which are not accessible to students. So how do we make use of these skills lab optimally? How much staff do they actually need? Dr. Prashant showed us a huge list. And is there a way in which less expensive skill centers can be developed for resource constrained settings?
Let me try if we can open this one. So this is a challenging topic, we know that. So sorry, is even a PDF? Yeah.
You can check that your laptop.
Can I add something?
Yes.
I think
So your
the
laptop
problem
will sit
with
there.
many of the centers is unfamiliarity with that simulation and skill has to be integrated into the curriculum. So unless we are very clear about in what part of the curriculum, what skills have to be taught and where the simulation has to happen, we have to make a master chart framework. And then only based on that, try to give it to the student in small groups.
So you mean to say it has to be integrated in the timetable? And every department's
timetable, and then it has to be a part of the assessment also. Like a student is learning a skill for the exit examination for that posting, which is happening for 2 or 3 weeks in that particular department. In the exit examination, some weightage should be given in the assessment that can be done with the OSCE for that procedure with the student. So I just wanted to share what we did at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. We used a blended learning approach for the students. All the knowledge part was there on the learning management system in the form of a video or a webinar or a PDF, and then 10 MCQs for that particular procedure. The student has to take that, generate a certificate that he has done that cognitive part online. then only he will come for the procedure which is going to be taught by the teacher.
So
We
it's a
don't-
self-paced module, like a.
Yeah, so it is for each posting of the student, they know in third semester, fourth semester, these are the skills which are going to be taught. And he need to generate that certificate, and then in the posting while it is happening, one day is dedicated that they will go to the skill lab, where that is going to be demonstrated by the senior resident or the faculty in small groups for that particular skill.
What about practice? Are students free to come and
And then
practice when
it
they
is
want?
24/7, few of these stations, like for incubation, they want to do practice CPR, these are all open 24/7. So they can go there, take the key and then practice it.
What is the kind of staff you have?
Okay, at AIMS, what we have is, we had 2 nurses who are totally dedicated working there, maintaining all the chart. There is 1 person who is overall administrative in charge. He will make sure the things are there. There are 2 helpers who will make sure the things are taken out and put in place. There is 1 faculty in charge who is the main coordinator. Then there is 1 person who is in charge for the dry lab. Dry lab is the skill lab and the simulation lab. And another person is in charge for the wet lab. And under those wet lab and skill lab, we have faculty members, totally 18 number, who are very highly committed that they want to teach skill learning, simulation based teaching learning, or use the wet lab in which cadaver is going to be open, and then all the teams will come and then use that cadaver for learning whatever skill they have to teach, CTVS, neurosurgery, orthopedics on the same cadaver.
Dinesh, what about that?
Yeah. I think we have a login now from this computer. Okay, and we have the PPT zone. This is the login, Bhargav. What is the login there? You're a co-host already. What is the login? What is the name? आपका login नाम क्या है उस लैपटॉप से?
Basically, when we talk about the simulation lab, as sir said, and like for example, my institution has 250 students in their capacity. So over the years, when the number of students for all 4 phases are going to go, it is not that we are considering for the 250 student batch, but as sir rightly said, all the subjects and all the students equitable distribution. So that requires a managerial skill to form up a timetable. And then the slots are not for each and every skill. The skill where only simulation is required. Like for example, blood pressure examination has to be taught at the bedside. For that skills lab is not required. So the interpretation of the skills lab should not be taken the other way. But each and every skill we want our student, because it's just impossible that such a huge number of students and such a huge number of skills can be taught. Sir, Professor has a point to make. So sir.
Very relevant discussion is going on. First thing, I think when we made these skill lab guidelines, we had considered that these are fairly simple and basic guidelines. People have built over very costly skill guidelines. Not necessary as guidelines. But anyway, what people have made business out of it, that is beyond our control. The second point, what you said, is absolutely true. I think we have created what is called as a criticality and feasibility model. Now, those skills which are very critical and they can be given easily at bedside, like you said, BP instrument, they should be taught bedside. But those who are very critical skills like intubation, which cannot be given on the spot because of the risk and patient care, they should be taught into the skill lab. I think that's where the criticality and feasibility that comes into the picture. And I think we should all think which are the skills which are very critical. I cannot give it to 250 students effectively into a class. That's where the skill lab comes.
So, Anshu, coming to that point, that we are looking at these components, though it often comes to my mind when we visit these skill labs. People talk a lot about costly, expensive equipments or mannequins, they showcase it. But then we ask them, when we go, say, okay, it's everywhere now, but tell us how you're using it for the learning. And then there is no answer usually. And we ask them, do you have a learning module for any of these mannequins? They ask us, what is learning module? So that is the issue which comes. For example, this is a simple, if you see banana skin used for suturing, very inexpensive versus the skin pads, which still cost a lot. And also after sometimes multiple suturing, there again you have to replace them. So that also includes a cost. Suppose you have a 150-100 batch of students or 250, maybe one skin patch will go in that and it costs in thousands. But versus banana skin, where you can have a dozen in 30, maybe 60 rupees, something like that. Similarly, orange skin. And so what we propose is that people, when they show us their skill labs, we tell them, show us debriefing area. No, they say, no, we have a mannequins. We show you beautiful rooms of the mannequins. We say, no, which is our area for debriefing, where the learning happens. Then they first has to tell them what is debriefing. So we ask them how much they are investing in mannequins versus the training. See, the theme of the NCHPE is human connect. We do ask them, wherever human connect is available, use that. It is not that we have to use these skill labs for simulations only. There are a lot of other skills which can be used. So if you look at fidelity level, this lot of people have this arm, IV arm, IM arm. Can you see here? There's a patch which clearly shows this is a site for IM injection. You can take out this patch, they can inject there also. No need for a arm. When you are already demarcating an area, there's no realism actually. That is a problem. We are trying this as a simulation, but it's not simulating. It will never show you a chromial process which is there. So simulation is never there. In fact, this is not even classified into low fidelity versus you can simply use a orange for injection. That also is equivalent to that. So we need to relook at the fidelity which we are talking by spending so much of money, realism, which we are saying it is there. And then the learning which is happening. So it goes on like that for our wearable IM patch is available. You talk to the real patient, subject. Okay? The other arm you use for all the realistic actions, for probing and bony landmarks, all the things, and you inject in the other arm where there's a wearable patch, which is much inexpensive as compared to the full arm, which costs around right now 60,000 rupees. So similarly, I was coming to that component also, that when you have these components lying with you, all the expensive ones, and the fidelity goes from, we say, it goes from low fidelity to high fidelity. You see, these days we have a bodies available like muscle layers, you can expose all. These are high fidelity. But if the learning is not happening, it doesn't mean high fidelity means more learning. Even with the low fidelity, if their module and training is good, you can have use full or utility of your learning lab. So we have this one OPC poisoning. Usually a lecture is written in pharmacology, and we have converted into a module. We have seen many people were using this automated mannequin, which costs around 10 lakhs to 50 lakhs. Okay, they will show us, say, ye roti bhi hai, hasti bhi hai, tears bhi aate hain. And when we go there, the whole thing is they use it for 2 minutes only to show it. There's no actual meaning. Without that also you can do it. So we replaced it with a subject in that, and that subject is in the center. So when this subject was used, same module we used, no mannequin was used, no OPC poisoning. Subject said he's not feeling well and all that. So there was more realism. Okay, the sweating on the skin, we used a lot of sanitizer available these days because they are not being used for other purposes. So then we have a group which was working on this low cost simulation. So if you look at all these skills given in the book on the NMC website, many of them you don't need. You need subjects only, not the mannequins. So we do not. So we ask people, please have a good debriefing area. It can be simple, no need to hi-fi, remove the shoes and all that. Recently, I visited a lab. I see you have not put up the shoes things outside, which is very good. These are very sturdy mannequins. You don't need to put out. Say, no, sir, we are planning. Actually, it got delayed. We will plan in 1 week. I said, why you are planning? No, we have seen everywhere. They have to remove shoes outside the lab. So they just try to copy those. You don't need to remove your shoes and go entering into the skill lab. I don't know why this is coming. Then otherwise what happens after that, nobody enters there. You don't give IM injection by removing your shoes. That is not realism. So we should not do that. And the training program, when you buy mannequins, nobody is planning along with that budget the training. This option is given by the manufacturers, all of them. They say, no, training we don't need, just need mannequins. When the list mannequins are written, last paragraph in the regulation list is training and making the development module. I don't say why people don't read that. Okay, so that is the issue. One is there, and module development I will talk next where it comes out, right? So that was another component which is coming out. So when we're talking about this opportunity and challenges in teaching, learning, and assessment, I think look at acceptability of these components, feasibility, educational impact. Okay. Either logging the labs or really showing to as a showcase, or really you are using reliability, validity, and on the teaching learning side, align them with the competencies and objectives. It is one of the methods in teaching learning to achieve competence. It is not everything, remember. Okay. So with that, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dinesh, for showing us that it needs a little bit of creativity, a little bit of thinking outside the box to have these kind of low fidelity models. So,
Yeah, in fact, when we started introducing the skill training, it's okay. When we started the skill training in our campus, we actually invited all the faculty to have some low cost equipment. And many of them came up with beautiful models using the vaccine, foam, and things like that. Even for lumbar puncture, catheterization, this cost us less than 1,000 rupees per piece.
so we have seen that we do that in FNACs. We use oranges or we use potatoes depending on the kind of lesion. In somewhere in Mamsi, I saw them use Scotch Brite, the thing we use for washing vessels to teach them eye surgery. So lots of things. It just needs creativity to come up with newer things. Now, one of the things that we have seen is that of the 5 roles that have been specified for an Indian medical graduate, clinician, leader, member of a team, communicator, lifelong learner, and professional, we have in the past paid attention only to the first one, which is to make students good clinicians. Now, my question to you, Santosh, is that how are we going to use simulated environments to assess these other skills like communication, ethics, teamwork, professionalism?
Yes. So a lot is said about the technical skills or the skills which require mannequin and investment of lakhs of rupees with the labs. But at the same time, an important component of any lab, for that matter, is also having a component of soft skills lab. The word soft skill was debated in the morning. So whether it is non-technical skill, that word also was debated. So I would say a medical professional skills. So that particular aspect, what's the need? Because in a given period for a student, whether that particular period the student would be getting exposed to all those aspects of professional life, the communication skill aspects, the bioethics principles aspects, or for that matter, attitude and professional behavior. So if that particular period is not giving the student all those possible interactions or episodes of such a learning, then we require a simulated environment for creating it so that we ensure that it is taught and then it is assessed. That's the first part of it. Now, when we do that, we as teachers need to gear up. Not only that, there are so many tools for that. For that tools, we need to have banks of, for example, videos, the films, the reflections, the narrations, and also maybe a small picture. When we don't want to, we saw various aspects of humanities, maybe a poem, or for that matter, a cartoon. These tools will make the student that particular section interesting. They will have that zeal for learning these particular skills, which are very important as a professional, and that can be definitely stored in a lab, and that will be utilized. So this is one aspect. A very important aspect in such a lab is a simulated patient. So when we talk about a simulated patient, the preparation of a simulated patient itself is a very important aspect. For example, right from training or choosing a simulated patient, who will be a simulated patient, we need not hire artists for that. Our own demonstrators, tutors, assistant professors, for that matter, resident doctors, or for that matter, some of the very good students themselves can be a simulated patient with a little briefing, so that that particular aspect of anxiety, that whether we require to hire the actors and who will pay for them, absolutely not required. Now, this is one aspect. After selecting, their training is required. What is required by the teacher and the group? It is not only single teachers, it is a departmental one or multiple departments coming together, because I would pause here and say that the training of these aspects of professionalism, bioethics, attitude and communication skill has to be integrated horizontally and vertically. What has happened is the universities have divided them to particular department, and unfortunately it is becoming a property of that department. That department is supposed to be responsible to teach this particular competency of communication skill. A wrong message is going. It is actually that as per the need or as per the situation arises, the student should be taught about these aspects. So that is one is compartmentalization should not occur. As and when the opportunities come, this should happen. Now, when we talk about the standardized patient, the script writing, because they are the ones after script writing, and that is being brainstormed in the department, the rehearsal, and at the end of the rehearsal, whether the standardized patient is able to behave particularly, what is the briefing to the standardized patient, then what all things, because most of the time we use standardized patients only for simulated patients only for assessing, because we do not have staff and we have got learned people like resident doctors or demonstrated tutors good in the subject, so they act as the assessors. So then they should be have briefed about what all things in a structured assessment sheets in the form of checklist or a rating scale depending upon the scale, so the skill part of the skill which we are going to assess. So when that is done, the debriefing part, once that you have a like for example you run a pilot and that particular pilot stimulated patient environment is successful, then during that pilot one you can video shoot it. Along with you, the standardized patient also sees it, and then what went wrong, what could have been better, and how to improve. So that will form a structured standardized patient bank, and that is how we can go ahead. Another angle to all these things is preserving all these things in a soft copy. For example, there are excellent narrations available, photographs, movies, and important is the movie clips. We may not show like entire 3 hours of movie or 90 minutes of movie, of 3 to 4 minutes of a video clip from that particular movie. If it is clipped and kept as a titling it as that particular competency, definitely it is a doable thing, and that is how it can be done. So these are the various aspects. Regarding assessment, again, the task come to the teachers that the checklist or the rating scale need to be done. Auscultation, as sir said, for the auscultation, this preparation and with the utility of simulated patient would be an important thing.
Thank you, Santosh, for making it actually giving us actual practical tips. But I still think there are a lot of questions coming up. I can see some popping up on the screen here. So why don't Dinesh and you show them actually some modules which will make it more clear.
Yeah, thank you, Anshi. So what we are showing here is something what you can do. And a lot of times you practice and you also ask them what are the modules, how to develop them, but how much time it takes, or resource intensive is there. We started the first effort with developing one of the most commonest procedures. This is the commonest procedure in the world when we thought about what to plan, intramuscular injection. So we thought this is a procedural skill, let's develop on that. So we had our association with some of the other schools and Rector's Simulation Center. And the aim was to develop low resource intensive simulations for Southeast Asian medical colleges in that direction. So we developed a lot of storyboard here, for example, how we went about that. So we had 4 weeks divided into that, 1 month full at one place. We were all together. So we divided that into module outline, finalized, and components were developed. And then feedback on the 12th module from faculties were taken who were expert in different components. We had experts in debriefing. We had experts who are doing mass casualty exercises on simulations. So all those experts are enrolled into that. Then we have a pilot testing with the actual students, the final year students, and presentation to the large groups also, who were from medical education experts to see their views about the module. So this took us around 1 year to develop this, and then we tested again in India on the students, different medical, dental, and total 1.5 years to finalize it, customize it according to our setup also. So components were very typical. If you see, I'm not going through the details of that, briefing, running the actual scenario, and debriefing. This is one of the setup going in an Indian medical school, how we did it, which was first developed, pilot tested, and finalized. Okay? So lot of reviews, lot of things happened. So what was there? Our starting point was the storyboard. Storyboard outline is very important when you start to develop any module for the skill lab. You will decide each step, you see all the stuff which you have, multiple photographs of that, high quality, lot of debriefing, lot of debate, brainstorming, finalize the components, first the steps. According to steps, then you will start collecting in a material, putting up the things together, and then we prepared, because we were doing actually with the students also and expert groups. So we made a briefing presentation. So how we will brief. A lot of people say, okay, we need to brief them before. Okay? So because this is also one of the competencies, which has knowledge also. So we briefed them. So there was a presentations along with that. This briefing also include demonstrations of actual IM injection. So after the briefing presentation, when we go through, in between the module, we have discussions with the experts, and each 12 part faculty discussions. So every week we will send whatever is being developed. Okay, there was a target for every week, and a document second for comments for other and various photographs taken, as I told you. So this was earlier the final pilot testing, running the scenario with the students. Later on, we change it as per the Indian condition. For example, here in the sea, you will see their disposal is entirely different, biomedical waste, than ours. Okay, so sharps are something else, they don't dispose like we do. So those are things we need to validate in our setup when you are developing the module. The most important thing was evaluation for this module. So we use OSET, which is objective structure assessment of technical skills. So this OSET included various components. We also used global assessment, pre and post MCQs, and a survey also for the people who are delivering facilitator as well as the students. And later on, we shared with all the components with them. So this is OSET, which we used. And remember, you need to first, we actually validated with the Enghoff method, all these checklists, global rating scale, which we used, and the MCQs, and along with that explanation, which we added later on, survey for all the components. Remember, this was later on extended to other passes. Now we are also certifying some of the trial staff for giving the IM injection. So we have reached that level and continuing with those components. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dinesh. Santosh, can you go ahead first? Yes. From what I can see, Dinesh, it's not what happens during the skills lab demonstration, but what happens before you start do it and after you do the demonstration, which makes all the difference.
And you can imagine the amount of investment, including money, we did just on making module and training the people.
Right.
That was much more than the arm which is there. So that's that's what we have to think about.
Yeah, Dr. Devani.
I just wanted to add what we did was at AIMS, I'm talking 4 or 5 years ago. We called all the clinical department faculty who are interested in skill and simulation, sit them together, find out the key skills the UG need to learn, chart them out 30, and then allocate out of those. These 3 will be done by obstetrics people, these 2 will be done by anesthesia, these will be done by medicine, this will be pediatric, this is by GI, so that there is no duplication. Like catheterization has to be done, only one department will take. Maybe urology department will take. How a UG has to be taught, and in that, all the objectives, lesson plan, reading material, videos, webinars of that thing is all created and put on the learning management with MCQs. And then while it comes for skill learning is demonstration, return demonstration, feedback, and then the OSCE examination, which happens during the exit examination.
I think it's important that you brought up the point of feedback, because when people are doing what they're looking for is feedback. And I think there was a question which came up to talk about how do we give feedback to so many students, but we have 200 to 250. So how do you do that then?
Feedback from the student?
To the students.
To the student.
Yeah.
So madam, it is done normally, one faculty member is there, he will bring his residents also, who are maybe first year, second year, who have gone through it. So those residents also are able to do it for the GR. So it is like a peer, senior peer doing for the UG student. By that, they are also learning how to communicate. And then one faculty member is there. Normally, there will be 2 or 3 faculty members from that department for that particular day. But they will have their JRs or SRs also who will chip in for the UG. So what we do actually with our students is, suppose they are in the basic sciences. Suppose the batch is of 150 students. We take them in the skill lab and there is a practical class, 50% students, 75. We divide them into 2 batches.
one batch go for actual scenario running. Out of that, 4 or 5 people will be in the active role. Other batch, 20-25 will act as observers. And then the one cycle of first thing goes on what went well. When the active members have told, we ask the observers. Second feedback, how it can be improved. Then they also add on. So like this, we make sure in the next skill demonstration, those active members are now observers. Other people come. But otherwise 150 cannot be active in various skill module, looking at the mixed method which we are using. The number of certifiable skills or skill modules. But normally, I think while the students are getting posted, like in pediatrics, there are only 25, 27 students, it is not 150 because there someone is doing medicine, surgery or anesthesia or some other department. But their skills are going to be different. So the number of students also which have to be handled is not 150 at one go. It is only 25 or 27, which is the batch for that particular batch, which is posted for you.
I think in the basic sciences that problem arises there.
So that example for basic sciences, clinical sciences usually it is 20 to 25. Okay, then you take whole again same process. 5, 4, 5 will be active, rest will be observed.
Yeah, so when we were talking about the development of a soft skill lab and how to utilize standardized healthcare team members, including patients, let's see that I'm showing you one example and hopefully everything should work fine. There should be, yes. So let's just see this.
ओ मैडम, मुझे लगता है आप मेरी बेटी का ट्रीटमेंट अच्छे से नहीं कर रहे हो। इस साल में उसको तीसरी बार एडमिट करना पड़ रहा है। क्या चल रहा है ये?
देखिए उसका ट्रीटमेंट अच्छे से ही चल रहा है और दाखिल होने के बाद वो अच्छी भी हुई है।
अरे क्या अच्छी हुई है? अरे क्या सर, क्या चल रहा है आपका? मतलब आपको क्या लगता है हम लोग गरीब हैं इसलिए हमको कुछ समझेगा नहीं क्या? अगर आपसे ट्रीटमेंट नहीं हो रहा है ना तो आप छोड़ दीजिए और अस्थमा के स्पेशलिस्ट को बुलाइए।
Okay, so this is a typical scenario which may not happen when the patients are there in that clinical posting. So this is a continuation of video which I'm not going to show a complete video. This is the incidence which has occurred in front of a faculty member and the PG student is there. Maybe the UG students are also there that time the round is going on. This is the place, this is the part of the video where the consultant or a head of the unit or a faculty is counseling the patient and making the patient calm by using his skills. He's demonstrating those skills indirectly to the postgraduate student and maybe the undergraduate students around. And this is how the thing goes. At the end of that particular round, the consultant is debriefing the students on what happened, what could have been better, and if suppose the situation arises again, what you could do, right? So this is one example of difficult communication and difficult, see, basic principles of communication we can teach. But when it comes to breaking bad news or for that matter, handling the angry relative, then such a things can be definitely done with a simulated environment. Now, when we are going ahead, let us see another example. When I'm talking about bioethics principle, now when word bioethics come, there is, like frowning and people say, what is this dry subject? How to teach? The students want to be away from that bioethics principle, the technical definitions. So suppose I want to take a session on bioethics principle. I do this and this is non-verbal, so the audio is not a problem. Just observe this. 26 seconds video and the second was 60 seconds video, right? These videos, after you show this video, debriefing on bioethics principle. I'm not going to take a class of bioethics principle here, but if you see this, from one short video, you can go to human dignity, human rights, autonomy, equality, equity, non-discrimination, non-stigmatization, and so on and so forth. So this is how the thing can go. Now, what is the importance? That what are the aspects of it is, this is all those actors which were there were standardized patients, they were my interns. So if you want to clap, you clap for them. Basically, the students have such a high talents. We have to utilize, because I am a communication skills facilitator. I travel across the country. I can't have every time role plays, barring some exceptional examples. We had a workshop yesterday and my madam is sitting there who was a participant, madam. Like she performed, I gave a script and within 2 minutes, Nagda madam and she performed so well about the elderly patient. But this is not possible every time because they were into it. She's a gynecologist and Nagda madam is so senior director of medical education. They perform on a given script within 2 minutes. But when we want to teach students or I want to take this put to the masses, then these are the examples and that's why it is doable. It is feasible, definitely, because students are using their own mobile phones. It is not that it is done in a, this is done in a practically, the first one was done in my COVID hospital. Suddenly I had to take a professionalism class and how to do it because it was all online. So we created that video and I just requested, I gave them obviously the script writing. I told you script is very important. The script, once it is foolproof, your briefing and debriefing is excellent, then the thing goes on. The impact, definitely it has an impact. You will all agree that it is impactful. Less resources are needed. Students' involvement, because students are forming those videos. So you can take a, like bioethics video. It was a students' bioethics competition. And excellent videos came out of it. The best ones we are utilizing, obviously, all that consent, everything is taken. Right? So this is what is important. And what is important is students' engagement in the class. You start with the prize subject, you start with such a small video, definitely the students' attention would be excellent there. And then we can debrief on that particular thing. So with that note, I come back to the chair. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, Santosh. And any comments from the audience here about what you saw? Any questions that you have? Are there any questions from the chat there? Just look at it.
That is the only question.
That's only one? Right, so anybody here wants to ask questions?
These videos can be used in other institute also.
Sir,
suppose I ask.
Sir, apna khud bana lijiye. Nice, your context.
Just to initiate.
No, what I would request is, as Madam rightly said, because this is the students of our own institution, we have taken their permission. So what is important is, otherwise it will go and just any like yesterday we saw in the night the way students perform. They are not the dancers. Our madam which performed there was, I asked her whether she's an actress. She was not an actress, but they perform. So I think every institute should start developing their own band.
And there will be more ownership with that.
Yeah.
When it's in your own context, you know what the local jokes are. So then it becomes nicer.
With 600
local language.
Yeah, coming to that, with 600 plus medical colleges, if each of one do this, maybe there is a wastage of resources. So there was one suggestion, we are working on that also, make a repository of that. We are trying to do on the FRA website. Before that, what we are doing is masking the identities.
Yeah.
Keeping a copyright, taking a copyright and then using it as an open access.
Yes.
Okay, so that we don't reinvent the wheel again at it. Because these are the resources, 600 medical college, you make one module, we will have how many? 600 modules. Nowhere in the world so many modules are. Just one college works on the one module and we all agree to share. We can have many.
These days of TikTok and Instagram, so students will make hundreds.
You can make as well. I remember yesterday's session, I had to surf through a lot of material and then choose something which would suit our context. So if the internet is full of information, but what will suit you is something you have to search. And if you don't have technical skills, give it to your students, then do it much better.
Can I add one thing here? Sir, it is context to the videos only. See, the Pakistan CDC for bioethics training, Pakistan CDC has a very good videos which are in Hindi, and it is not that high Urdu. It is basic Hindi, excellently done by the standardized patients, and we are using that for UNESCO bioethics training. We use them like anything, and that is contextual. That is with, currently with all whatever we say Asian countries, and that is how it goes, sir. Please, sir.
I just wanted to, I think development of content is also very, very important. Content is like king. We the students are going to like an apple eat. So if it is not done well, it is not peer reviewed, and it is not like going to be used in an effective manner, the intake by people is very less. So there has to be, and then as someone rightly said, there has to be feedback also, which has to be included in the content. It is not, once you have made it, it is lifelong. Feedback will come, some other changes will occur. So that is a whole process, it takes time. And to do that, you need a set of people who are like-minded. Set of people who are like-minded, who have their heart which is a little bit bigger, that they want to share that knowledge or that content without making money. I think the problem with Indian people is we are just after money, how much money I would earn by creating this, which the students are going to do. So, and you know, knowledge is meant for getting it to the other people without having this in mind that you are going to earn money out of it. So unless we have that, unless we have like-minded people, it is peer reviewed, it is a high-class content, it doesn't last long. And I would also say for simulation-based teaching learning scenarios which are created, if these are not created well, that is one part. Second is, if simulation-based teaching learning is not like mentored well or supervised well, it may do more harm to the teaching learning process and even to the patients.
I think that is one of the reasons when we see these things fail in the medical colleges. So I come back to now training the trainers. Who are these people who are facilitating the process? Who are these people who are making these models? We need to invest a lot of into that time and money so that we train them. So I think half of the budget of the skill lab should be for training the facilitators. Because you need them every day. When we talk deliberate practice model, they have to come practice again and again. We need videography all the time if the supervisor is not there, and also they need to give feedback. So all these IT tools and other things need to be on more investment, just getting a plastic into the labs.
So, but just to add, so I think it is not only, as rightly said, not only resources, manpower, and time what you need an ongoing cost. And to me, the ongoing cost of any skill lab is 15 to 20% of the investment which you have done. So if you have invested 5 crore, each year you will have to spend 1 crore, maybe 80 lakhs or 1 crore to run that lab effectively. It is not one time. So I think the leadership, the management, they need to understand that if they are doing something, it is not only one time, it has an ongoing cost which is going to be there. You know, all the licenses which are there, which are for virtual learning for new sim or ultrasound, after 1 year, again, you have to pay the money, which is a huge amount of money.
And one of the issue which comes about the overall budget of the labs, people are spending on many things. So please cut down on that. Go for just basic ones which are needed. First, develop learning modules for them. When you feel very comfortable, then you brainstorm in your institution, think which one, higher one you need. Are you capable to handle that at that time? So initial budget should be very, very less. And out of that, as we just thought, 50% training, 15 to 20% and ongoing course. It means the budget for item should be around 30%, not more than that.
So I think the labs, which are like an elephant, as you rightly said, happen if the leadership there doesn't understand what they are doing. You need to identify first the catalytic change agents among your faculty member who will be able to create their group bigger and bigger, because it can't be 2 or 3 people running that lab, multiple people. So how do you do that? And if you find more and more people are interested, they want to do it, then invest on more, then invest on more. And then you can go to AR, VR, mixed reality, artificial intelligence, or psychomotor analysis with Bluetooth and whatever the technology may be. But if you buy that first, it is going to be just like a.
So one of the issues which you have seen, we visit many medical colleges for the skill labs. First, build up a space where you want to do these things. Use subject standardized patients as Dr. Gosha should go to simulated patients. Slowly, wherever you need simulations, you add.
But think about modules first around that, decide and then. A lot of people say, okay, they ask us, please give us a list of manicures. We said there's nothing like that. You decide what is your need, okay, learning issues, then you choose the manicure. They will buy a lot and then they open. They show, okay, we have this also, we have this also. What to do with that? And I just recently visited, when they opened this, it was lying for 5 years. The moment, not even in that, they didn't even opened the boxes. Boxes opened, plastic melted already. So you can see the investment which is going.
Right, we have to, thank you. So we have to wind this up. So final one line each of one comment each.
Question, there's one question. Yes. One of them is why don't we, they are saying that why don't we make a video of the OPD processes for soft skills rather than making simulations?
That is a very important question, but the answer is ethics. The patient is there, we can't just take patients for granted unless a patient consent is taken to show him. So that's a very strong message has to go. We cannot shoot the patients which are live which is happening. So that is what very important thing. And plus the ideal situation may not be met. What we want in a simulation is the near ideal situation is created in front of the students.
And you can change the complexity of the situation as you want.
I think Dr. Amit, your question must have been answered. So that was one question. The other question was that about the paucity of the teaching faculty and how to go around assessing and teaching them. So anyone would like to answer about the panelists?
Yeah, we can see that one to the training. We can train our residents, senior residents. We don't have to be dependent on that. If you have a pool of facilitators, see, skill level is multi-subject. So you are not dependent on one department. So pool of people trained, they can act as facilitators.
So nurses can act as I said.
Multi-subject. If the professional health which we are talking about really works well, because in the real life we work as teams. So that should be simulated.
That's all. There were just two questions from me.
Right. So one final comment each from each of us.
We did not build a white elephant as it started off with this little, but in phases we could plan it out and get this going.
My message will be that first have the objectives. Why? If the objectives are clear, then definitely whatever efforts you are going to do, financial efforts or for that matter, time, energy, everything would be. And second is a corner of a soft skill lab, there should be a, for the lab, there has to be this professionalism related elements, there has to be a reserve. We cannot neglect that because that's very important part. Yeah.
This white color elephant, try to make it multicolor. Adding training and other components, then it might look like a deer later, which is very efficient. I would say simulation skill learning is a additional modality of training which complements the existing method. There are a lot of people who think by doing simulation and skill only I will become a nurse or a doctor, no need to see the patients. So I think it just adds on value, we have to keep that in.
Thank you to all our eminent panelists and for bringing the richness of their wisdom here. I think they have made it very clear that it is not just the equipment which makes a skills lab. It is the brains that you put into it, the heart that you put into it, and how you collaborate in teams and simulate what you want your students to do professionally. Thank you so much.
It was such a great pleasure to listen to our speakers who are experts in the field of medical education regarding the opportunities and challenges in the implementation of simulation in teaching of undergraduates along with the assessment part. I take this opportunity to thank all the eminent speakers, Dr. Devradi sir, Dr. Badial sir, Dr. Santosh sir, and Dr. Prashant sir for enlightening the online and offline participants. I also want to thank Dr. Anshu ma'am for beautifully moderating the session. In the end, may I request Dr. Adarsh sir to please present the certificate of appreciation to Dr. Anshu ma'am.
I'm very sorry, Adarsh sir.
I don't know, so many people are confused with
नहीं शॉप शेयर नहीं हुआ है.
May Dr. Dixit sir, please present the certificate to Dr. Devara. Sir, बंद है.
I got it in the morning.
I just said it is clear.
Thank you so much.
May I request Dixit sir to present the certificate to Dinesh Bhatia.
लगेगा तो उनको दे.
तो आप सब लोग
May I request Dr. Supesh sir to present the
I need to go.
Dr. Guna people message. He's on there. बोलो बोलो
इस नाम से होंगे कोई नहीं.
जी
डॉक्टर गगन गुप्ता होंगे. नहीं
पीछे लाइट आ रहा ना.
डॉक्टर गगन वन नहीं.
With this, we come to the end of this panel discussion, and I want to thank all the participants offline and online for attending this and actively participating. Thank you so much.
कोई आए. शेयर करके लगाना. डॉक्टर ये ना getting budgeted. दिख रहा है.
Thank you, so much. It was a wonderful session. So have a safe journey.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Now moving on to the next session, Dr. Gagan Bajaj will be joining us for online regarding framing learning objectives. As we all are aware how important is to frame learning objectives are.
broadly the topic is already defined, but if we frame our learning objectives appropriately, then it will basically help us in designing, in planning what our teaching learning methods are, what will be our assessment strategies like that. So in continuation, I'll just invite Dr. Gagan Bajaj to continue with the topic, framing learning objectives. So a very warm welcome, Dr. Gagan Bajaj. Before the topic, I'll just ask Dr. Manish Raturi to introduce the speaker. Thank you.
So thank you, ma'am. Sir, before you start, I would like to just give a brief description. So Dr. Gagan Bajaj is an associate professor in the Department of Audiology and Speech Language Pathology. Sir is an academician, a clinician, a researcher, and he has taken a lot of initiatives with a dream to revolutionize the speech and hearing discipline with the most advanced and innovative teaching practices. Sir has his key area of interest and expertise include cognitive communication and aging, assessment and management of individuals with aphasia, ICF and its application to communication disorders, and he has played a pivotal role in fact spearheaded the faculty development for teaching pedagogy as well. He has also been the associate editor, Journal of Indian Speech and Hearing Association. He has been the principal and co-investigator in 3 extramural projects, which have been awarded by DST, Government of India. He has published nearly 30 papers in PubMed Index journals of international and national repute. Sir has also presented innumerable scientific papers on various national level conferences, written research modules and authored books and contributed chapters in others. So sir, I welcome you.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind introduction. I hope I'm audible. Yes? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. I just share my screen now. I hope my screen is visible now.
Yes, sir, it's visible, sir.
Okay. Fine. So, very good afternoon to everybody. And first of all, at outset, a big thank you to NCHPE to give me an opportunity to speak about this on this platform today. So, I know I'm talking about framing learning objectives, and many of us sitting here have been involved in framing these learning objectives. But my presentation is going to talk about a little on what is the importance of these learning objectives in our health profession education, how framing them correctly, how framing them smartly, and how framing them with some accepted frameworks could ensure that what we intend to teach gets conveyed and the lessons are learned on the other side with what we intended. Also, this is going to help us align how we are going to teach and what we are going to assess. So I start with this famous saying that if we don't know which port one is sailing, no wind is favorable. So learning objectives are going to be that help, that facilitator, which is going to tell us where we are going and how we need to reach over there. So though it appears to be a simple statement that it's a simple objective, maybe a sentence of 8 to 10 words, but this sentence, this phrase is so powerful that it can govern our teaching, our entire system, and ensure that students take back what we intended to give. And towards the end of my presentation today, I'm also going to show how these small 8 to 10 words phrases have entirely changed the way our curriculum at Kasturba Medical College for health profession courses has changed. So my objectives for this session are that I am going to show the constructs and domains of these objectives. I'm going to tell about how one analyzes them on the basis of their smartness, how one formulates them using an established framework and taxonomies, and then finally how one aligns them with suitable assessment, where I'm going to share some of our experience of what we have done. So we know these are the statements, what a learner is expected to know or understand or be able to demonstrate after the process of learning or after the completion of a process of learning. So this learning experience can be as broad as the entire program. So for example, my audiology and speech language pathology entire program, what I expect my graduates to learn by the end of it. It could be as big as a course. For example, if I have a course in undergraduate about pediatric audiology, or there's a course on community medicine, or let's say there's a course on orthodontics and dentofacial orthopedics, by the end of my course, what do I expect my learners to learn? Or it could just be a small module of 3 to 4 weeks where I'm trying to see that by the end of my module, what do I expect my learners to learn? It could be a clinical posting that my students are going to be with me for next 1 month on rotation. What do I expect them to learn by the end of these postings? It could just be a small unit in my entire course. For example, I'm teaching pediatric audiology, and let's say I have a small unit on the infectious diseases of ear in children. So by the end of my unit, what do I expect my learners to know? It could be as small as that learning experience, or the smallest could be I'm just going to give a lecture. I'm just going to deliver a 1-hour lecture today on one of the topics in my syllabus, and what is that I expect my learners to learn by the end of this lecture. So it could be a lecture could be on just let's say development of play in children. So if I am going to talk to them today on development of play, what is that I expect them to learn by the end of it? So learning experience could be as broad as a course, it could be a clinical posting, it could be as small as a small 1-hour lecture. But stating an objective clearly tells me that during this journey, whether it's a course or a program or a certificate or a posting or a unit or a lecture, what is that I expect my learners to pick up by end of it? So why do we need these learning objectives? They are going to help both the parties who are involved. Definitely the teachers and the students. How they are going to help us or teachers or instructors? They help us organize the course content around the core concepts. We know that, okay, this is what I am wanting to teach in this 1 hour. So how am I going to organize my content around this material during this 1 hour? It's also going to allow me optimize my teaching time. So when I know by the end of this 1 hour, I am hoping that my students are going to learn these concepts. How much time do I dedicate to each of the subtopic? Because I have promised that by the end of this 1 hour, this is what they would be achieving. And it helps me improve the assessment by proper alignment. So when I have promised my students by end of the 1 hour, this is what we are going to learn, I also need to ensure by the end of the 1 hour that it is learned. So that means my assessment, which I'm going to design to ensure that my lessons are learned at the end of the 1 hour, are also going to be driven by the statement of the learning objective, which I declare or announce in the beginning of my 1 hour. How do they help students? A student needs to know what is important in the lesson. So it's been there that when I tell my students by the end of this 1 hour, this is what I'm expecting you to do, my student knows that after 1 hour, he is going to do something to check whether I'm able to do it or no. So his entire attention then gets focused on that particular skill or knowledge component, which has been declared to him in the beginning. It also helps them to focus their efforts on those key concepts because they know that this is what is expected out of me, and also allows them to self-assess. So when it's clearly told to them in the beginning that this is what you are expected to demonstrate or expected to exhibit, one clearly knows whether I achieved it or no. So it allows students to even do the self-assessment. Now, what are the different constructs and attributes of learning objectives? So for example, I am saying for the program, let's say an audiology and speech language pathology program, which a student is enrolling for, which are these different constructs that I tell my student by the end of the 4 years when you're going to pass out, you have to ensure that your development happens in all these areas. So it could be the specialty specific domain. That means with respect to speech pathology and audiology, what are these key principles which I want them to learn? Let's say I have a lot of technical equipments and technology which is used in my course. So I want them to know that along with their specific specialty, I also want them to demonstrate the modern tool usage. I want them to develop strategic thinking, ethics, intra and interprofessional practice, communication, entrepreneurship, and humanities. So these have been clearly listed out in the program outcome, which we distribute to our students in the beginning, that at the end of the speech pathology program of 4th year, these are the different domains or attributes that we are hoping you will be able to demonstrate to us the learning. So those are the different constructs. Now, what are the different domains of learning objective? This is something well known to all of us, the hand and the heart and the head. So it's not only that I want my student to know how to drive, he should be able to demonstrate to me on different terrains how to drive. Plus, he should be able to demonstrate to me the ability while driving that he cares for the people walking on the road, that he drives with caution, he drives responsibly, and he doesn't do rash driving. So that's my affective domain that I'm talking about. So when I'm writing my learning objective, I need to clearly know what are the construct that I'm writing or phrasing this learning objective for, and what is the domain out of my knowledge, skill, and the affective domain, which I want them to demonstrate or achieve by the end of it. So to give an example of some learning objective for different domains, for a knowledge domain, it could be critically, let's say, critically appraise the role of speech language therapy in a bedside setting with an individual having post-stroke aphasia. So it's a knowledge domain. A skill domain could be perform dental extraction on patients attending oral surgery department under the supervision of a teacher. An affective domain could be the learner would habitually comfort the patients before a surgical process is undertaken. So depending upon what am I targeting out of my knowledge head and knowledge skill and the affective domain, my learning objective is going to be oriented in that direction. So that means a learning objective has to be written for all the different constructs or attributes of your program, what you have decided in the beginning that you want your students to learn by the end of it, across the cognitive, the psychomotor, and the affective domain. So that's what I'm going to show during this presentation, that one needs to know that when I'm writing a learning objective, is it just specifically for one domain, and is it just specific to the speciality that I'm talking about, and which domain am I covering? So let's say during this presentation, I am going to talk about cognitive learning objectives for a discipline specific attribute. But I'm going to leave with the thing that this is just to tell how to frame the objectives, but one needs to do that across the other domains and constructs as well. So what are the characteristics of learning objectives? I mean, what is that from a evaluator point of view? When I see a learning objective written in front of me, how do I test it? So it should pass the test of smartness. What do we mean by passing the test of smartness? The SMART is very similar to the research objective smartness, which we talk about. That means we are wanting my learning objective to be specific. It has to be goal-directed, detailed, and meaningful. So that means it should not be very vaguely written that if I vaguely write my learning objective, my student gets a scope to easily bypass, because he says, you never told me clearly that this is the particular skill you would be checking or you would be wanting me to demonstrate. So it's very important that the learning objective is very specific. Number two, it's measurable. That means I should be able to conduct some assessment by the end of my learning experience to ascertain and to tell to my learner that whether you achieved it or you did not achieve it. So it should be quantifiable so that the progress can be tracked. Number three, I want my learning objective to be attainable. I don't want unrealistic learning objective. My session is just 1 hour, and I'm hoping that by the end of this 1 hour, somebody can independently do a particular activity. I have to see whether it's appropriate to my learner and whether I can actually attain it within the next 1 hour or no. Fourth is relevant. When I talk about the relevance of the learning objective, I am trying to say that this objective is aligned with my course and also aligned with my overall program. So each of the objective which we write for our courses which we teach, we tell our teachers to keep thinking at the back of their head that are they aligned to the program outcome or no? So for example, if you are teaching a student in a class on how to set up a private practice clinic, then I'm hoping that the teacher has aligned at the back of his head to a program objective of entrepreneurship. So that is what is the meaning of relevance, that every small statement which I am writing has an alignment to the overall course outcome as well as the program which I'm running. And lastly, it is time-based. That means it clearly says by when I should be able to achieve it. So every time we write this statement, this is a good test to do on our learning objective, to ask ourselves whether I have phrased my learning objective smartly. Does it qualify to be smart? Or if not, then which is that component I need to work upon? So for some examples of smart objectives would be a conventional objective would be, let's say, I want the students to get familiar with the procedure of ear canal impression in patients. A smarter objective would be at the end of clinical postings, the student will be able to make ear canal impressions of a patient with diabetes in 3 attempts. So I have clearly defined that it's specific. I want him to demonstrate to me the ability of making ear canal impression. It's measurable. I have told him that he should be able to demonstrate to me clearly an ear canal impression which qualifies to be correct. It is attainable, yes. I can teach him in this clinical posting. If my clinical posting is 4 months long, definitely teaching ear canal impression is attainable. It is relevant because it is aligned to my course outcome and the overall program outcome. And then I have clearly said that in 3 attempts, he should be able to show. So I've kept the measurable part of it as well. So this way, my very vague objective has become a more smarter, because I've clearly said, because I know people with diabetes may have an issue. There could be excessive bleeding. I need to know the kind of ear mold material I need to take. So I have put the condition very stringent and very constrained for them to be able to demonstrate to me in that condition. So let's take one more example. Students should be able to understand oral hygiene methods for children versus a smarter version, which could be that at the end of the clinical posting, the student should be able to demonstrate appropriate brushing technique to children below 12 years. So very clearly, I have, by the end of clinical posting, I've clearly written, it's just not the oral hygiene methods. I'm very specific. I want to see the brushing technique. And I have also mentioned among which children I want to show it to me for children below 12 years. So this way, I have tried to make my conventional objective in a smarter version. So this way, my student clearly knows what is expected out of him by the end of this clinical posting. And definitely, I am going to present to him a scenario where he has to show it to me doing it on a child below 12 years. So this was to check whether the statement which I am writing qualifies to be smart enough. What can I do that when I am writing only, I write it using some framework that it will easily qualify the smart test. So there we introduce or we use the framework of the ABCD, which is actively used by all of us over here, where the A of a learning objective stands for the audience. So that means whom are you expecting that this behavior should be, gained by? What is their present level? Is it just a BASLP student, or is it a second year or a fourth semester BASLP student? And what is that they must be already knowing? A over stands for who is the audience for whom you are phrasing your learning objective. So, for example, after reviewing this section, my students will be able to, or after completing this activity, the learners will be able to. So students, the learner, you could be more specific. My fourth semester students of BASLP or learners of my workshop today. So A over here stands for who is it that is who is going to demonstrate this ability. The B over here stands for what are they going to demonstrate? What is that you want them to show? So B would be what is that specific change that would be brought in the learner as a result of this exercise? Is it their knowledge which is going to change? Is it their skill which they are going to develop? Or is it a value or a belief or an attitude which is going to get transformed by the end of it? So this is where I need to clearly know that my B is going to be decided by what is that domain of learning which I want my learners to achieve, the knowledge, the skill, or the attitude. The C over here stands for the condition. When is the learner expected to acquire the target, and in what context are you expecting the learner to acquire the target? For example, given a 3-part lecture on ear canal diseases, or after completing the unit on development of play, or given that the student has passed an introductory course. So that means I'm clearly giving the condition when I am expecting my learner to exhibit the target behavior which I'm expecting him to show. And the D over here stands for to what degree, to what extent is the learner expected to acquire the target behavior. So am I expecting that by the end he should demonstrate to me, or he should write with 80% accuracy, or I'm telling him to explain certain concept to me in no more than 500 words, or I'm saying I'm going to give you 5 scenarios, and at least 3 out of 5 scenarios you have to demonstrate to me that you are able to do a particular behavior or a particular skill. So the D tells me what is that degree that I am setting. So that degree is definitely going to be defined by how crucial is that knowledge element or that skill for the student. For example, if it's a skill which is, very critical, if I am taking swallowing therapy, and if I tell my students that I want you to achieve 2 or 3 out of 5 times, correctly on a patient, then it's actually a very risky thing in swallowing therapy, because my patient might aspirate if the student is not doing it correctly. So in that case, I want 100% accuracy. I don't want to compromise over there and say 3 out of the 5 times also, if you show it to me, then it's okay. Because it's a very critical skill which they are demonstrating to me, and I don't want any scope of, a mistake happening or a shortcoming happening over there. So that's why this degree is very specific to what is that knowledge component or the skill you are wishing to acquire, and how important is that skill or knowledge component for your profession, for your discipline, for your patients. So that makes it that whenever we are writing a statement, we could follow this A, B, C, D principle of who is going to achieve what under what condition to what degree? Okay, so one most important thing over here is that the audience, the behavior, and the condition and degree may not always reflect or come come in the audience, the behavior, condition, and degree may not come in every statement which I am writing. There is a possibility the condition is missing over there. There is a possibility the degree is missing over there. But you have to take a call as a person who is writing the objective, whether stating the condition is it important. And as I said, if my skill which I want my students to acquire, the degree of it, is it important, that I better state it so that there is no confusion at the end of it. So it's very important we take a call that I know I'm telling about this ABCD framework, but which component can go or which component must stay has to be decided by a teacher by seeing how important that skill or the knowledge component is. So for example, using a ABCD framework, a good objective could be that given a specific case study, which is the condition, learners, which is the audience, will be able to shortlist, which is the behavior, at least 2 appropriate treatment approaches. So that I have put that at least 2. So I have put a degree over there, So clearly my learner knows that what is that I'm going to expect them to do after I'm done teaching them all the treatment approaches for, given clinical condition. Or it could be given a diagram of the eye, which is a condition. Students, which is my audience, will be able to label, which is the behavior, at least 2, which is the degree, the extraocular muscles, which is a part of my labeling the extraocular muscles. So this is how, using a ABCD framework, I could write my learning objective. And once I'm done writing my learning objective, the next important thing for me to do is run the SMART test on it. So I use ABCD to write it. Then I use the SMART test on it to see whether it qualifies or passes. Are my objective now specific? Yes, I'm very specifically telling them that I want them to, shortlist 2 treatment approaches. Is it measurable? Yes, I've told them at least 2 they should be able to do correctly. Is it attainable? I have taught them in that lesson. So yes, it's attainable. It's relevant to my course and program objectives. And yes, it is time bound because I have said them, given a specific case study. So when the case study is in front of them, they had to do it for me. So this is a kind of principle one could use to write these objectives and then retrospectively conduct a test on them and see, are they smart enough what I have written? So among this A, B, C, D, what is the biggest game changer or which can ensure that my students' learning is getting elevated? It is just not at the level of knowledge, but I am also taking them higher to the a level of demonstrating or creating something of their own. The B can be a game changer because that B informs the student what is expected out of them. So B, the behavior, actually gets driven or governed by choosing the right verb according to the domain and the level which you are interested in. For example, if the domain is knowledge, then I know we all know about this. We have the Bloom's taxonomy, which has given me levels varying from remembering to creating, which will govern what is that verb which I am going to write in my learning objective to define the behavior. So I am going to now take you through with one example. Let's say I am going to take an example of oromotor exercises or the oromotor assessment among people with apraxia of speech. So I'm going to take you take you through the journey of remember to create, that how by changing the verb, your expectations and the learner's magnitude of learning is changing. Okay, so let's take a very bottom level of Bloom's taxonomy, where I just want my student to remember. That means even if he recalls and he lists what I have taught him, I'm happy with it. So for example, a learning objective could be that by the end of this lecture, the students will be able to state the steps involved in oromotor assessment. So as a teacher, I'm happy. I have clearly said my verb is they should be able to state. So even if they are stating, I am okay, because that's all I am expecting from them, that they should be able to at least memorize and recall it to me. Now let's keep changing the verbs and keep taking the students' learning higher. Let's move to a understand kind of level. So now I am hoping that by the end of this lecture, students will be able to explain the significance of assessing oromotor kinematics in diagnosis of apraxia of speech. So now I just don't want him to list or recall. After teaching him everything about oromotor assessment in apraxia, now he should be able to tell me why is it important that I should do oromotor assessment or oromotor kinematic assessment in people with apraxia. How is it going to aid in my accurate diagnosis? So now I have gone a level higher. I'm just not happy if he recalls, but I want him to explain to me the relevance of these assessments in apraxia of speech diagnosis. Now let's try to go a little higher at the level of applying mode. Now I am hoping that by the end of my demonstration, a student will be able to employ the didacokinetic method to determine the speech motor control of an individual with apraxia. Now I have gone even higher and I have said that in the, yes.
Can I request you to please quickly wind session? We are short of time in that. 2 minutes. We are just requesting.
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Dr. Gagan?
Yes.
Requesting you to please quickly just concise your session. We are short of time like that.
Sure. Okay. So again, going higher, just by changing the verb which I am using, I could change the lessons of my student higher. So again, by the end of demonstration at the level of evaluation, I might be asking my student to critically evaluate the prognosis of an individual with apraxia. And at the level of creation, I am hoping that my student would be able to devise a plan to how to appropriately manage an individual with apraxia based on given oromotor profile. So how a teacher would know that a given learning objective is attained is by making sure that we are aligning or our assessment is appropriate to that particular learning objective or the statement for which we designed it. So for example, I'll directly go over here to a higher level of a create. Let's say I wanted my student to demonstrate that he should be able to devise a plan for appropriately managing an individual with apraxia. Then my question should be that devise a plan to appropriately manage an apraxia individual.
Sir, can you show the 2-3 slides previous, please? It was nice.
Okay, no, I'll be happy to share them later with those who are interested, because as per the organizers, we are running little short of time. Yes. Okay, so just a quick recap of what I have said, that you need to make sure your objectives are passing the smartness test. You're writing them using the ABCD principle. You're designing them on the basis of the level at which you want your students to stay, and then you are aligning them to the assessment. So remember, I told that all these levels, what I have showed, are just for the cognitive domain. Similarly, you have different levels and different verbs which are available for the psychomotor domain as well. So there you are hoping a student to start from a level of just observing a certain skill to the level of doing it under supervision, to the level of independently demonstrating it, and finally going to a level that he can devise, a skill or a procedure which could be used by others. So that is the hierarchy which I wish my student to travel on a psychomotor domain for a given skill. And again, we have similar hierarchy for the affective domain, where it ranges from student just, perceiving the importance of certain attributes like empathy or anxiety in a patient, to a level that student is able to, inculcate these behaviors or these attitudes into his practice, that every times he goes for a certain procedure, he makes sure that, the patients are informed and their apprehensions are taken care prior. So that's how a affective domain can be varying. So depending upon the verb we use, we can decide how we are going to write the objective, and a student would know at what level we are expecting him to demonstrate to it. So the kind of things which I just now spoke about were very for the domain specific. Let's say most of the examples I took were right now from apraxia, and I used the Bloom's taxonomy to change the verb and go higher with respect to the skill which we expect, or the knowledge level where we wanted our student to be. Similarly, I need to do it for all other constructs which are listed out in my program objectives, along with I need to do them for the skill and the affective domain. So here I am, this is what I was talking about, that using these frameworks now, we have converted our entire syllabus which has been given by the Rehabilitation Council of India. For every subject, we have now devised the learning objectives clearly for every unit. Now, after devising them, we have mapped them to the program objective, and we have also indicated that, let's say it's a knowledge-based domain, what level of Bloom's taxonomy that particular objective falls on. So right now, what I'm showing is just for one course. We have done it across all the courses of which are taking place in our department. So then what we do is we just don't do that at the level of the curriculum. We have, so what I'm showing you right now is a sample question paper for the students. So this is what they are going to write in the exam. The questions are there, the marks are there. It is also mapped to which is the course outcome according to the curriculum which I just now showed you, which course outcome this particular question belongs to. And I also map to the Bloom's level it belongs to. That means my first question belongs to my first course outcome, and it is just the understanding level of Bloom's taxonomy. So like this, we map our every question paper, what we are going to give it to the students. And this mapping doesn't only happen while preparing. The software where we feed our questions also has the provision where we map every question what we are writing to the given course outcome, and we also map it to the level according to the Bloom's taxonomy, what that question is going to tap. So when our results come and they are declared, this software is smart enough to give me question-wise results that I will be able to see which is that course outcome which students have scored less, or they have not been able to show me good progress over there. So those course outcomes where I have got many students underperforming, then those course outcome become a feedback for me as a teacher that maybe I need to revisit that particular course outcome because many students are underperforming on it. And it also gives me a feedback with respect to Bloom's taxonomy, which is that level that many students are not able to achieve. So it's a very good mechanism where we get a feedback about the outcome and the level, and the results which we get in return is according to these outcomes and the cognitive levels, and a very good feedback for us as teachers. And that's why I was saying that though these are just simple statements which are telling us about what we are going to do by the end of the session, but they are so powerful. If we map them properly with our assessment, they can be a good feedback mechanism for us and the students to know what we have achieved and what we have not achieved. So it's just like, going to a new place, but not knowing how to get there. And that's where you rely on your GPS to reach to your destination. So what I wanted to say was that these learning objectives are actually as powerful as those GPS or the maps, which guide us to our destination and make sure every time we get deviated, it gives us a feedback that you're going on the wrong direction and come back, and that's where your destination is. So with that, I conclude this presentation on learning objectives, and a very special thanks to NCHPE for giving me this platform to showcase what we have been doing with this and we have achieved. So thank you one and all for the patient listening.
Thank you, Dr. Gagan. It was really a pleasure hearing you. Though it sounds so simpler to frame learning objective, it sounds so simple, just learning objective, just frame them. But so beautifully you have explained how to construct these learning objectives, covering all the domains. It is not that we need to focus only on cognitive domain. You have very beautifully navigated us that how we should use that smart tool, your ABCD model, how to test whether these learning objectives, they qualify that whatever objective we want our students to achieve, whether they are achieved or not. So very beautifully, you have taken us through this journey of framing learning objectives. It was a pleasure hearing you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Ma'am, it would be nice if sir could provide his email ID and his contact number so that we can discuss more at detail later.
Yeah. Dr. Gagan, audience are asking for your mail IDs and all, so that
Yes,
you can be
I've shared it.
contacted
I've shared it in the chat box with everybody.
Yeah, thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it will be really our pleasure. We'll be forwarding your certificate for participation as a resource faculty here in NCHPE 2022. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
क्यों फेल्ड हो रहा है कंप्यूटर ऑडियो कनेक्टेड हो रहा है
First of all, I need to thank all of you, especially those who are present in the auditorium right now, for really being present in person for the valedictory function. This function is usually the most unattended function. But if you ask me, it is more important for me to thank you all for being here. You have really made my day today. Since last 3 days, I am seeing the involvement of the faculty as well as the participant. All the participants, it was an immense participation. For the first time, we had 75 luminaries here trying to propagate medical education and share their experiences with all our delegates. I think the experience through which we all went cannot be described in words. I'm sure you all would have enjoyed those beautiful lectures, those informative lectures. And when you go back, try to imbibe them and start practicing them. Then the purpose of coming to this workshop and this conference would really be meaningful. I have an important duty to perform on that day because of shortage of time. We could not honor our president of this academy. So I'd request Dr. Jui, Dr. Mushtaq is here. I would request Professor Mushtaq on behalf of all of us to honor our president, Dr. Anshu, with a memento and a shot. You see, on that day, we really had to trim down the whole thing. She is a lady behind the whole association, and she has done a wonderful job. She was a guiding force for these conferences as well as for this conference. So thank you, Anshu, for being here in person for the valedictory function. हम केदारनाथ तो आपको नहीं ले जा सके, लेकिन we brought Kedarnath for you. So Kedarnath ji is blessing you. Sure. Valedictory तो आप लोग को बोलना, हमने तो सुनना था आज. Come.
Good evening, everybody. On behalf of the Academy of Health Professions Educators and on behalf of all the participants, let me take this opportunity to congratulate Dr. Chauhan, Juhi, and the entire team behind the organization of NCHP 2022. You all have been here and savored their warm hospitality, and over the last 4 days, I've seen each one of them working so hard, right from the top brass who have been here. Dr. Chauhan, with your energy and your networking skills, we're all actually noticing how much personal your interaction with everybody has been. And when I look at Juhi, I realize that how can one be so soft-spoken and still be a leader? But yes, leadership is of different types. You have to have different kinds. And then when I see every intern, every UG, every faculty working, and the people who received us at the station and the airports, how they behaved, how they interacted, all the faculty, I think there will be immense pride in the teamwork that you have all demonstrated here. So this, I think they all deserve a big hand. Hip hip hooray, the whole team. Hip hip hooray. Hip hip hooray. So congratulations to all of you. I think now you all can relax, because I know it's not a matter of 4 days. This is at least a year's work. And I know the number of frantic calls you used to get from Juhi about what to change, what not to change. There's a lot of collaboration which goes into it, lots of conflict, how you learn, how you negotiate between all of this. But the way in which people have interacted,
and it has become our conference. That is what matters. So everything which goes on before the scene, behind the scene, all of this makes a real teamwork happen. And I'm sure that after this conference ends, your MU is going to be a lot more stronger, and because they've worked together. So congratulations again. And see you in the next conference in Mumbai.
Thank you so much, Anshuman. Your presence has made all the difference, and as you mentioned, there used to be a lot of discussion with ma'am, and she's very particular. Ma'am is a perfectionist, and I'm very happy that I got to work with perfectionists in my life. Initially, it was Dr. Chauhan sir who was a perfectionist. I worked with him. Then Dr. Mushtaq sir, he's there. And after that, Dr. Anshu ma'am, and so many other my teachers, Dr. Jinder Singh sir, and others. So each time when we interact, we learn something. Ma'am would guide me about every possible thing. She would say, "Dekho Julie, यहाँ पे chairperson होने चाहिए, यहाँ नहीं होने चाहिए." Because this was the first conference that as an individual I was organizing. However, as a team, we have organized several. But it does make a bit of difference because when you are not directly involved, you don't know the nitty-gritties. But the nitty-gritties came to the face as I did, and all the guidance that I got from the college and in my team, Chauhan sir was always there, and he said, "Keep working hand behind." So, and then there was a simulation lab which came up. It was Dr. Mushtaq sir who actually signed when we 2017 when we got the permission. So I went to sir and I said, "Sir, ek aisi conference karni hai." Without even he did not budge. He immediately said, "Haan, karo, go ahead, whatever you want to do." So that if you get that kind of a backing, then naturally things are possible. All this is not possible alone. And then came the simulation lab where Dr. Renu Dasmana and Mushtaq sir worked together. And thankfully, there were sessions on simulation lab here in this conference as well. And it was inaugurated along with the inauguration. That's a matter of pride for all of us, because all the people who were there for the conference also witnessed the beautiful lab. And as per the discussion that happened today, it seems that a lot of hard work will be required now to carry it forward and to make it a state of art functionally. So thank you everyone. Dr. Ravi, you came all the way from Malaysia. There was his initial flight was cancelled, and then he took up another flight. So there were several situations where he thought that he will not be able to reach us, but he made an effort. Dr. Dikshit sir, he cancelled his flight. He said initially he wanted to stay here for 1 day. Then he said the conference is going on so well that I would like to stay till the end. And today he's taking the bus and going back rather than his flight. So thank you so much. There's so many people that we would like to add. Mr. Mukul, who was behind us every time. Everyone knows him. Everyone knew he was communicating with each and every one of you. The students who are sitting behind, but actually they are not behind. They are not. I won't speak much, but then thank you faculty, thank you students, thank you everyone here, the photography section, the ID section, engineering section, the food, catering, all the committees. Sir, over to you. Now we are waiting for Dr. Chinmay to come. So in the meantime, I thought I'll utilize my time. Thank you. Dr. Chinmay is here.
Chinmay sir, we wanted to honor you on the day itself. The hard work which you have put in this conference, all the scientific sessions, the credit goes to you. The planning, execution, otherwise it would not have been possible. I would request Dr. Renu Dasmana to honor Dr. Chinmay. Dr. Renu is Director of our Nursing. At the same time, she's the Vice Principal of our Medical College. And she's the First Lady of the campus. So thank you, Renu, for being here on this important occasion. And we have brought Kedarnath ji in your home so that you take back, and always he'll be there to bless you. You want to speak? Sure.
So salutation to Swami Ramo. Sir, I would like to clarify one thing. I have moderated only small part of the conference. That was the last part, and there is poster and oral abstract submission. And I would like to put on a remark, Dr. Vijisha and Dr. Sweta. Please stand up at your place. Without whose support, ये possible नहीं था, क्योंकि इतने सारे लोगों के साथ बात करना, review करना. So I would like to thank organizer, our President Madam, to putting trust on me, gave this responsibility. Second, I would like to thank our reviewers, all the moderators, specifically today, because I think 80% of moderators skipped their lunch. So thank you very much for all that enthusiasm. And last but not least, must thank all this, our innovator and researcher, without whom we are nothing. So thank you very much. Thank you again. Thank you, Joy Madam, for everything. And we pray Swamiji to give us more and more courage, more and more light to our light, so that we can serve the society more and more. Thank you very much.
Friends, every good thing has to come to an end. So is this conference. It's both. अंदर से थोड़ा सा मुझे कष्ट भी हो रहा है कि हमारे सारे मेहमान अब चले जाएंगे इनको छोड़, और फिर से यहाँ बिल्कुल शांत हो जाएगा. But for the last 4 days, this whole campus was bubbling with activity, was bubbling with energy. अभी मेरे रोंगटे खड़े हो गए, मैं आपको सच कह रहा हूँ. So you all have really inspired all of us, and I wish ऐसी और conferences यहाँ पर आए. And once again, I thank you all for being here, Dr. Anshu and your team. But this occasion is to really thank Dr. Judy. I think we need to give a standing ovation to her for the hard work she has put into it. Thank you everybody. Thank you, Joey. Because these conferences, it's not possible to do in a day. हमारा काम करीब 8 महीने पहले शुरू हो गया. And when we just started, we were thinking कि पैसा कहाँ से आएगा. I'm telling you, the biggest backbone for any conference is money. And that to a medical education conference, who will contribute? But I had a firm conviction in me. but करेंगे तो बढ़िया करेंगे, नहीं तो नहीं करेंगे. पैसा मैंने मुश्ताक सर के ऊपर छोड़ दिया. मैंने कहा वो जाने. I left to my vice chancellor and I left to my Gurudev. And believe me friends, कहां से हो गया मुझे ये भी नहीं मालूम. Whatever Joy told me, say for example, yes, कल का जो फंक्शन था, कोई प्लान नहीं था. सर बोले कि वहां स्क्रीन चाहिएगा एक. But why do you need a screen? नहीं सर, वो हमने कल्चर प्रोग्राम रखा ना बिना स्क्रीन के, तो कैसे लगेगा फिर? मैंने कहा तो पहले बताना था. That would cost money. ऐसे कहां से कितना बड़ा स्क्रीन चाहिए आपको? बोले कि सब मेरे क्या बोली मालूम है सर, मैं सच बता रहा हूँ. So we'll put this simple screen and we'll put up LCD projector. कि सर फ्री में हो जाएगा फिर. मैं कहा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं करेंगे. Let us bring a good LCD screen. Let it be a good function. And really, the decision of ours really changed the whole scenario. These are small things. फिर जो आपका faculty dinner था, in the faculty dinner, we have not planned a music there, I tell you. हमने सोचा कि उसमें लगा देंगे एक music छोटी सी, पैसा नहीं लगेगा. Sudhanshu, her husband, gives me a ring in the night, a day before. सर एक बात कहूं, मैंने बोलूं, क्या पैसे की चिंता नहीं करो, उसको म्यूजिक मैं ले आऊंगा, मैं सच कह रहा हूं, बोला आई विल पे फॉर इट, बट आई हैव अ सिंगर, लेट मी सी इफ दे आर अवेलेबल, लेट अस ब्रिंग। मैंने बोला सर आप चिंता नहीं करो, उसको भी लेके आओ। We got it. And had it not been there for that music, your faculty dinner would not have been a good show. So everybody enjoyed, everybody danced to the tune. तो क्या है जो मुझे लगा हमेशा, जो काम दिल से होगा, money is a byproduct, वो अपने आप आएगा. And it happened. And when I had my blessing of my Gurudev and my Vice Chancellor, Dr. Dasmana, मेरे लिए कोई चीज impossible है ही नहीं. In this campus, nothing is impossible. हम बिना पैसे भी काम कर लेते हैं और पैसा होगा तब भी काम है. अब मैं बता रहा हूँ, पैसे बचेगा. And it happened in that way, sir. So once again, I thank you, Joey, for being with me for the last 8 months. हमारे नॉक झोंक भी हुई कई बार. I'm sharing everything with you today. मैं दिल खोल के बोल रहा हूँ. But for a good cause. She stood. सर ये तो करना ही है. अब मैंने कहा होगा ना, फिर चलते देखते हैं. Because I was more worried about the financial aspect. So thank you, Joey, for being a good partner in this whole thing. And it was because of your hard work, I also could withstand it. And the support we got from the management, from our deans, Dr. Devradi, Mushtaq sir, and Dasmana ji, this could be accomplished. But none of the work, this conference would go if you don't have another team. The team who really performed, we all planned. We had wonderful hands, I tell you. The chairman of all the committees, Taruna बैठी है, Aba बैठी है, Alpa बैठी है. I'm seeing so many. पीछे लोग बैठे हुए, हमारी finance controller बैठी है पीछे. For this Barnali, she's sitting there. So I tell you, these are the people who work day and night. She's a co-coordinator of a medical education unit also. So everyone who are here, from the DME members, सबके नाम बोलूं तो बहुत लंबी लिस्ट हो जाएगी. But you all have contributed from your heart. I have no words to appreciate the work you people have done. इनसे के बाद में एक और 13, the students. The students, I tell you, I have never expected our students will do so well. मेरे को एक थोड़ा सा query लग रहा था, but सर सबसे अच्छा हमारे बच्चों ने किया. So I thank all the interns from the core of my heart. They're all sitting there. Interns, postgrad, MBBS students. I have no words to appreciate. Nursing students, for all their performances. The nursing principal is sitting here. But deputy is also sitting. The director तो बैठी है, लेकिन वो लोग भी बैठे हैं सारे. They all have contributed immensely. And above all, हमारे जो technical team, the IT people. I'd like to thank all the IT people for the wonderful support they provided to all of us. The photographer from RDI, ये केशाली, ये तो बेचारा कभी इधर भाग रहा वर्कशॉप में. हमने को फोटोग्राफर हायर नहीं किया बाहर से, just to save money. ये मेरे को बोले कि सर बाहर से बुला लेते इतनी जगह होगा. अरे मैंने कहा नहीं, खर्चा बढ़ा रहा है, तू ही करना सब जगह. He ran from nook for every nook and corner to ensure a good video library with us. सारा काम हमारा फ्री में हुआ है. So this is how these we saved money. So once again, thank you Krishali. और जो असली जान थी ना हमारी, मुकुल. अगर मुझे बोलना पड़े इस प्रोग्राम का हमारा हीरो मुकुल. I am telling you the truth. The stress through which this boy has gone through, I cannot describe it. मुझे उसको 2-3 बार डांटना भी पड़ा उसके लिए. मैं कहा तू क्यों इतना सिर पे अकेला ले रहा है? ये बैंक्वेट में नहीं गया सर, ये उसमें भी नहीं, फैकल्टी डिनर में नहीं आया, जबकि मैंने पर्सनली इनवाइट किया उसको. बोला सर यहाँ का काम रुक जाएगा, यहाँ खाना नहीं खाने आया है. So Mukul, where are you? No, I'm telling you, he needs to be appreciated. You see, you need to sacrifice in that. The sacrifice which you have done, Mukul, you have earned a place in my heart forever. This is how relationships are built. और ये एक मौका ऐसा था जहां मैं अगर तेरी तारीफ नहीं करूं, आई एम डूइंग इनजस्टिस टू दिस होल प्रोग्राम. So thank you for this wonderful effort which you have made. I think I've covered almost everybody. अभी भी लंच नहीं किया किसी ने? जिन्होंने लंच नहीं करा है, if somebody is left, the people are there, you still can have your lunch. So once again, I thank you everybody from the bottom of my heart, and all the delegates, all the people who are sitting here from the bottom of my heart for really blessing all of us. Sure. So before.
Thank you so much.
Those people who contributed money for this, I need to especially thank our financial people who supported. One is our culture. Though I am the chairman of the drug committee, I'd like to thank DC Dasmana. DC Dasmana is not here, he is my secretary there, for helping this. When the decision was to be taken, I was not there. I said, "मैं बाहर निकलता हूं." The committee decides and does it. So they did it. So I'd like to thank the whole drug committee for really contributing for this conference. I'd also like to thank our Linet Pharmacy for really taking care of the banquet. These are all our own pharmacies. So they really helped us. बोले कि नहीं सर हम लोग करेंगे आप काम कराना है हम कराएंगे आप. I told few of my friends, they contributed for our faculty dinner. जूही ने अपने दोस्तों को बोला, इनके जो friends हैं, they contributed personally, because हम अपने और कहीं और कहां से पैसा लाएंगे. So we told our own friends that you contribute, और उसमें भी हमने ये छोड़ा आखिर में अगर कहीं कम पड़ता है तो Juhi and Dr. Chan will contribute. I'm telling you, I told Juhi, ये तो चिंता नहीं कर, अगर कुछ कम पड़ा हमारे सैलरी डोनेट कर देंगे, उससे ज्यादा क्या होगा, और तुम्हारा कॉन्फ्रेंस होगा नहीं. So with that spirit we all worked. So thank you very much everybody. But before that we end. No, I'm just coming.
I think that the first lady sitting here and DC first, then I don't think that will be needed.
नहीं, जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी.
Behind us.
I think we have Dr. Dikshit.
मैं कुछ बोलूंगा.
You want to speak something?
अभी तक जितना पढ़ाई हो रही है वो सब बायस लग रही है. मैडम अपनी सोसाइटी की पढ़ाई कर रही है, सर जो है अपने इंस्टीट्यूट की पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं, अपने टीम की पढ़ाई कर रहे हैं. पढ़ाई कोई न्यूट्रल आदमी
Chetna madam, are you there? Hello? Chetna madam, are you there? તમારે કેવું છે મોબાઈલ પર સ્પીકર પર અને એમાં માઇક મૂક્યા હા ચાલુ હા 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 મેડમ
Ma'am, can you please switch on your video?
Yes,
Okay, so good evening, everybody. I was watching the validation function, and for some reason, avoidable circumstances and unexpected events are not even present. But apart from all the thanks we give for the organizers for such a wonderful conference, I would like to personally thank all of you here as channels for the lovely care that you took today for an unexpected episode which happened. And I'm much better now, and hopefully I'll be going very comfortably. But taking back good memories, like Sudhi said, that it could have been worse, but thanks to all your care, I'm very comfortable. Thanks again to the bottom of the heart.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Get well.
I'm wishing you a speedy recovery. I'm wishing you a very, very speedy recovery. This is Dr. Chauhan. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
लास्ट में मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ अपने प्रेसिडेंट देखे प्रेसिडेंट मैडम इज नारी शक्ति ऑर्गेनाइजिंग सेक्रेटरी इज एंड अभी नेक्स्ट कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए जो 5
तो सारी नारी
so I think
From the first conference, it will be Nari Shikshak for one word. Sorry, conference.
so let's have a big round of applause if we put for all the team also you see all maximum are females so So thank you very much, sir. I am on behalf of all the faculty. We are thankful to for all the hospitality and everything, sir. Thank you very much.
Yeah, small videos there. The students have recorded a small candid clips from all the events, so I just really like playing here.
क्या